When I first got the job, I couldn't believe my luck. I was a very solitary person. I loved to read and be alone. When I saw an ad for a park ranger manning a fire tower, I just about jumped out of my skin. Working overnight at Walmart wasn't exactly the best job in the world. There are some stories I could tell about that as well. But I applied for the job and was ecstatic that I got it. They made me do a week of training before my first shift. Most of it was dry reading and making sure I was qualified in CPR. They showed me the job's ins and outs, and then I followed in my car as we drove to the tower. In the middle of the day, it was awe-inspiring to stare up at the underside of the tower looming above me, suspended high in the air by metal pylons. Once I started climbing the narrow metal stairs with hints of rust at the edges, I was somewhat less than excited. In fact, I was terrified. I don't like heights very much. It's not like I go all vertigo or anything. It's just I prefer to stay on the ground. Once we reached the top and pushed open the trap door to get onto the deck that surrounded the tower, I was doing a bit better. I opened the door that led into the tower's interior. Looking around the room made me forget all about the terrible climb. It was like a small apartment. There was a small refrigerator, sink, counter, cupboards, and a small table. In the center of the room was a table with a map permanently attached to it. Of course, there were windows all around. There was a 360-degree view, as you would expect for a fire tower in the middle of a state park. The view was absolutely amazing. I could see the peaks and valleys for miles in every direction. It was a photographer's dream. The other ranger explained what was expected of me. We worked 24-hour shifts, so there would be times I would have to sleep. But I had to set an alarm and get up to scan for problems at least once per hour during the night. During daytime hours, I had to scan every 30 minutes. There was a radio to report any trouble and a phone in case I needed to call the fire department. In my mind, I was already drooling at the thought of getting paid to take amazing pictures and sit around reading books. The ranger told me that it was extremely important that I read the rule book first thing. He asked if I had any questions, and I said no. He reinforced that I could not leave the tower no matter what until I was relieved. I followed him down the narrow staircase to get my supplies from my car. He got in his truck and hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something else. But then he shut the door, wished me well, and drove away. It took me 3 trips to get all my stuff to the top. At home, it's nothing to bring a few boxes of groceries into the house. Here, it became life and death. I was near the top with a box in front of me when I stumbled on one of the narrow steps and nearly fell over the side. I paused for a long moment to regain my balance before continuing to the top. It suddenly struck me that this job might not be the cakewalk I thought it was. I pushed that thought to the back of my mind and went for my next 2 loads. Basic supplies, books, phone chargers, camera, occupied the second and last trips. Once I was up for good, I collapsed into the chair. I was on my way to Napland when I heard static on the radio. I jumped up and grabbed it. "Hello?" I said, but no one answered. I figured this was the ranger's subtle way of reminding me that it was time to do a check, but lugging 3 loads up the tiny stairs of death had put a serious crimp in my fire watch time. In fact, it had nearly been an hour since the other ranger had left. I did my slow pan around the room, checking each part of the forest for smoke and seeing none. Having successfully completed my first go-around, I celebrated with a bottle of water while I put the groceries away. The cupboards weren't empty, but they weren't a gourmet's delight either. Nearly a full shelf of baked beans didn't exactly thrill me, but I had the supplies that should do me for a few shifts. I set the bread on the counter and loaded the cold cuts in the fridge. I would get some more options the next time I went shopping. By the time I finished putting things away, it was time for another check. The sun was starting to set, so I grabbed my camera and took some amazing pictures. I couldn't wait to upload them to my computer at home. As I looked around the room, my eyes landed on the manual. I realized I hadn't read it yet. I sighed and took it over to the chair. I was sure it would have me out cold in no time. As I opened the book, a piece of notebook paper fell out. I picked it up and read. The real rules. Number 1. Never, under any circumstances, leave the fire tower until you are relieved. Number 2. Turn off all lights between the hours of 2 and 3 a.m. Number 3. If you receive a radio transmission or phone call between those hours, do not answer. Number 4. If anyone knocks on the trap door during those hours, tell them they'll have to wait until morning. Do not open the door. Number 5. If you see a glowing object floating toward the tower, don't look at it. Cover your eyes and count to 50. When you open your eyes, it should be gone. If not, cover and count to 50 again. Number 6. If animals surround the tower, don't go down to look. Fire your flare gun into the air twice, 1 minute apart, then lock yourself in the bathroom and hope for the best. I sat the note down and stared at it. Was this a joke? Were they having fun with the new guy? I wasn't looking forward to getting hazed at 2 o'clock in the morning. I put the note back in the book and skimmed through the manual. It was a real snooze fest of standard rules and nonsense. For the next check, I decided to use binoculars. I was rewarded by seeing a bear and 3 deer. I pulled out my camera and took some pictures, but the zoom wasn't quite as much as I needed to get some really good shots. You could still tell it was a bear, but it was a little blurry. I decided to go camera shopping with my first paycheck. What's the use of having this spectacular view if I can't take good pictures of it? Soon after sunset came the twilight. The sky lit up a brilliant orange. I took some more pictures and did my scan. I was just about to go back inside when I noticed a thin wisp of smoke in the distance. I grabbed my binoculars and tried to get a better view, but there were too many trees in the way. I pulled out my compass and got a general direction, then grabbed the radio and called the ranger on duty. I told him I had a fire and gave him the direction and general distance. He acknowledged and said he would check it out. I stayed glued to my binoculars, waiting to see the smoke lessen. Minutes seemed to each take an eternity as the smoke continued to rise. Nearly a half hour later, the radio came to life. "Hey, rookie," the ranger said. "Did you find it? Did you put it out? I still see smoke. Did I tell you the wrong place?" I said into the radio all in one breath. "Whoa there," he said. "Everything's fine. It was just a campfire." "A what?" I asked. "A campfire," he said. "Nothing to worry about." "A campfire," I repeated in a daze. "Yeah, you'll want to see more smoke, and it should be a lot thicker and darker before you call it in." I stood in silence. My face beat red with embarrassment. "Cheer up," the ranger said into the silence. "At least you didn't call the fire department." I looked over at the phone, knowing I was mere minutes from doing that very thing. "Yeah, thanks," I said. "Sorry about that." "Don't worry, kid," he said. "At least you erred on the side of caution instead of letting the forest burn down." I put my face in my palm and shook my head. So much for a good first impression. Twilight had faded, leaving a few last vestiges of light as the clouds transformed from their dirty gray to black. I began to realize just how alone I was out here when the canopy of the night fully fell. Doing my checks from inside was nearly impossible. I had lights on, and every window I looked out became a mirror of me looking back in at myself. Alone, in a wooden box, suspended 100 feet above the ground, made it that much creepier. I stepped out onto the deck in the cool evening air. The total darkness was oppressive. I couldn't see anything. How was I supposed to see smoke? I did a slow walk around the deck, looking out blindly at the trees. As my eyes adjusted, I was able to make out some shapes of the mountains and even the soft glow in the distance of the nearest town. That was small comfort to know that things still existed out in the world, and I hadn't been plunged into this cover of darkness. I finished my check and stepped back inside. After being out in the darkness, it was way too bright. I turned off the main overhead light and the light over the entrance. The room settled into a comfortable glow with enough light to see, but not blind. In fact, it was a little too cozy. I felt a nap coming on. I laid down on the surprisingly comfortable cot and closed my eyes. I woke some time later to static sounding on the radio. I reached for the radio to answer it, but something in the back of my mind told me not to. I looked at my watch and it said 2:12 a.m. I froze, looking around the lit room. I thought about the strange rules I had read earlier. I reached up and turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. As my eyes adjusted and I could see a few things, I looked out the window and could swear I saw someone peering in at me. Just then, I heard static on the radio. There was a voice trying to get through, but it seemed too weak. I waited to see if they would call again. A minute later, static sounded again. Beneath it, I heard the voice. It was a little stronger this time. I could just make it out. "Help me," it said in a feeble yet insistent voice. I reached for the radio, but something made me glance at my watch first. It was 2:23 a.m. I faltered and didn't answer. Those creepy rules, I thought. What if they're real? I've already broken one by having the lights on. What happens when you break the rules? I sat in silence, wanting to know the answer, but at the same time not wanting to know. The radio call came through much more clearly this time. "Help me. Can anyone hear me? I need help." The voice sounded desperate. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It had a strange quality that I couldn't quite place. I fought the urge to answer, not knowing if I would be fired for dereliction of duty or not. This was what I was out here for. I needed to answer, but my mind just wouldn't let go of those rules. The minutes ticked by like hours. 3 more times the radio sounded out its plea, each time sounding more desperate. I watched the time, counting the seconds until 3. When the time finally came, I picked up the radio. "Whoever was calling for help, please state your position so I can relay help to you," I said. "Who is this?" came the answer on the radio. "This is a park ranger manning a fire tower," I replied. "Well, park ranger, I've been on this channel all night, and yours is the first voice I've heard," the person said. "That's not possible," I thought. "I had several calls for help over the last hour," I told him. "Are you sure?" he questioned. "Absolutely. I even wrote down the time of each call," I told him. "Then why didn't you answer them until now?" he questioned me. I paused. What could I say? Because a weird list of rules told me not to. "Ranger," the person said, trying to get my attention. I said hesitantly. "Extenuating circumstances." "Extenuating circumstances," the voice repeated, as though tasting them. "And what circumstances would those be?" he asked me. Whoever this was, they weren't going to let it go. "I'm not at liberty to say," I said. "You mean like falling asleep and breaking the rules?" the voice said, sounding deeper and raspier and more menacing. I froze. I hadn't turned the lights on yet, leaving the room in eerie darkness that left me feeling very exposed. I slowly panned around, looking out the windows and remembering the earlier feeling of being watched. "You can look all you want, but you won't see me," the voice said. "It's after 3, I said. hoping the terror I felt wasn't evident in my voice. "You have no power over me," the voice chuckled. It wasn't a pleasant sound.
Normally you would be correct. However, you broke the rules.
"What if I didn't know about the rules?" I said, grasping at straws.
Nice try, but you knew that you should be safe after 3.
Damn it, I thought. It picked up on that. "So what do you want?" I said, fearing the answer. The voice said, only now it sounded like many voices speaking at once.
"Come down and let us feed."
My legs turned to rubber as I stumbled over to the door and stepped out onto the deck. The moonlight was rising half full, casting light into the darkness. I looked down and saw over a dozen large animals surrounding the tower in a circle, and each one of them was looking up at me. I dove back inside and locked the door. I frantically searched for the flashlight. Once I found it, I picked up the phone to call the ranger station. There was no dial tone. I hung up and tried again, but still nothing. I pulled out my cell phone, but there was no signal. I paused to clear my head. "Okay," I thought, "you're freaked out right now, but what's actually happened? A weirdo on the radio, some animals around the tower. This list is making you paranoid." Just then I looked outside, and there was light off in the distance that looked like an aeroplane. The problem was, it was headed straight toward me. It was mesmerizing. I found myself staring into the rapidly approaching glow until I realized it was going to ram into the tower. I found the best cover I could on the opposite side of the room and surrounded myself with as much furniture as possible. Being that the furnishings were sparse, that meant I dragged the chair over in front of me. I covered my eyes and hoped for the best. I may or may not have mumbled one of those, "I promise I'll be good if you get me out of this," prayers. The seconds tumbled into minutes. Nothing happened. I peeked over the edge of the counter, and the light was gone. I breathed a sigh of relief and wondered why I hadn't heard any engine sound. I decided it was because I was too busy ducking for cover. Then it hit me. I grabbed the manual and pulled out the list of rules. There it was, number 5. If you see a glowing object floating toward the tower, don't look at it. Close your eyes and count to 50. When you open your eyes, it should be gone. If not, cover and count to 50 again. I read over the rules again and realized how many had come to pass. For a long moment, I thought that maybe it was an elaborate joke, some of the rangers yanking the rookie's chain, but there was too much I couldn't explain. The radio transmissions, the glowing light, the animals surrounding the tower. Then I realized I'd broken that rule too. I had not fired the flare gun as instructed. I dug through the cupboard where the emergency supplies were kept and found the gun. I grabbed 2 flares and stepped out onto the deck. As I questioned the intelligence of firing flares that could end up causing a forest fire when I was supposed to be trying to prevent them, I heard a strange sound. I held my breath and cocked my ear for a better listen. It wasn't just one sound, it was many. I glanced over the side of the rail toward the ground and saw the animals all glowing and pawing at the ground, working themselves in a frenzy. I backed away and loaded the first flare, then pointed up and fired. It rose majestically, glowing blood red, until gravity slowed its ascent and pulled it back to Earth. I watched closely to make sure not only that it went out, but where it landed just in case. I waited a minute and fired the second flare, watching where it landed as well. I stepped back inside and hid in the bathroom as instructed. I knew in my heart that I was safe from the animals, as long as I didn't go down the steps. The radio sounded off, scaring me nearly half to death. "Fire tower number 5, the voice said. I've seen your flares. I'm on my way. Are you physically injured? The voice said. No, not at the moment, I replied. I'll explain when you get here. Roger that, en route. I tried to calm my nerves by thinking about what job I would apply for next and how unfortunate it was that this one didn't work out. I thought about what I was going to tell the ranger when he got here. I couldn't tell him the truth, but what else could I say? There were some animals at the bottom of the tower that scared me. I honestly considered calling him back and telling him not to come when I felt heavy footsteps on the bottom stairs of the fire tower. I must have been daydreaming and let time slip by. I stepped out of the bathroom and went to the trap door. Are you here already? I said into the radio as I reached down to unlatch the trap door. That was fast. What are you talking about? Came the clear answer over the radio. I'm not there yet. I paused as I felt the footsteps come closer to the top. Where are you? I said quietly. I can barely see the tower. I'm probably a mile away. His words hit me like a sledgehammer. I looked down at the deadbolt I was about to unlatch and pulled my hand back very slowly. Which direction are you coming from? I asked. Southeast, he replied. I looked in that direction, and sure enough, I could see headlights approaching. The radio sounded again, but with a slightly different voice. Tower, ignore that last transmission, it said. I'm already here. Let me in, please. I stared down at the trap door as though it wanted to bite me. Tower, let me in, it said more insistently. I backed away as something began beating on the trap door with tremendous force. The board shook with every impact. I stepped inside and locked the door. I then barricaded it with my only loose piece of furniture, the chair. Tower 5, Tower 5, I don't know who's talking to you, but it isn't me. Do not open that door. Repeat, do not open that door. I backed into the bathroom with the flare gun in hand and locked the door. The pounding on the trap door became louder. I knew it wouldn't take much more of a beating. The whole room shook with every impact. I closed my eyes and prayed in earnest this time. And then my salvation came in the form of the engine sound of a pickup truck. I knew the real ranger was here. I listened as it came closer, then stopped. There was an awful silence for a moment, and then gunfire. Over and over, multiple shots in rapid succession. Then there was a lull, followed by more shots. The pounding on the trap door had stopped as soon as the truck pulled up. The coast is clear, Ranger. You can open the door now, came a voice over the radio. I put my hand on the knob, smiling to go out and greet my savior, when I heard a weak transmission. Don't, not me, it rasped. A heartbeat later, the screaming began. It was a gut-wrenching scream of terrible suffering. I could hear it beneath me. All I could do was drop to the floor and curl up in a ball as the screaming went on and on. I closed my eyes and tried not to imagine that poor ranger being ripped to shreds by God knows what. Soon, the screams lessened in volume and intensity, as though they were moving away. I rocked back and forth, hugging my knees until unconsciousness mercifully took me. I woke to strange voices calling my name. I opened my eyes, and I was surrounded by people in blue uniforms. I panicked and backed away from them as fast as I could until my back hit a wall. Calm down, one of them said. It's all right. I looked around the room like an animal that had been backed into a corner. I was ready to fight my way out. Are you injured? He said. My mind raced to remember where I was. I looked out the window, and it was morning. The sun was shining, and I could see blue clouds. Everything from last night came back to me in a rush. I looked around the room and saw nothing out of the ordinary. "I'm not injured," I said to the EMT. "Can you tell us what happened here?" a ranger said from behind them. I looked over at the manual that contained the list of rules, and for a heartbeat, considered telling him to read them. "No," was all I said instead. "Can I go home now?" I asked. The ranger glared at me, wanting answers, and not getting them is frustrating, I know. "Is he all right to drive?" the ranger asked the EMT. They gave me the once-over: blood pressure, lungs, heart rate, and didn't find anything to be concerned about. "I'd say physically he's fine," said the EMT. The ranger sighed. "Go ahead," he said, "but I'll want to talk to you tomorrow." I nodded and stood, gathered my things, and started toward the door. When I got to the open trap door, I hesitated, seeing it had been hacked open with an axe. I took a tentative first step, then another. Surviving a night as I had only to fall down several flights of stairs would be quite ironic. As I made my way down, white-knuckling the railing the whole way down, I saw people busy at the bottom. They were picking up shell casings with gloves and putting them into plastic bags. I could see spots of blood here and there, but no bodies, either human or animal. I saw the trail of blood as it disappeared into the woods. I stood on the bottom step for a long time, wondering if I was allowed to step onto the ground. I took the step and bolted from my car. I started it up and drove out of there as fast as I could. Just as I turned onto the gravel road, a deer walked out in front of me. I slammed on the brakes and slid to a stop mere inches from hitting it. It didn't move. It just stood there staring at me. As I looked more closely, I could see blood on its nose and mouth. My heart skipped a beat when I saw a shred of a ranger's patch impaled on one of its antlers. Its eyes bored into mine as I slammed into reverse, then back into drive, swerved around it, and broke every speed limit getting home. I called my boss and quit as soon as I got there. I then packed and started looking for a job in the city. Maybe I can find a nice quiet warehouse to guard. But if it has a set of strange rules, I'm walking out, no questions asked. I'm now 25, and at the time I was 16 or 17. My then boyfriend and two of our other friends decided to go camping in a small patch of woods next to a neighborhood that was being developed. And the small patch of woods was roughly 900 foot across both ways. On the left side, if you were viewing it from the road, was the undeveloped neighborhood, and on the right side was about a mile-long driveway that led up to a house a little over half a mile past the patch of woods. Pretty deserted. So we get our tent, fire pit, chairs, and whatever else set up, and we're relaxing as it starts to get dark when we hear extremely loud screaming coming from a woman that's maybe 400 to 500 feet away. At first there weren't any words that we could make out, but then there was a help and a no, and then the loudest, most terrifying scream was cut off mid-scream. We can't see through the trees, they're thick and it's getting darker, so we get the fuck out. We leave all of our stuff behind. As we're walking back to the undeveloped neighborhood where we parked, I'm immediately on the phone with the police, who are trying to tell me it was just a cat in heat. From where we parked, we were facing the woods. A man comes out, dragging something heavy in sheets or cloth or whatever it was. He spots us and starts coming towards our car. The police pulled in right then. The man ran, and as it turned out, he had killed a woman about 400 feet from where we were camping. I don't know if he was ever caught, but please, let's not meet. So, I'm a 26-year-old male, and I'd been planning on a camping trip with my wife and dad for a whole year. I wanted everything to be perfect, as we don't get away from town and dive deep into the woods as much as I'd like. This takes place in the very tree-dense Davy Crockett National Forest in East Texas. Earlier that day, my dad decided to go a little early and pick out a good spot for us to camp. To give a layout of where we camped, there were 2 dirt roads on either side of us, and an overlook to the north of us. We camped in the middle, between the 2 roads. My wife and I met my dad down there at around 11 a.m. We set up camp and proceeded to enjoy the day until around dinner time, when we started to cook our meal for the evening. Right as we got done with dinner, we see this truck circling around our campsite. He went around us several times and finally pulled right up in our camp and got out of his truck. He then proceeded to tell us that this was his family's campsite and how the firewood that was laying around was his. Now, in this particular forest, campsites are first come, first serve, and my dad had been there since 9 a.m. He then asked if he could camp next to us, and of course being friendly, we said yes. We didn't know that when he said next to us, he meant directly on top of us. He backed his camper in so close to our tents and vehicles that he blocked my truck in. We weren't sure why he was doing this, being that there were so many other campsites available. But we just shrugged it off and tried to have a good time anyway. Not too long after that, we noticed a white Dodge Dually circling around us. We had an off feeling from this truck because it went around several times, but we dismissed it because the area we were at was popular due to the overlook. After a long night of drinking and goofing off, we decided to go to bed. I was in a dead sleep when out of the woods I wake up to a blood-curdling scream. I jolt up and ask my wife, "What the fuck was that?" About 30 seconds later, we hear another scream off in the distance. At this point, I grab my gun and unzip the tent so we could see out. My dad had left a lantern burning so we could see a little ways into our campsite. At that moment, we see the white Dodge Dually tearing down the road behind us. They continued down the road until they were out of sight. We heard them stop and get out of their truck, slamming the door and screaming. They then proceeded to get back into their truck and drive very slowly down the other road that was in front of our campsite. At this point, we were terrified, thinking they were coming to rob us, but they kept driving until they were out of sight. Then we heard them shooting. After the gunshots ended, they sped off. At this point, we thought that maybe they were just drunk and acting stupid, so we didn't call the cops. Not that we had signal anyway. We just tried to go back to sleep. The next day, we had to make a beer run for my dad. When we made it out of the camping area and hit the main highway, there were police everywhere. They had stopped 2 young boys. We assumed they were the ones who were being troublemakers the night before and continued on into town. When we got back to our campsite, the cops were leaving after talking to my dad. They told my dad that the guys in the white dually had gone into the younger guys' camp while they were hunting and were robbing them. The boys walked up on their camp being robbed, and the dually guys pulled guns on the young boys, proceeding to rob the young boys at gunpoint. We think if it hadn't been for the people that camped right on top of us, as strange as it was, they would have robbed us instead. They made our campsite look bigger than it actually was. The people in the white dually were never caught. So, people in the white Dodge Dually, let's not meet, because you might end up with a bullet. When I was a junior in college, my friend invited me to attend a ballet with her and a teenage girl she knew from back home. The girl was part of an educational advancement program that had placed her in a nearby high school and provided a free room and board in a group home with other students. All of her housemates had gone home for fall break, so my friend thought it would be nice to take her out for a girls' night away from the big empty house, with only her program advisor for company. It was about midnight when we got back from the ballet. Since we were in possession of a 16-year-old overdue for curfew, it seemed important to get her home as quickly as possible. The girl's house was fairly close to a student shuttle stop on the far end of campus, so we figured we'd walk her home before doubling back. While moving up a footpath that leads into town, we realized her house backed up to the arboretum on the edge of campus. Rather than walk all the way around, we decided to cross the arboretum. We didn't have flashlights, but my friend's iPhone flash could serve in a pinch, and the stretch of woods was sandwiched between the brightly lit window of our dorms and those of the houses across the way. Several minutes into our hike, we lost sight of the footpath and the dorms. It was much darker now, and my friend was less certain we were walking the right way, so we paused to check our location. As we were all huddled, motionless, around my friend's phone, we heard a twig crack behind us. We turned around to find a young woman, presumably a student, standing a few yards away. Her hoodie was pulled up over her head, obscuring most of her face. She seemed enormous, but given that I'm 5'3" and was flanked by 2 5-foot ballet dancers, the threshold for enormity was low. She was silent for a moment, then asked us where we were going. "We're heading into town," my friend answers. "Where are you going?" "What do you need in town?" the woman asks. "We're taking her home," and my friend pointed to the teenage girl. "Where does she live?" "Not too far. Where are you going?" my friend replied. "Do you know how to get there?" the woman asked, and she started to walk closer to us. The teenage girl grabbed a fistful of my coat and inched closer to me. "Yeah, we figured it out. Are you going toward campus or into town?" my friend asked. "Which way is it?" "Her house," the woman asked. She was now within a few feet. Her approach had slowed, but not yet stopped. My friend quickly blurted out, "Just this way. Good night." She was bluffing, but any direction away from this student seemed like the right direction, so we went along. The plan was a failure. Within seconds, I could hear her crunching the leaves just behind me. She was following close enough to touch me, and I sped up, certain I was about to get a knife in my spine if I didn't get away. When my friend saw me rushing, she turned back to see the student following us. She grabbed the teenager's hand, and the three of us began to run. We never turned back, so I'm not sure how long the student followed. Eventually, we figured out we were running the right way when the teenager yelled out, "That's it," and led us to a driveway where we could huff and puff ourselves back to normal under a garage-mounted floodlight. The girl's program advisor was home, waiting up for her missing ward, and made each of us a cup of tea while we waited for the campus police to drive out and escort my friend and I back to our dorm. Once safely in the back seat of a college security vehicle, we told the officer why we'd wanted a ride instead of walking back. He said this was the third time this semester that they'd picked up students running scared from the woods after encountering a strange girl in a hoodie. They dispatched officers to look into it before, but they never found anyone. He figured it was a student on a stroll from the dorms, and that we had nothing to worry about. As soon as we got out of the car, my friend got a text from the teenager. She was certain she'd seen that student outside her window, but when the program advisor went out to investigate, no one was there. I never found out what happened, but I really hope the creepy girl in the woods is not the same student whose body was found out there a year later. I hope she has nothing to do with that at all. This is the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. This happened 4 years ago, when my boyfriend and I were still sort of fresh into the relationship. My sister had recommended me a snorkeling trip for a fun thing to do with him. It was this quarry surrounded by a campground that's filled in with water, and it's known for its crystal clear water and its diving. There's apparently a helicopter and a school bus that people dive down to see. My boyfriend and I decided to go camping for the night. While we were checking in, we separately both got a bad feeling about the place, but we'd kept that to ourselves until after we left. So, at first, it was a really good time. We snorkeled in the shallowish area of the quarry, and although the depth of the water was a bit uncanny, I was still enjoying myself. The water is 65 foot deep, so once you'd swam out of the shallow area, it immediately dropped off and it was pitch black. This is actually where I realized that I'm terrified of water. Besides the dark, deep water while you are swimming, there's something very scary about a lake that's perfectly still. I assume because it's a quarry, the water doesn't have a current. My boyfriend and I are winding down our night and we're back at the campsite. We're camping in a grassy patch down a hill from the road. Our tent is pitched in a wooded area that our campsite is extended to, and just across the green is a campsite that looks well lived in, but our neighbors were out. We're making hot dogs over the fire when our neighbors get back. It's nighttime now, and they immediately go to sleep. I'd say 20 to 30 minutes after they get back is when things started to become spooky. My boyfriend and I were chatting when we noticed a dark figure watching us from up the hill. Because of the shadow of the fire, we couldn't actually make out the characteristics of the figure, but we knew that they were staring directly at us, almost hiding behind our neighbor's truck. This person had watched us for what felt like forever until they started walking down the road again. We both watched them in dead silence, watching him walk behind trees, the same ones that connected to our campsite, but that also went in between us and him. I anticipated each time I'd see him walk forward out from behind a tree. It was a good 4 or 5 he came out from. It wasn't until after this that I noticed he'd stopped walking, that he was possibly hiding behind a tree. I was totally freaked out. Where did he go? I watched my boyfriend looking at what happened, and he was thinking the same thing. He shrugged it off, and I naively did too. We actually ended up forgetting about it and went to the quarry late night. It was beautiful seeing the stars reflected against the water, but the deep, now all black water was terrifying to say the least. We walked back to our campsite, laid in our tent and smoked a joint. I soon began to feel an uneasy feeling, which I was trying to ignore, telling myself it's because I was high. After some silence between us, my boyfriend says to me, "Do you feel like we're being watched?" I said, "Why would you say that?" half joking but full serious that I was scared. My boyfriend wanted to get out of the tent, so we were standing by my car. I got this stupid idea that being in the middle of the field that's in the middle of a campground is the safest place for us. My logic being, if someone was going to come up at us, we'd at least be able to see them. So, we're in the middle of this field when we see a similar-looking shadow figure staring at us. This person must have been about 20 yards away. We both notice him while walking, and he's walking in the same direction as us. We change directions, and so does the figure. We tell one another, if we change directions again, and so does the figure, that we're going to book it to my car. When we change, the figure follows, and we decide to run back to the car. I watch him from my seat as he slowly walked back into the darkness, while still staring in our direction. My boyfriend at this point says to me, "Let's get out of here." I agree, but all of our camping gear is outside. We quietly get our things together, not trying to freak the other one out. The weirdest part of the story, in my opinion, is the next part. My headlights weren't working, and there was a weird fog over my windshield that didn't go away no matter what we did. We had to drive out of the woods with only low beams and a strange fog over the window. We could barely see, but we got out of there. Weirdly enough, the fog went away as soon as we got to the gas station. We got home at around 1 in the morning. I told my father the story the next day, and he said he's glad we got out of there, or else we could have been murdered. 2 people have died at this campground while snorkeling, which I found out later after I got back. My boyfriend and I think it was either a person trying to kill us or a Wendigo. We've kind of settled on the Wendigo because what happened was so unexplainable to us. Thank you for listening. So, to preface, I would like to state that this story is probably going to read like the plot of a campy 1980s horror movie, and is going to be very long. However, this entire story is true. If not for being 5 miles from cell reception, and the way the story ends, there would be a police report for verification. A buddy of mine and I try to camp twice a month now that I have a vehicle that can be trusted to get me to some of the more remote areas of our state. We planned on a camping trip for the past weekend. We chose a fairly remote location that we'd been to the previous weekend. The previous weekend, we were the only people we'd seen within 1 mile of our camp spot. Friday night, we got there and set up. This story takes place Saturday night. It's about 9 p.m., so the sun is long gone, and the moon hasn't quite risen yet. It's pitch black out, other than what our fire lights up. Suddenly, we hear a man screaming. We listen intently, silently sharing an anxious look. At first, we were hoping it was someone drunk and having a little too much fun. But it quickly becomes obvious this isn't fun party screaming. It isn't even like he's hurt. It sounds full of despair, anger, and anguish. I'm going to take a moment to remind you that this is 9 p.m., pitch black night, in the middle of nowhere woods, 5 miles from the nearest cell phone signal. We hadn't seen anyone in hours. The screaming continues for what felt like hours, but was probably about 5 solid minutes. We had no idea what to make of it and started feeling extremely paranoid. We gathered up anything remotely close to a weapon and tried to come up with explanations of the screaming while keeping our eyes on the forest around us. After about 15 tense minutes of fear-induced paranoia, I nearly fell out of my seat as I watched a flashlight and lantern slowly enter our camp. I greeted the stranger with a basic, "How's it going?" before he was even lit up by the fire. He responded quickly but flatly by asking if we could do him a favor. "That depends on the favor," my buddy and I said in unison, obviously tense, holding our weapons close to us. The stranger proceeded to ask if he could hang out for a second by the fire. Given the 2 of us and 1 of him, plus our myriad of weapons gathered from around the camp to within our arm's reach, we decided to agree and let him hang out. After a short second of awkward silence, I ask him what the hell's going on. He proceeds to tell my buddy and I that he was camping down the trail with his buddy and that his buddy had snapped and tried to kill him. "Wait, what?" I said before the thought even finished processing in my head. "Is that the screaming we heard earlier?" The man slowly nods, staring blankly into the fire, and begins his story. "We were just hanging out, man. We came up earlier today and my buddy just freaked out. He started screaming and just wouldn't stop. Then he attacked me. He lunged at me, and I told him to just back off and chill, you know. Well, he kept coming after me, and it started getting pretty violent, and I'm pretty sure he was going to kill me, so I grabbed my car keys, the light, and I ran. I don't know what to do, man. He chased me when I ran, and I don't know what to do. We don't have firearms or anything, but we do have a hatchet." My buddy and I looked at each other for a second, completely astonished. Then, something horrible dawned on me. "Wait, he chased you, like he's on his way here, right now." The man just slowly nods in reply, and right on cue, like some terrible horror movie come to life, we hear screaming from maybe 30 to 40 foot from our camp, down on the main trail. I just want your fucking balance, Gary. I want your balance. Gary, Gary, where are you? Where, Gary, is what we heard screamed. I've never in my life heard a man scream like this. I've never heard anything like it. It was a brutal, guttural scream that was shrill to the ears, yet deep in pitch. The sound of someone gone completely mad. And the way he said the stranger's name would switch erratically from long and sing-songy to short, guttural punches of sound. We killed our lights, became silent, and listened. By some miracle, the madman did not notice our camp and continued walking down the trail, screaming the whole way. We ended up chatting with this Gary for hours, listening to the screaming getting further and further away. We come to find out they'd taken 4.5 to 5 grams of magic mushrooms each, and Gary's buddy Ty was a co-worker of his and was fine for 3.5 hours. He then suddenly snapped. It seemed as though Ty thought he could kill Gary and steal his good trip. We hear the screamings getting further and further for over 2 hours. By this time, it's 11 p.m. The moon is starting to come out and it's below 30 degrees Fahrenheit. Ty had no jacket or flashlight, according to Gary. My buddy and I are way too drunk to drive out of camp to get cell service, as it was snowy and icy, and required 2 to 3 miles of highway driving after getting off the trail. And Gary was still lightly feeling the effects of weed and mushrooms, so he couldn't drive back either. We had to make the decision to let the guy wander, hope he sobered up and could find his way back. And he did. Oh, he did. Right into our camp. We hear yelling after about an hour of no screams, maybe 30 to 50 feet from camp again. Hey, help, please help me, I'm lost. And we can tell the man's walking from the woods into our camp. We tell Gary to hide just in case, and we greet the man with me carrying my 12-gauge shotgun and my .40 caliber pistol holstered. My buddy carrying his AK-47 style rifle and his 2 9mm Glocks holstered, and also with our flashlights on their brightest settings in his face. He was about 6'2" to 6'3" and approximately 300 pounds. We talked to him, decided he was calm enough to talk with, and walked him back to his camp. He seemed really remorseful, said he blacked out and didn't remember anything, that he had a falling out with his buddy. We escorted him back to his camp down the trail, returned and told Gary that Ty seemed cool, and if anything else happens, to scream and come running. We would come out and help him out. It ended up being a happy ending. We made friends with Gary, and I got his phone number to make sure the next day that he got back into town safely, back to his wife and kid, and we're actually planning on a camping trip with him soon. But Ty, who wandered screaming like a deranged maniac in the forest, potentially wielding a hatchet to murder your friend to steal his good trip, or whatever it is your psychosis-filled mind was thinking, for the love of God, let's not meet again. About 15 years ago, when my girlfriends and I were in college, we decided to go camping at a national forest in Georgia for spring break. We were eager to escape the stress of college life and enjoy some time in nature. It was still pretty cold out, so there weren't many campers around, and the nearest group to us was at the far end of the campground. We were pretty inexperienced campers and forgot a few things, so after setting up camp, we decided to walk to the shower block near the center of the campground to freshen up and see if they had any vending machines or notices about local amenities. As we approached the shower block, we noticed a group of guys loitering outside, loudly chatting and leering at us. The moment we came into their view, their conversation seemed to shift, and they began whispering and chuckling while casting long, suggestive glances our way. One of them let out a low whistle, and another muttered something under his breath that made the rest of the group laugh. Their eyes followed us with an unsettling intensity that made my skin crawl. It was clear their attention was focused on us in a way that was neither friendly nor welcome. We felt their eyes on us as we approached, and I could sense my friends tense up beside me. Their behavior made us extremely uncomfortable. We pretended to check the notice board a little distance away, trying to act casually. My heart was racing, and I could feel my friends' unease. In hushed voices, they suggested we go back to our camp. We made a show of looking at the various notices, trying to act normal. The men's laughter and crude remarks continued behind us as we walked away. I was deeply uncomfortable at this point, and my friends expressed the same. We wanted to avoid the group and made a plan to go back later when the group of men had left. Back at our campsite, we tried to shake off the encounter and enjoy our evening. We had dinner, chatted, and relaxed by the fire, but I still felt uneasy. As night fell, it was getting quite cold, so we bundled up in our sleeping bags inside the tent. Just as we were settling down, we heard the sound of a large vehicle rolling up to the campsite right next to us. The campsite was by no means full, and I remember wondering why they parked right next to us when they could have chosen any other site. I heard the sound of their truck's engine idling, and then 3 deep male voices laughing raucously. I got shivers. I just knew it was them. I recognized the grating laugh that belonged to one of the men. My friends had clearly come to the same realization. They were staring at me with wide eyes. "Do you think they know we're here?" my friend Sammy whispered. We hoped it was a coincidence, quickly realizing how unsettling the alternative was. The alternative was that they knew we were here, and that meant they would have had to have followed us back from the shower block, or they'd spotted us at some point in the day and made a note of where we were. We felt like sitting ducks, but it got worse. The men's voices were audible from within our tent, and we could tell that they built a campfire and sat down around it. We could hear the pop as they opened beer cans, and occasionally the hollow clatter as they tossed the empty ones down on the ground. They weren't making any effort to keep the volume down. Their voices carried clearly through the walls of our tent, and we heard snippets of their conversation. Some of their remarks were disturbing, full of innuendo and threats. They mentioned scaring those girls and laughed about it, their tone making it clear they found the idea amusing. It became evident they were talking about us, and their intentions did not sound harmless. My friends and I exchanged fearful glances, our anxiety quickly escalating. We huddled together in our tent, whispering our fears to each other and trying to come up with a plan. We knew we couldn't slip past them, and we couldn't just leave. We didn't know what they would try, and they were bigger, stronger, and possibly more dangerous than we could handle. There were no other campers close by to witness or intervene, and I didn't bear thinking about what might happen. Every rustle outside made us jump, and each burst of laughter from their campfire sent a wave of dread through us. The flimsy fabric of the tent was no protection at all, and we were acutely aware of how vulnerable we were. We lay there, our breaths shallow. I could feel my heart pounding. We were all trying to stay as quiet as possible. The sounds from the men's campfire were a constant reminder of the threat just outside. At one point, we heard footsteps approaching, and we held our breaths, terrified they were coming for us. The footsteps stopped just short of our tent, and we could hear whispers and laughter. We took turns staying awake, keeping watch, and listening for any signs of trouble, and were resolved to get out of there as soon as the men went to sleep. The hours dragged on, and every noise seemed amplified in the stillness of the night. We clung to each other for comfort, whispering reassurances that we would get through this. The occasional sounds of the men breaking the silence made it clear they were still awake and still drinking. The fear was palpable, a physical weight pressing down on us. I don't think any of us actually slept. At some point in the early hours of the morning, none of us had heard a sound from the men for a few hours. Quickly and quietly, we packed up our things from inside the tent. I communicated to my friends that we should leave the tent, and as soon as we exit, make our way quickly and quietly to the car. I opened the zipper to the tent as quietly as possible and motioned for my friends to follow. We crept to the car, taking care to open the doors softly. My friend Amelia was driving, and she was able to throw herself in and start the engine. By the time Sammy and I had our doors closed, she was pulling away. I had never seen her drive like that. We drove away from the campsite, kicking up dirt as the wheels spun. My heart was hammering in my chest. I've never known fear like it. We were all shaken up, and as soon as we came to the nearest town, Amelia took the exit and parked up in the first spot she could find, a little mom-and-pop cafe, I think it was. Her hands were trembling on the wheel from adrenaline. I kept expecting to see them behind us, she said shakily. I reassured her that we were safe now and suggested we let someone know what had happened, where we were, and that we were on our way back now. She seemed reassured by this idea. Our moms were good friends, so we called each of them and explained the situation. My older brother had stopped by my mom's house that morning, so she had sent him to come meet us on the road. This gave us the courage to get back on it, and about 30 minutes later, he reached us and he tails us back to my mom's house. That experience has never left me. The sense of vulnerability and fear we felt that night was something we never wanted to experience again. A few years later, I got my concealed carry permit, and I now carry when I go camping. I hate that it came to that, but people can be unpredictable and dangerous. Living in an area known for meth production, it's not unheard of to encounter shady characters in remote places. I take extra precautions now to ensure my safety. I was made all too aware of how vulnerable we were as 3 girls camping out in the woods with barely another soul around, especially with the violent tensions those men gave voice to. Despite the fear that lingered from that night, we were determined to not let it ruin our love for the outdoors. We planned our trips more carefully, choosing campsites that were well maintained and had a ranger station nearby. Over the years, we've had many more camping adventures, and while we remain cautious, we've never had another encounter like that one. In 2019, I was hiking with a group in Colorado. We were camping near White River National Forest. On the second day, we set out to climb a smaller peak. Many of us were slightly inexperienced hikers and preferred the safety of our group and our experienced adventure guide, Jack. The weather was perfect, not too hot. We took photos and refueled at the summit. The view softened the ache in my legs, and a lot of us were celebrating the achievement. One of the reasons I love hiking with a group, but you will soon see the other. We began our descent, knowing that the climb down was in some ways worse than the ascent. My legs felt a bit unstable, and it was hard on the knees. As we navigated the rocky path, I suddenly misstepped, slipping on the loose shale, and fell about 4 feet down onto a path below. As I landed, I felt a sharp pain shoot through my right ankle. The overwhelming wave of agony washed over me. It was like being stabbed. It took my breath away. I tried to move, but the pain was excruciating, and there was no way I was going to put any weight on it. My friends rushed to my side, clearly very concerned, but I couldn't tell you what they were saying. I couldn't focus on anything but the pain. Jack was trained in first aid and took a look at my ankle. I could not look. He did not say much as he recovered my ankle with my pants and a glance at my friends' faces, many of which looked quite upset, and some had very forced smiles. I did not ask questions. I knew it was bad. The relentless throbbing would not ease, and by this point, I had realized that I still had to make the descent, one way or another. I think then the panic took over and made the pain much worse than it had been before. Jack instructed the others to set up camp a short distance below on a large shelf, while we waited for the rescue team. He stayed with me, providing as much comfort and support as he could, but every small movement sent fresh waves of pain through my leg, making me wince. I think I may have blacked out for a while. When I awoke, I had been wrapped in an emergency blanket. Jack radioed for help, and we were informed that the rescue team would take several hours to reach us. The trail we had taken was narrow and treacherous, complicating any rescue operation. They would have to hike in with all their equipment, and the rough terrain would significantly slow them down. As we waited, the temperature dropped to the teens. I began to shiver uncontrollably. There wasn't enough level ground to build a fire on the path. Obviously worried about shock, Jack gave me some emergency heat packs, which I was able to clutch under the blanket. That was some relief. By the time the rescue team arrived, the sun had set. It was dark and so cold. Their hike up to us must have been strenuous at that pace, but they were amazing and quickly assessed my condition and hoisted me onto a stretcher. Tears welled in my eyes from the pain as they moved me, but I was incredibly relieved that they were there. Carrying me down the mountain meant navigating the rugged terrain in the dark, whilst hoisting me on the stretcher. I wasn't well aware of what went on, but I could hear their matter-of-fact communication as they worked together to climb down without jolting me too much. I remember this floating in and out of my awareness as the pain overwhelmed me, but Jack would later relay the night's events to me as follows. The narrow trail meant the crew had to proceed with extreme caution to avoid slipping or dropping the stretcher. The darkness added another layer of complexity, with only headlamps to light our way. Loose rocks and uneven ground made every step precarious, and the crew had to communicate constantly to coordinate their movements. When we finally reached a flatter area, they transferred me to an ATV, which took me the rest of the way to the ambulance. The ATV ride was bumpy, each jolt and bump intensifying the pain in my leg. The paramedics in the ambulance were kind and efficient. Their gentle reassurances, a small comfort amid the pain and fear. They checked my vital signs, kept me warm, and reassured me that I was going to be okay, though I could hardly focus on their words through the haze of pain. At the hospital, they performed x-rays and tests to check for fractures. They determined I had a compound fracture. I had to undergo surgery to realign my ankle and have it cast. I was in the hospital for about 24 hours, and I remember being so happy to see my friends waiting for me in the hotel lobby when they let me go that I started to cry. But I knew I wouldn't be able to hike with them for some time. The doctor told me it would likely need months to heal before I then would need to start building the muscle back up in order to help strengthen it. I was worried that I wouldn't get to see my hiking buddies because of this, but I should have known they would band around me. Certain things in life reveal who your true friends are, and for that I am so grateful as I am to the incredible rescue team. Without them, I would never have made it down off that mountain. Over the next few weeks, I rested. After that, I had to have help getting to work, as I could no longer drive. The boredom got to me at times, but my friends often visited, bringing food, books, and encouragement. Their support was invaluable, helping me stay positive through the difficult days. Each day was a battle against boredom and frustration, but their unwavering support made it bearable. Reflecting on the experience, I realized how many people had played a role in my rescue and recovery. Jack, our guide, had made the tough decision to send the group ahead while staying with me. The rescue crew had worked tirelessly to reach us and get me to safety. The hospital staff had provided essential care, and my friends had been there for me. So many people saved my life that day. Their combined efforts, skills, and compassion made all the difference. It was a humbling experience, showing me the strength of human kindness and the importance of community. I learned that even in the most challenging situations, there are always people willing to help, to aid others in need. Their kindness and dedication were a lifeline. As I healed, I made a promise to myself to pay it forward. Inspired by those who had helped me, I shared my story with others, emphasizing the importance of safety and preparedness. Inspired by Jack and the rescue team, I also signed up for a first aid course, wanting to be equipped to help others in an emergency. My injury had changed me, but it had also connected me to a network of caring, dedicated individuals who understood the value of looking out for one another. By the end of the year, I was back on smaller, flatter trails. My leg had healed, but I was now more cautious. I know I got it very lucky. There are people who hike alone, and sometimes when I have a quiet moment, I can't help but think that without my hiking group, I would most likely still be up on that mountain 5 years later. When my friends and I were in high school, 2 friends and I decided to go wild camping. We hitchhiked to one of the entrances to a national park, intending to find a nice spot to set up camp. In Scotland, wild camping is permitted pretty much anywhere, as long as you don't cause damage or leave a mess. The first few days were great. We explored the dense forests, enjoyed the serene lakes, and even managed to set up a decent camp with our limited experience. But by the 5th day, we had run out of beer. We were no longer inspired by canned sausages and beans, which had become increasingly unappetizing. On top of that, the weather was awful. Constant rain and wind made everything miserable. To make matters worse, biting midges swarmed us relentlessly, leaving us covered in itchy bites. We were cold, wet, hungry, and desperate for some comfort. On the 6th night, we were over it. We decided to start walking the several miles back to the road, hoping we could hitch a ride back home. We packed up our soggy gear and set off in the pouring rain. We managed about 5 miles before realizing we had no idea where we were going. The forest paths all looked the same in the dark, and we were completely lost. Around 10 p.m., just as our spirits were at their lowest, a solo hiker came across us. He was a creepy guy, making the hairs on the back of our necks stand up. He had a gaunt face and made intense, unblinking eye contact. He warned us to be careful, saying that anyone could come along, murder us, and we'd never be found. After thoroughly unsettling us, he abruptly changed his tune and started trying to be helpful. He mentioned he had a van parked nearby with some extra food and supplies. He invited us to come with him, saying it would be more comfortable than camping out in the open. We were hesitant, our instincts telling us something was off, but the prospect of a dry place to stay and some food was tempting. We exchanged uneasy glances, but eventually decided to follow him to the van, thinking we could quickly leave if things got weird. We reached the van. The hiker invited us in. It was cluttered with the various camping gear and supplies. He handed us some sandwiches and drinks, which we accepted gratefully. As we ate, he started talking about his adventures and experiences in the wild. At first, it seemed harmless, but then he began bragging about his knife collection. With a toothy grin, he pulled out a large hunting knife and started showing it off. He then opened a drawer to reveal several more knives of different sizes and shapes. He talked at length about how each one was unique and detailed with the various ways they could be used. A little speechless, my friends and I exchanged nervous glances. At our discomfort, the hiker laughed and put the knives away. but instead of letting us leave, he pulled out a smaller knife and a sharpening stone. He began to sharpen the knife methodically, the scraping sound filling the small space of the van. As he sharpened the knife, his tone became irritable, and he remarked at how we should be grateful for the food and shelter. My friends and I were unsure of how to respond, realizing that this guy was clearly a little loopy. My buddy John thanked the man for his hospitality and excused us in faux politeness, and said that we needed to press on as my dad was expecting us to check in with him once we'd made it back to the road. The hiker seemed to hesitate, but he eventually put the knife and sharpening stone away, laughing off his earlier mood. We were all clearly uncomfortable and wanted to leave immediately. We quickly thanked him again for the food. The rain was still pouring, making the path slippery and treacherous, but we basically ran, not knowing if the man would follow us. Our hearts pounded as we navigated the dark path, constantly looking over our shoulders. Every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs made us jump, fearing that the hiker was following us. The journey felt like an eternity, but we finally reached the road. I guess the mention of my dad was enough to make him think twice about whatever he was planning. As we reached the road, we saw headlights approaching. We flagged down the car, which turned out to be a kind older couple. We explained our situation. The couple, sensing our distress, immediately agreed to give us a ride to the nearest town. The relief we felt as we got into their car was immense. During the drive, we began to relax. The couple asked us about our trip, and we recounted the highlights of our adventure before the disturbing encounter. They listened sympathetically and even offered us some wool blankets they had with them. The couple were so kind and dropped us off at my dad's house, which wasn't a huge detour for them. My dad was surprised to see us, so we explained about the midges and how our shoes had been soaked through for a couple of days now. I made a joke about a hot shower, but we didn't mention the encounter with the man in the van. My dad would have for sure called us idiots for going back to the van with him, and to be honest, I felt like one already. We're older and broader and could hold our own now, but nothing beats that kind of crazy. So we all steer clear of weirdos with knife collections. Fuck that. Remember, kids, don't talk to strangers. I wasn't sure where else to post these stories, so I figured I'd share them here. I've been a search and rescue officer for a few years now, and along the way, I've seen some things that I think you guys will be interested in. Most of the time, they just wander off the path or slip down a small cliff, or they can't find their way back. The majority of them have heard the old, stay where you are thing, and they don't wander far. But I've had 2 cases where that didn't happen. Both bother me a lot, and I use them as motivation to search even harder on the missing person cases I get called on. The first was a small boy who was out berry picking with his parents. He and his sister were together, and both of them went missing around the same time. Their parents lost sight of them for a few seconds, and in that time, both the kids apparently wandered off. When their parents couldn't find them, they called us, and we came out to search the area. We found the daughter pretty quickly, and when we asked where her brother was, she told us that he'd been taken away by the bear man. She said he gave her berries and told her to stay quiet, that he wanted to play with her brother for a while. The last she saw of her brother, he was riding on the shoulders of the bear man and seemed calm. Of course, our first thought was abduction, but we never found a trace of another human being in that area. The little girl was also insistent that he wasn't a normal man, but that he was tall and covered in hair, like a bear, and that he had a weird face. We searched that area for weeks. It was one of the longest calls I've ever been on, but we never found a single trace of that kid. The other was a young woman who was out hiking with her mom and grandpa. According to the mother, her daughter had climbed up a tree to get a better view of the forest, and she'd never come back down. They waited at the base of the tree for hours, calling her name before they called for help. Again, we searched everywhere, and we never found a trace of her. I have no idea where she could possibly have gone, because neither her mother or grandpa saw her come down. A few times I've been out on my own searching with a canine, and they've tried to lead me straight up cliffs, not hills, not even rock faces, straight sheer cliffs with no possible handholds. It's always baffling, and in those cases, we usually find the person on the other side of the cliff, or miles away from where the canine had led us. I'm sure there's an explanation, but it is sort of strange. One particularly sad case involved the recovery of a body. A 9-year-old girl fell down an embankment and got impaled on a dead tree at the base. It was a complete freak accident, but I'll never forget the sound her mother made when we told her what had happened. She saw the body bag being loaded into the ambulance, and she let out the most haunting, heartbroken wail I'd ever heard. It was like her whole life was crashing down around her, and a part of her had died with her daughter. I heard from another search and rescue officer that she killed herself a few weeks after it happened. She couldn't live with the loss of her daughter. I was teamed up with another search and rescue officer because we'd received reports of bears in the area. We were looking for a guy who hadn't come home from a climbing trip when he was supposed to, and we ended up having to do some serious climbing to get to where we figured he'd be. We found him trapped in a small crevasse with a broken leg. It was not pleasant. He'd been there for almost 2 days, and his leg was very obviously infected. We were able to get him into a chopper, and I heard from one of the EMTs that the guy was absolutely inconsolable. He kept talking about how he'd been doing fine, and when he'd gotten to the top, a man had been there. He said the guy had no climbing equipment, and he was wearing a parka and ski pants. He walked up to the guy, and when the guy turned around, he said he had no face. It was just blank. He freaked out and ended up trying to get off the mountain too fast, which is why he'd fallen. He said he could hear the guy all night climbing down the mountain and letting out these horrible, muffled screams. That story bothered the hell out of me. I'm glad I wasn't there to hear it. One of the scariest things I've ever had happen to me involved the search for a young woman who'd gotten separated from her hiking group. We were out until late at night because the dogs had picked up her scent. When we found her, she was curled up under a large rotted log. She was missing her shoes and pack, and she was clearly in shock. She didn't have any injuries, and we were able to get her to walk with us back to base ops. Along the way, she kept looking behind us and asking why that big man with black eyes was following us. We couldn't see anyone, so we just wrote it off as some weird symptom of shock, but the closer we got to base, the more agitated this woman got. She kept asking me to tell him to stop making faces at her. At one point, she stopped and turned around and started yelling into the forest, saying that she wanted him to leave her alone. She wasn't going to go with him, she said, and she wouldn't give us to him. We finally got her to keep moving, but we started hearing these weird noises coming from all around us. It was almost like coughing, but more rhythmic and deeper. It was almost insect-like. I don't really know how else to describe it. When we were within sight of base ops, the woman turns to me, and her eyes are about as wide as I can imagine a human could open them. She touches my shoulder and says, "He says to tell you to speed up. He doesn't like looking at the scar on your neck." I have a very small scar on the base of my neck, but it's mostly hidden under my collar, and I have no idea how this woman saw it. Right after she says it, I hear that weird coughing right in my ear, and I just about jumped out of my skin. I hustled her to ops, trying not to show how freaked out I was. But I have to say, I was really happy when we left that area that night. Now, I don't know if this is true in every SAR unit, but in mine, it's sort of an unspoken, regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other SAR officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point, we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. On just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point, we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I just wanted to go check on them, but I was told very emphatically that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently. If anyone has had any theories about the stairs, or if you've seen them too, let me know. As far as missing persons go, I'd say about half the calls I get are related to that. The others are rescue calls, people who fall down cliffs and hurt themselves, get injured by fire. You wouldn't believe how often this happens. Mostly drunk kids, get bitten or stung by animals or insects. We're a tight team, and we have veterans who are excellent at finding signs of lost people. That's what makes these cases where we never find any trace of them so frustrating. One in particular was upsetting for all of us, because we did find a trace of them, but it just led to more questions than answers. An older man had been hiking alone on a well-established trail, but his wife called to say that he hadn't come home when he should have. Apparently, he had a history of seizures, and she was worried that he hadn't taken his medication, and had suffered one out on the trail. Before you ask, I have no idea why he thought it was okay to go out alone, or why she didn't go with him. I don't ask about that kind of thing, because past a certain point, it really doesn't matter. Someone is missing, and it's my job to find them. We went out in a standard search formation, and it wasn't long before one of our vets found signs that the guy had gone off the trail. We grouped up and followed him, spreading out in a fan to make sure we were covering as much ground as possible. Suddenly, a call comes over the radio, telling us to all head back to the vet's location, and we come right away, because this usually means the missing person is injured, and we need a full team to help get them out safely. We meet back up, and the vet is just standing at the base of a tree, with his hands on the side of his head. I ask my buddy what's going on, and he points up into the branches of this tree. I almost couldn't believe what I was seeing, but there's a walking stick dangling from a branch at least 30 feet off of the ground. The little strap thing on the handle had been looped around the branch, and it's just hanging there. There's no way this guy could have tossed it up that far, and we don't see any other signs that he's still in the area. We call up into the tree, but it's obvious no one's in it. We're all just sort of left scratching our heads. We keep searching for the guy, but we never find him. We even bring our canines out, but they lose his scent long before this tree. Eventually, the search is called off because there are other calls we have to attend to, and past a certain point, there's not much we can do. The guy's wife called us every day for months, asking if we'd found her husband, and it was heartbreaking to hear her get more and more helpless each time. I'm not sure why this call in particular was so upsetting. but I think it was just the sheer improbability of it. That, and the questions that were raised. How the hell had this guy's cane ended up there? Did someone just kill him and toss that up there as some weird trophy? We did our best to find him, but it was almost like a taunt. We still talk about that one from time to time. Missing kids are the most heartbreaking. Doesn't matter what circumstances they go missing under. It's never easy, and we always dread the ones we find deceased. It's not common, but it does happen. David Paulides talks a lot about kids' SAR teams finding places they shouldn't be or couldn't be. I can honestly say I've heard about this kind of thing happening more than I've seen it, but I'll share one of the ones that I think about a lot that I witnessed personally. A mother and her 3 kids were out for a picnic in an area of the park that has a small lake. One is 6, one is 5, and the other one is about 3. She's watching them all really closely, and according to her, she never lets them out of her sight at any time. She never saw anyone else in the area either, which is important. She packs their stuff up and they start to head back to the parking area. Now, this lake is only about 2 miles into the woods, and it's on a very clearly established trail. It's almost impossible to get lost getting from the parking area to it, unless you're deliberately going off the path like an imbecile. Her kids are walking in front of her when she hears what sounds like someone coming up the path behind her. She turns around, and in the 4 or so seconds she's not looking, her 5-year-old son vanishes. She figures he stepped off the trail to pee or something, and she asks her other 2 where he went. They both tell her that a big man with a scary face came out of the woods next to them, took the kid's hand, and led him into the trees. The 2 remaining kids don't seem upset. In fact, she says later that it seems like they've been drugged. They're sort of spacey and fuzzy. So of course she freaks out, starts looking frantically in the area for her kid. She's screaming his name, and she says at one point she thinks she heard him answer her. Now obviously, she can't go blindly running into the woods. She's got the other 2 kids, so she calls the police and they send us out immediately. We respond and we start the search for him. Over the course of this search, which spans miles, we never find a single trace of the kid. Canines can't pick up any scent. We don't find any clothing or broken bushes or literally anything that would signify a child being there. Of course, there's suspicion about the mother for a while, but it's pretty clear that she's completely destroyed by the whole thing. We looked for this kid for weeks, with a lot of volunteer help, but eventually, the search peters out, and we have to move on. The volunteers keep searching though, and one day we get a call on the radio letting us know that a body's been found and needs to be recovered. They tell us the location, and none of us can believe it. We figure it has to be a different kid, but we go out there about 15 miles from the site where he vanished, and sure enough, we find the body of the kid we've been looking for. I've been trying to figure out how this kid got where he did ever since we found him, and I've never come up with an answer. A volunteer just happened to be in the area because he figured he might as well look in places no one else would think to, on the off chance that the body had been dumped. He comes to the base of a tall, rocky slope, and halfway up, he sees something. He looks through his binoculars, and sure enough, it's the body of a little boy, stuffed in a little opening in the rock. He recognizes the color of the kid's shirt, so he knows right away that it's the missing boy. That's when he calls it in, and we're dispatched. It took us almost an hour to get his body down, and none of us could believe what we were seeing. Not only was this kid 15 miles from where he'd started, there was no possible way he could have gotten up there on his own. This slope is treacherous, and it's hard even for us with our climbing gear. A 5-year-old boy had no way of getting up there, of that I'm certain. Not only that, but the kid doesn't have a scratch on him. His shoes are gone, but his feet aren't damaged or dirty, so it wasn't as if an animal dragged him up there. And from what we can tell, he hadn't been dead that long. He'd been out there over a month by that point, and it looked like he'd been dead for, at most, a day or two. The whole thing was unbelievably strange and was one of the most disconcerting calls I've ever been on. We found out later that the coroner determined that the kid had died from exposure. He'd frozen to death, probably late at night, 2 days before we found him. There were no suspects and no answers. To date, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. One of my first jobs as a trainee was a search op for a 4-year-old kid that had gotten separated from his mom. This was one of those cases where we knew we were going to find him because the dogs were on a strong scent trail, and we saw clear signs that he was in the area. We ended up finding him in a berry patch about half a mile from where he'd last been seen. The kid wasn't even aware that he'd wandered that far. One of the vets brought him back, which I was glad for because I'm really not good with kids, and I find it hard to talk to them and keep them company. As my trainer and I are headed back, she decides to take me on a detour to show me one of the hot spots where we tend to find missing people. It's a natural dip in the land near a popular trail, and people will usually move downhill because it's easier. We hike out there. It's a few miles away, and we get there in about an hour or so. As we're walking around the area, and she's pointing out places she's found people in the past, I see something in the distance. Now, this area we're in is about 8 miles from the main parking area, though there's back roads you can take to get closer if you don't want to hike that far. But we're on state-protected land, which means there can't be any kind of commercial or residential development out here. The most you'll ever see is a fire tower or makeshift shelter that homeless people think they can get away with building. And if there's one thing you learn quickly, it's that nature rarely makes straight lines. I point it out, but she doesn't say anything. She just hangs back and lets me wander over and check it out. I get within about 20 feet of it, and all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a staircase in the middle of the fucking woods. In the proper context, it would literally be the most benign thing ever. It's just a normal staircase with beige carpet and about 10 steps tall. But instead of being in a house where it obviously should be, it's out here in the middle of the woods. The sides aren't carpeted, obviously, and I can see the wood it's made of. It's almost like a video game glitch, where the houses fail to load completely, and the stairs are the only thing visible. I stand there, and it's like my brain is working overtime to try and make sense of what I'm seeing. My trainer comes and stands next to me, and she just stands there casually, looking at it as if it's the least interesting thing in the world. I ask her what the fuck this thing is doing here, and she just chuckles. Get used to it, rookie. You're gonna see a lot of them. I start to move closer, but she grabs my arm, hard. I wouldn't do that. Her voice is casual, but her grip is tight, and I just stand there looking at her. You're gonna see them all the time, but don't go near them. Don't touch them. Don't go up them. Just ignore them. I start to ask her about it, but something in the way she's looking at me tells me that it's best if I don't. We end up moving on, and the subject doesn't come up again for the rest of my training. She was right though. I'd say about every 5th call I go on, I end up running across a set of stairs. Sometimes they're relatively close to the path, maybe within 2 or 3 miles. Sometimes they're 20, 30 miles out, literally in the middle of nowhere. And I only find them during the broadest searches or training weekends. They're usually in good condition, but sometimes it looks like they've been out there for miles. All different kinds, all different sizes. The biggest I ever saw looked like they came out of a turn-of-the-century mansion and were at least 10 feet wide, with steps leading up at least 15 or 20 feet. I've tried talking about it with people, but they just give me the same response my trainer did. It's normal, don't worry about it. They're not a big deal. But don't go close to them or up them. I don't really know what else to tell them. I'm really hoping someday I get a better answer, but it hasn't happened yet. This is another one that was less spooky and more sad. A young man went missing late in winter, when realistically no one should be going that far out onto the trails. We close a lot of them, but some remain open year-round, unless there's a shitload of snow. We didn't opt for him, but we had about 6 feet of snow on the ground. It was an unusually heavy snow year, and we knew it wasn't likely that we'd find him until spring when the thaw came. Sure enough, when the first big thaw came, a hiker reported a body a little ways off the main trail. We found him at the base of a tree, in a pile of melted snow. I knew right away what had happened, and it scared the living shit out of me. Most of you who ski or snowboard, or spend any amount of time on a mountain, will probably have guessed too. When snow falls, it doesn't collect as thick in the areas beneath the branches. It happens most with fir trees because they have a sort of closed umbrella shape. So what you end up with is a space around the base of the tree that's filled with a mixture of loose, powdery snow, air, and branches. They're called tree wells, and they're not immediately obvious if you don't know what you're looking for. We put up signs in the welcome center, big ones, letting people know how dangerous they are. But every year that we get an unusual amount of snow, at least one person doesn't read them or doesn't take the warning seriously, and we find out about it in spring. My best guess is that this young man was hiking and got tired, or maybe a cramp from walking in the deep snow. He went to go sit at the base of a tree, not knowing that there was a tree well, and fell in. He got stuck with his feet up, and the surrounding snow caved in around him. Unable to free himself, he suffocated. It's called snow immersion suffocation, and it doesn't usually happen except in really deep snow. But if you get stuck in a weird position, like this guy did, even 6 feet of snow can be lethal. What scared me the most was imagining how he must have struggled, upside down in the freezing cold. He didn't die quickly. The snow would have formed a dense, heavy pile on top of him, and it would have been literally impossible to get out. As it got harder to breathe, he would have known what was happening. I can't even imagine what he was thinking in his last moments. A lot of my less outdoorsy friends want to know if I've ever seen the goat man while I've been out on calls. Unfortunately, or I guess fortunately, I've never had anything quite like that happen. I guess the closest was the whole black-eyed man thing, but I didn't see anything. However, there was one call where I had something kind of similar happen, but I'm not sure I'm willing to chalk it up to the goat man. We'd gotten a report that an older woman had fainted along one of the trails and needed assistance getting back down to the main area. We hike up to where she's at, and her husband is just beside himself. He runs, well, I guess more jogs to us, and tells us that he was a little ways off the trail looking at something when his wife starts screaming behind him. He runs back to her, and she's passed out on the trail. We get her on a backboard, and as we're getting her down to the welcome center, she comes to and starts screaming again. I calm her down and ask her what happened. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but essentially, what happened was this. She'd been waiting for her husband when she started hearing this really strange sound. She said it sounded sort of like a cat, but it was off somehow, and she couldn't quite figure out why. She went a little ahead to try and hear it better, and it sounded like it was coming closer. She said the closer it got, the more uneasy she was, until she finally figured out what was wrong. I do remember this next part. because it was so weird that I don't think I could forget it if I tried. It wasn't a cat, it was a man saying the word meow over and over. Just meow, meow, meow. But it wasn't a man. It couldn't have been, because I've never heard a man make his voice buzz like that. I thought my hearing aid was going out, but it wasn't. I adjusted it, and it sounded all buzzy. It was awful. He was coming closer, but I couldn't see him. And the closer he got, the more scared I was. And the last thing I remember was a shape coming out of the trees. I guess that's when I fainted. Now, obviously, I'm a little perplexed as to why a guy would be out in the fucking woods chanting meow, meow at people. So once we get down the mountain, I tell my superior that I'm going to search the area to see if I can find anything. He gives me the go-ahead, and I grab a radio and hike back to where she fainted. I don't see anyone, so I keep going out about a mile more. And when I head back, I go off the trail to see if I could figure out where she saw him coming from. It's almost sunset by this point, and I don't have any desire to be out at night alone, so I just sort of write it off and make a mental note to check it out again tomorrow. But as I'm headed back, I start to hear something in the distance. I stop, and I call out for anyone in the immediate area to identify themselves. The sound didn't come closer or get louder, but it sounded exactly like a man saying, meow, meow, in this really odd monotone. As comical as it makes it sound, it was almost like that guy on South Park with the electrolarynx, Ned. I go off the trail in the direction I think it's coming from, but I never seem to get closer. It's almost like it's coming from all directions. Eventually, it just sort of fades out, and I ended up going back to the Welcome Center. I didn't get any further reports like that, and even though I went back to that area, I never heard that exact sound again. I suppose it could have been some stupid kid out there fucking with people, but even I have to admit it was weird. This one happened on a case that I went out on right after I got out of training, and was still pretty new to everything. Before I took this job, I was a volunteer, so I had a basic idea of what to expect. But on those calls, you're mostly dealing with finding lost people after vets have found signs of them. As a search and rescue officer, you go out for all kinds of cases, from animal bites to heart attacks. This case got called in early in the morning from a young couple who were up on one of the trails that goes by the lake. The husband was completely hysterical, and we couldn't really figure out what was going on. We could hear the woman screaming in the background, and he was begging us to come up there right away. When we get there, we see him holding his wife, and she's got something in her arms. She's screaming these awful, almost animal-like screams, and he's sobbing. He sees us, and he screams at us to help them, to please get an ambulance up there. Now obviously we can't just drive an ambulance up the walking path, so we ask him if his wife needs help, or if she will walk down on her own. He's still hysterical, but he manages to tell us that it's not his wife that needs help. I go over while one of the vets tries to calm him down, and I ask the wife what's going on. She's rocking, holding something, and just shrieking over and over. I crouch down and see that whatever she's holding, it's covering her with blood. That's when I notice the sling on her front, and my heart sinks. I ask her to tell me what's going on, and I sort of pry her arms gently open so I can see what she's holding. It's her baby, obviously dead. His head is caved in on one side, and he's covered in scratches. Now, I've seen dead bodies before, but something about this whole situation hits me hard. I have to take a second to compose myself, and I get up and go get one of the other vets who's standing by. I tell him that it's a dead kid, and he sort of pats my shoulder and tells me he'll deal with it. It took us over an hour to get this woman to let us see her kid. Every time we try to take him from her, she flips out and tells us we can't have him, that he'll be okay if we just leave her alone and let her help him. But eventually, one of the vets manages to calm her down, and she gives us the body. We took it back to the med area, but when the EMTs showed up, they tell us that there was never any hope of saving the kid. He died instantly from the trauma to his head. I was good buddies with one of the nurses who met them at the hospital, and she later told me what had happened. Turns out, the couple had been walking with the baby in the sling, and they stopped because the kid was fussing. The dad takes the kid and is holding him, looking out over this little gully by the path. The mom comes to stand next to him, but she ends up stepping on a loose patch of soil, and she trips. She falls into the dad, who drops the kid, who ends up falling about 20 feet down this little gully onto the rocks at the bottom. The dad climbed down and recovered the kid, but he'd fallen right on his head and was dead by the time he got there. The baby was about 15 months old. It was a total freak accident, a series of events that coalesced into the worst possible outcome. Probably one of the more awful calls I've been on. I haven't seen a lot of animal bites in my time as a search and rescue officer, mostly because there aren't that many animals that come around the area. While there are bears in the area, they tend to stay pretty far away from people, and sightings are highly unusual. Most of the animals you'll see are small ones, like coyotes, raccoons, or skunks. What we do see frequently, though, are moose. And let me tell you, moose are nasty fuckers. They'll chase after anything for any reason, and God help you if you get in between a female and its baby. One of the more amusing calls was of a guy who'd gotten chased down by an absolutely massive male moose and was stuck up a tree. It took us almost an hour to get him down, and when he was finally on solid ground again, he looks at me and says, "Damn, them fuckers is big up close." I guess that's not really a scary story, but we still laugh about that one. I honestly don't know how I'd forgotten this story, but it is, by far, the scariest thing that's happened to me. I guess maybe I've tried so long to forget about it that it just didn't come to mind right away. As someone who spends literally all of their time in the woods, you don't ever want to let yourself get scared of being alone or out in the middle of nowhere. That's why when you have experiences like this, you tend to just forget about them and move on. This is, to date, the only thing that's ever made me really seriously consider if this job is the right one for me. I don't really like talking about it much, but I'll do the best I can to remember it all. As I recall, this took place right at the end of spring. It was a typical lost child call. A 4-year-old girl had wandered away from her family's campsite and had been missing for about 2 hours. Her parents were completely despondent and told us what most parents do. My kid would never wander away. She's so good about staying close. She's never done anything like this before. We assure the parents that we'll do everything we can to find her, and we spread out in a standard search formation. I partnered with one of my good buddies, and we were sort of casually holding conversation while we hiked. I know it sounds callous, but you do sort of become desensitized when you've done this long enough. It becomes the norm, and I think to a certain extent, you have to learn to desensitize yourself in order to work this job. We search for a good 2 hours, going well beyond where we think she'd be, and we come out of a small valley when something makes us both stop in unison. We freeze and look at each other, and there's almost a sensation like a plane depressurizing. My ears pop, and I have this odd sensation of having dropped about 10 feet. I start to ask my buddy if he felt that, but before I can, we hear the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. It's almost like a freight train passing directly by us, but it's coming from every direction at once, including above and below us. He screams something to me, but I can't hear him over this deafening roar. Understandably freaked out, we look all around us, trying to find the source of the sound, but neither of us sees anything. Of course, my first thought is a landslide, but we're not near any cliffs, and even if we were, it would have hit us by now. The sound goes on, and we're trying to yell to each other, but even standing close together, we can't hear anything but this sound. Then, as suddenly as it starts, it stops, like someone threw a switch and cut it off. We stand there for a second, perfectly still, and slowly, the normal sounds of the woods come back. He asks me what the fuck just happened, but I just kind of shrug, and we stand there looking at each other for a minute. I get on the radio and ask if anyone else just heard the end of the fucking world, but no one else hears it, even though we're all within shouting distance of each other. My buddy and I just sort of shrug it off and keep going. About an hour later, we all check up on the radios and no one's found the little girl. Most of the time, we won't search when it gets dark. Because we don't have any kind of lead on her, a few of us decide to keep going, including my buddy and I. We keep close together, and we're calling out for her every couple of minutes. At this point, I'm beyond hope that we find her, because while I may not like kids, the idea of them being out all alone in the dark is awful. The woods can be intimidating to kids in the daylight. At night, well, it's a whole different beast. But we're not seeing any signs of her or getting any responses, and around midnight, we decide to turn around and head back to the rendezvous point. We're about halfway back when my buddy stops and shines his light to the right of us, into a really thick deadfall or a group of dead trees. I ask him if he's heard a response, but he just tells me to be quiet a second and listen. I do, and in the distance, I can hear what sounds like a kid crying. We both call the girl's name and listen for any kind of response, but it's just this really faint crying. We heard it in the direction of this deadfall and go around it, calling her name over and over. As we get closer to the crying, I start getting this weird feeling in my gut, and I tell my buddy that something isn't right. He tells me he feels the same way, but we can't figure out what it is. We stop where we are and call the girl's name again, and at the same time, we both figure it out. The crying is on a loop. It's the same little hitching sob, then wail, then quiet hiccup, repeated over and over. It's exactly the same every time, and without saying another word, we both take off running. It's the only time I've ever lost my composure like that, but something about it was so incredibly wrong, and neither of us wanted to stay out there anymore. When we got back to the rendezvous, we asked if anyone had heard anything strange, but no one else knew what we were talking about. I know it sounds sort of anticlimactic, but that call fucked me up for a long time. As for the little girl, we never found a trace of her. We keep an eye out for her and all the other people who we've never found, but frankly, I doubt we'll ever find anything. Of the missing person calls I've gone out on, only a handful have ever resulted in a complete disappearance, meaning no trace of the person and no body ever found. But sometimes, finding a body just leads to more questions than answers. Here are some of the bodies we found that have become infamous in our team. A teenage boy whose remains we recovered almost a year after he vanished. We found the top of his skull, 2 finger bones, and his camera, almost 40 miles from where he was last seen. The camera, sadly, was destroyed. The pelvis of an older man who had vanished a month earlier. That was all we found. the lower jaw and right foot of a 2-year-old boy on the highest peak of a ridge in the southern part of the park, the body of a 10-year-old girl with Down syndrome almost 20 miles from where she'd vanished. She had died of exposure 3 weeks after going missing, and all of her clothes were intact except for her shoes and jacket. There were berries and cooked meat in her stomach when they did the autopsy. The coroner said it appeared as if someone had been taking care of her. There were no suspects ever identified. The frozen body of a 1-year-old baby, found a week after vanishing in the hollow trunk of a tree 10 miles from where he was last seen. There was fresh milk found in his stomach, but his tongue was gone. A single vertebra and right kneecap of a 3-year-old girl, found in the snow almost 20 miles from the campground her family had been at the previous summer. Now on to a couple of the stories my friend told me. I mentioned that you were all interested in the stairs, and you're in luck. He's had a close encounter with them. Though he doesn't have any explanation for them, he does have a bit more experience with them than I do. My buddy has been a search and rescue officer for about 7 years. He started when he was a junior in college, and he had a very similar experience when he first encountered the stairs. His trainer told him almost the same thing mine did, which was to never go near, touch, or ascend them. For the first year, he did just that, but apparently his curiosity got the better of him, and on one call, he broke away from the line and went to go check a set of them out. He said they were about 10 miles from the path where a teenage girl had vanished, and the dogs were following a scent. He was on his own, lagging behind the main group, when he saw a set of stairs to his left. They looked like they were from a new house because the carpeting was pristine and white. He said that as he got closer, he didn't feel any different or hear any weird noises. He was expecting something to happen, like bleeding from his ears or collapsing, but he got right up next to them and didn't feel anything. The only thing, he said, that was odd was that there was absolutely no debris on the steps, no dirt, leaves, dust, anything, and there didn't appear to be any signs of animal or insect activity in the immediate area, which he found strange. It was less like things were avoiding them, and more like they just happened to be in a relatively barren part of the forest. He touched the stairs and didn't feel anything except that sort of sticky feeling you get from new carpet. Making sure his radio was on, he slowly climbed the stairs. He said it was terrifying because the way they'd been stigmatized, he wasn't really sure what was going to happen to him. He joked that half of him expected to be teleported to some other dimension, and the other half was watching for a UFO to come swooping down. But he got to the top with little event, and he stood there looking around. But, he said, the longer he stood on the top step, the more he felt like he was doing something very, very wrong. He described it as the feeling you'd get if you were in a part of a government building you have no business being in. As if someone was going to come and arrest you, or shoot you in the back of the head at any second. He tried to brush it off, but the feeling got stronger and stronger. And that's when he realized that he couldn't hear anything anymore. The sounds of the forest were gone, and he couldn't hear his own breathing. It was like some kind of weird, awful tinnitus, but more oppressive. He climbed back down and rejoined the search, and didn't mention what he'd done. But, he said, the weirdest part came after. His trainer was waiting back at the welcome center after the search ended for the day, and he cornered my buddy before he could leave. He said his trainer had this look of intense anger and asked what was wrong. "You went up them, didn't you?" the trainer said. My buddy said it wasn't phrased as a question. He asked how his trainer knew. The trainer just shook his head. "Because we didn't find her. The dogs lost her scent." My buddy asked what that had to do with anything. The trainer asked how long he'd been on the stairs, and my buddy said no more than a minute. The trainer gave him this really awful, almost dead-eyed look and told him that if he ever went up another set of stairs again, he'd be fired immediately. The trainer walked away, and I guess he's never answered any of the questions my buddy has asked him about it since. My buddy has been involved in a lot of missing person cases where there's never been a trace of them found. I mentioned David Paulides, and my buddy said he can confirm that those stories are, for the most part, accurate. He said that most of the time, if the person isn't found right away, they're either never found or they're found weeks, months, or years later in places they can't possibly have gotten to. One story he told me really stood out that involved a 5-year-old boy with a severe mental disability. The little boy vanished from a picnic area in the late fall. In addition to the mental disability, he was also physically handicapped, and his parents explained over and over that he simply could not have vanished. It was impossible. Someone had to have taken him. My buddy said they searched for this kid for weeks, going miles out of the accepted range, but it was like he had never been there. The dogs couldn't pick up his scent anywhere, not even in the picnic area where he'd apparently vanished from. Suspicion fell on the parents, but it was pretty clear that they were devastated and hadn't done anything sinister to their kid. The search was concluded about a month later, and my buddy said everyone had pretty much forgotten it by later in the winter. He was out on a training op in the snow on one of the higher peaks when he came across something in the snow. He said he saw it from far away at first, and when he got closer, he realized it was a shirt, frozen and sticking part way out of the powder. He recognized it as belonging to the kid because it had a distinctive pattern. About 20 yards away, he found the kid's body laying partially buried in the snow. My buddy said that there was no way the kid had been dead for any more than a few days, even though he'd been missing for almost 3 months. The kid was curled around something, and when my buddy brushed off the snow to see what it was, he said he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a big chunk of ice that had been carved crudely to look sort of like a person. The kid was holding it so tight that it had frostbitten his chest and hands, which my buddy could tell even with the decay that had taken place. He radioed the rest of the crew, and they took the body off the mountain. Now, he recapped all of this for me, and to put it simply, there was no way this kid could have both survived for almost 3 months on his own or have gotten to this peak. There was no physical way this child could have walked almost 50 miles and ended up on the top of a damn mountain. To top it off, there was almost nothing in this kid's stomach or colon. Nothing, not even water. It was like, my buddy said, the kid had been taken off the face of the earth, put in suspended animation, and dropped off on this mountain months later, only to die of exposure. He's never really gotten over that one. The last story I'll share from him was one that took place relatively recently, only a few months ago. They were out doing a recon for mountain lions because there had been several reports of sightings in the last couple of days. One of our jobs is to scout out the areas where these animals are seen to ensure that if they are in the area, we can warn people and close off those trails. He was out on his own in a very heavily forested part of the park toward dusk when he heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the distance. Now, as most of you know, when a mountain lion screams, it sounds almost exactly like a woman being brutally murdered. It's unsettling, but far from abnormal. My buddy radioed back and let ops know that he'd heard one and that he was going to keep going to see if he could figure out where its territory started. He heard the mountain lion scream a couple more times, always from the same spot, and determined the approximate area of the mountain lion's territory. He was about to head back when he heard another scream, this time within only a few yards of him. Of course, he freaks out and starts heading back at a much faster pace because the last thing he wants is to run into a damn mountain lion and get mauled to death. As he got back on the path and started heading back, the screaming followed him and he broke into a jog. When he was about a mile from Ops, the screaming stopped and he turned around to see if it was following him. It was almost night by this point, but he said in the distance, just before the path rounded a corner, he could see what looked like a male figure. He called out to them, warning them that the paths were closed and that he needed to come back to the welcome center. The figure just stood there, and my buddy started to walk over. When he was about 10 yards away, the figure took, as he described, an impossibly long step toward him and let out the same scream my buddy had been hearing. My buddy didn't even say anything. He just turned and sprinted back to Ops, never looking behind him. By the time he got back, the screaming had moved back into the woods. He didn't mention it to anyone else, just said that there was a mountain lion in the area and that they would need to close the paths until the animal could be located and moved. KD is a vet who's been a search and rescue officer for about 15 years. She specializes in high-elevation mountain rescues and is widely considered one of the best in her field. She was one of the more enthusiastic storytellers, and since we were together a fair amount during exercises, she ended up telling me about 4 that really stuck with me. The first she told me in response to my asking about her most traumatic calls. She shook her head and told me that really bad calls happen more frequently on the mountain since the potential for nasty accidents is higher. About 5 years ago, one of the parks she worked at had a string of disappearances. It was a bad year, she said, one of the worst on record as far as weather went. They were getting about a foot of new snow every couple of days, and there were a few avalanches that killed some climbers. They'd warned people about staying on the mapped areas, but of course, there's always those who don't listen. In one particular nasty case, an entire family got wiped out because the father decided he knew better than the officials, and he took them out into an area that wasn't safe. They were snowshoeing, and as best as KD could figure, they'd walked onto a shelf of snow that looked solid, but actually wasn't. It gave way, and this family went ass over tea kettle almost 300 feet down a slope. They landed on the rocks at the bottom, and the parents died instantly. One of the kids did as well, but the other 2 survived. One had a broken leg and fractured ribs. The other was almost unharmed, save for some bruising and a sprained ankle. The uninjured child left his sibling behind and set out to find help. Katie said the kid didn't make it more than half a mile before a storm overtook him. The kid stopped to try and get warm, or maybe just to rest, and ended up freezing to death. They ended up finding the family with the help of some witnesses who saw them heading out into the wilderness. And she was the one to find the kid who'd frozen to death, looking for help. She said it had started to snow, just enough to obscure long-distance vision, but not enough to make searching impossible. She saw a figure sitting in the snow up ahead, and she got to it as quickly as possible. She described, in detail, how as she got closer, she realized first that it was a child, second, that they were deceased, and third, that they'd frozen in one of the most pitiful positions she's ever found a corpse in. The kid was sitting upright, with his knees tucked up against his chest. His arms were curled around them, and his head was tucked up in his coat. When she moved the coat to look at his face, she saw that he'd died crying. His face was twisted, and the tears were frozen on his cheeks. She said it was painfully obvious that the kid was terrified when he succumbed to hypothermia, and as a mother, it broke her heart. She told me repeatedly that she hopes the father is burning in hell as we speak. The other traumatic story she told me that stood out in my mind was one that happened when she was a rookie. Her team got a report of an experienced climber who hadn't come home the previous day. His wife was convinced that something bad had happened because he'd never failed to come home on time. They went out looking for him and had to climb what sounded like some very technically challenging parts of the mountain. They got to a relatively flat area, and KD started seeing blood in the snow. She followed the trail, and as she went, she started seeing little bits of tissue. She wasn't sure exactly what body part it had come from, but the farther she followed it, the more there was. She followed this blood and tissue trail to a sheltered area under a cliff face, and she finds the climber. She said there was so much blood, more than she'd ever seen before. He was lying face down, one arm stretched in front of him, as if he died crawling. She looks closer and sees that he's been partially disemboweled, which is where the tissue she'd seen had come from. The guy has an ice pick tucked into a hip holster, and it's covered in blood. Of course, they'll never be sure exactly what happened, but she said as best she can figure, this is what went down. The guy had been attempting to climb up to the next area and had been using his ice axe to ascend. He'd probably hit a loose patch and had fallen. On the way down, or possibly when he landed, he'd gotten impaled by the axe, and it had disemboweled him. He drug himself along, tearing pieces of himself out as he went, and had died under the cliff face. She isn't terribly bothered by gore, but I guess a few of the guys who came to help her remove the body threw up when they turned him over, and a good portion of his intestines spilled out. I mentioned to her that I was interested in hearing about any experiences she had with people completely disappearing. Her eyes lit up and she leans in close to me. "Want to hear a real doozy?" she asks. She tells me about how, when she first started, there was a case that got a lot of attention in the media. A family had been out berry picking in an area of the forest very close to the entrance of the park. They had 2 little boys, both under the age of 5, and at some point during the day, one of them vanishes. There's an absolutely massive search, and they find absolutely nothing. It's another of those cases where it's like the kid was never there in the first place. The dogs just sit down and don't pick up on anything. No trace of the kid is found. The search goes on for about 2 months, but is eventually called off. Fast forward to 6 months later. The family comes back to place flowers at a memorial that's been set up there for the kid. They bring their other son. While they're placing the flowers, they lose sight of the kid for about 3 seconds, and in that span of time, he vanishes into thin air. Now, obviously, the parents are beyond devastated. It's awful enough to lose one child, but to lose 2 is beyond imagining. The search is huge and one of the largest in state history. There are about 300 volunteers combing every inch of this park, looking for the kid. But again, there's no trace of him. The search goes on for about a week, with people looking miles from the part of the park he vanished from. And then, almost 2 weeks later, a volunteer almost 15 miles from the designated search area radios in that he's found the kid. They assumed that the kid was dead, but the volunteer says he's not only alive, he's in good shape. KD and her team go out to recover the kid, and when they get there, she can't believe that this is the kid that's been missing. His clothes are clean, there's no dirt on him anywhere, and he doesn't appear traumatized. The volunteer says he found the kid sitting on a log, playing with a little twig bundle that's bound together with some old rope. KD asks him where he's been, who he was with for those 2 weeks, and the kid tells her that he's been with the fuzzy man. Now, KD firmly believes in Bigfoot, so she gets all excited and asks what he means by fuzzy. Was he hairy? She asks, but the kid says no, he wasn't hairy. He was a fuzzy man, and he describes a man that's blurry, like when you close your eyes but not all the way closed. He says the man came out of the trees and took the kid with him deep into the woods. The kid says he slept in a hollow tree, and the fuzzy man gave him berries to eat. Katie asks if the man was mean, if he scared the kid, and the kid says no, he wasn't scary, but I didn't like how he didn't have eyes. Katie says they get the kid back to headquarters, and a cop takes him into town to talk to him more about what happened. She's friends with the cop that talked to him, and she said the kid described being kept in this tree by the fuzzy man and given berries whenever he was hungry. He was allowed to wander around a very specific clearing, but when he tried to go further, the fuzzy man would get mad and yell real loud, even though he didn't have a mouth. When the kid got scared at night, the fuzzy man made it go brighter and gave him the twig bundle. He said the fuzzy man was going to keep him, but he had to let him go because the kid wasn't the right kind. He either can't or won't elaborate more on that. The cops are just sort of left scratching their heads, and the search for his brother is renewed with no results. The kid has no idea where his brother might be, and they never find him. The last story that Katie told me was something that happened to her when she got separated from her training group when she was a rookie. They were learning the basics of high elevation belaying on a well-mapped side of the mountain, and she had to use the bathroom. She went off about 50 yards from the group during a meal break and did her business. I'll tell the rest exactly as she told it to me. So I go take a piss, and once I'm done, I start going back to the group, but I've only gotten about 5 feet when I realize that I have no idea where I am. And this wasn't oh, I got turned around lost. I mean, I had literally no fucking clue where I was. If you'd asked me, I don't think I'd have been able to tell you what state we were in. It was sort of how I imagine people with amnesia feel, you know. You're completely lost, and you have no idea what to do. So I stood there for a while, just trying to figure out where the fuck I was and what I was supposed to do. But the longer I stand there, the more confused and turned around I get, so I started walking. As I recall, I picked a random direction and went for it. And as I'm walking, it's just getting worse and worse to the point where I have no concept of why I'm on the mountain in the first place. I'm just trudging through the snow, and then I start hearing this voice. It's kind of inside my head almost, like if a frog could talk, all low and croaky, and it's telling me over and over, it's okay, you just need to find something to eat. Find something to eat and you'll be okay. Just keep walking and find something to eat. Eat. So I start looking around for anything that I can eat, and I swear to God, I've never felt that hungry in my whole life. It was bottomless, and I think I'd have eaten just about anything you put in front of me right then. I had no concept of time, so I had no idea how long I'd been out, when I hear an actual voice coming toward me. I go toward it and see one of the other search and rescue officers, and he's looking fucking terrified. He's running toward me, asking if I'm okay and what the hell I'm doing out here. And the scary thing was, as he's running toward me, I kind of see myself reaching into my belt for my hunting knife. I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing, but what I am thinking is that I have to eat. If I don't eat, I'll never be okay again. So I just have to eat. He sees me doing that and backs off right away. He yells at me to put my knife away, that he's not gonna hurt me, and that kind of snaps me back. All of a sudden, I know exactly where I am. I then put the knife away. I run to him and ask him how long I've been gone, thinking he'll tell me that I've been gone for half an hour or so. But he tells me that I've been gone for 2 fucking days. I've gone over 2 peaks and ended up almost on the other side of the mountain. And if I'd kept going, I would have ended up wandering into about 300 miles of wilderness. They'd never have found me. He can't believe I'm not dead, and of course I don't know what to think. To me, no time has passed at all. I don't say anything. I just go back with him to a rendezvous point, and I'm taken back to HQ to be airlifted to the hospital. When I get there, they do all kinds of tests and try to figure out what happened. As best they can guess, I had some kind of weird fugue state, which is kind of like amnesia, or a weird seizure that knocked my brain out of whack. But the truth is that we really don't know. It's never happened again, but I'll tell you, ever since then, I never go out there alone. People rag on me for making them come with me when I have to leave the group, but I just tell them that listening to me piss in the snow is better than losing me for 2 days on a freezing mountain. The next person I talked to was EW, a former trainer who now works as an EMT. He still comes to ops like this to help out, but doesn't work full-time for us anymore. He specializes in finding lost kids. He just seemed to have a sixth sense when it came to knowing where they'd gone. He's a legend among the more senior vets, but he gets embarrassed if you compliment him on his work. He sat down with me at dinner one evening, and we ended up swapping stories. Most of them were just casual, but when we got on the subject of our weirder calls, I mentioned that I'd had a buddy who'd gone up a set of stairs. He got kind of quiet and asked me if I'd heard of a little boy who disappeared from his park a few years back. I hadn't, so he told me this story. They were out looking for this 11-year-old boy, Joey, who'd gone missing near a river. Of course, the first thought was that he'd fallen in and drowned, but when they brought dogs out, they led the search and rescue officers away from the river and up into a very densely forested area. When we do searches for people, we search in a grid pattern, and we search every box of the grid incredibly thoroughly. What EW's team noticed right away was that a very strange pattern was emerging. Dogs in alternating boxes were picking up Joey's scent, but losing it when they overlapped with another box. If you think of a checkerboard, Joey's scent was being picked up in random black squares, but never in the red. This, of course, did not make any sense, because how could the kid bounce from area to area without leaving a scent in each place he passed? EW and his partner pass into a new box of the grid, and EW notices a set of stairs about 50 yards away. He tells his partner that they need to go check near it, but his partner flat out refuses. He tells EW that he's made it a point to never go near any stairs he sees, and that while it may be routine, he's not to pretend that it's normal. He tells EW that he'll wait in sight while EW checks. EW says he was irritated, but he felt for the guy, and he didn't want to push him on the subject. EW said, "I walked over to the stairs. They were small, kind of like stairs into a basement. I don't really feel strongly one way or another about them, the stairs I mean, so I wasn't scared or anything. I guess I'm like everyone else, and I just prefer not to think about them too much. Anyway, I went over, and I could see that there was something lying on the bottom step, sort of curled up. My heart sinks, because of course you always hope for the best, and we were confident that we'd find this kid alive, because he'd only been missing for a few hours, but I knew right away that it was him, and that he was dead. He was curled up in a little ball on the step, holding his stomach. It looked like he'd been in horrible pain when he died, but I didn't see any blood except some on his lip and chin. I radioed in that I'd found him, and we got his body back to command. That poor family, they were devastated. The parents couldn't understand how he'd be dead, because he'd only been gone for such a short amount of time, and on top of that, we didn't have any obvious cause of death, which just made it worse. I figured he'd probably eaten something poisonous since he was holding his stomach when I found him, but I didn't want to guess. It's hard enough to hear that your kid is dead, let alone have some stupid search and rescue guy guessing about what happened. They took him away, and I went home and tried not to think about it. I hate finding dead kids, man. I loved this job, but it's one of the reasons I left. I've got 2 daughters, and the thought of losing them that way just... EW choked up a bit here. I'm not great with emotional stuff like that, and it's always sort of awkward to see a grown man cry, so I didn't really know what to do. He pulled himself together eventually, though, and he kept going. We don't always hear back from coroners about cause of death, he said. It's not really our job to know, I guess, and sometimes if they think it's foul play, they won't tell us because of legal bullshit. But I've got a friend who works for the sheriff's department, and he'll usually pass along any interesting information I ask. In this case, though, I actually got a call from him about a week later. He asks if I remember the kid, and of course I do, and he says some seriously weird shit is going on. He tells me, EW man, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but the coroner has no idea what happened to this kid. He's never seen anything like it. He goes on to tell me that when the coroner opened the kid up, he couldn't even believe what he was seeing. The kid's organs were like Swiss cheese. Quarter-sized holes were punched clean through just about every single organ this kid had, aside from his heart and lungs. But his colon, his stomach, his kidneys, they were full of these clean holes. My friend said that the coroner described it as if someone had taken a hole punch and punched holes out of everything. They were so neat. But the kid didn't have a scratch on him, no entry or exit wounds. The closest anyone there had ever seen like it was a guy who filled himself full of buckshot a year or so back while he was cleaning his rifle. No one had a clue what could have possibly caused it. My friend asked me if I'd ever heard anything like it, or if we'd had similar cases in the past. But I'd never even heard of something like that, and I told him I wasn't going to be of any help to him. As far as I know, the coroner determined the cause of death as something like massive internal bleeding, but no one knows what really happened. I've never been able to forget that kid. I have nightmares about it sometimes. I don't let my kids go into the woods alone, and when we go together, I never let them out of my sight. I used to love it out here, but that case and a couple others just sort of ruined it for me. Dinner was over, so we started to clean up and go back to our cabins. Before we went our separate ways, EW put his hand on my shoulder and looked at me really close. He tells me that there's bad things out here, things that don't care if we have families or lives, or that we can think and feel. He tells me to be careful, and he walks away. I didn't get a chance to talk with him again, but that story stuck with me. By pure coincidence, I got to talk to another vet, PB, who's been in the search and rescue field for years. We were partnered on a grid sweep during a training exercise, and we were chatting casually about how we liked the job, what kind of things we'd seen, and the like. At one point, we passed an old set of stairs, though these were probably from an old fire lookout, given the area that we were in. I sort of casually mentioned that I was curious about the stairs, and that I wished I knew more about them. He got kind of quiet and looked like he wanted to tell me something, but wasn't sure if he should. Finally, he told me to turn my radio off. Obviously, this is something we are never, ever supposed to do, but I did, and he did the same. About 7 years ago, he tells me he was out on a call with a rookie. They were in an area of the park that's had a lot of strange reports and events. Disappearances, stories about lights in the forest, odd noises, things like that. The rookie was totally spooked, kept going on and on about things out in the woods. According to PB, the guy wouldn't stop talking about the goat man, just on and on. Goat man this and goat man that. Finally, I told him that there was plenty else to be afraid of out here that was very real, and that he'd better get over this thing with the goat man. The rookie wanted to know what kind of things I was talking about, and I just told him to shut up and walk. We crested a little ridge, and there was a staircase about 10 yards ahead. The rookie stops dead in his tracks and just stands there looking at them. I tell him, "See, that's something you should be afraid of." The rookie asks me what the hell these things are doing out here, and for some reason, I just open up and tell him the truth. Or what I've been told is the truth. I could have gotten into a lot of trouble for doing what I did, and I could get into a lot of trouble for repeating it to you, but you're a nice kid, and I want you to stop looking into this. Quit while you're ahead, PB told me. So I'll tell you what I know, under the condition that you never breathe a word of this to the soups. I told him I wouldn't say a word, and he double-checks that our radios are off. He begins, "When I first started out, we were a little less tight-lipped about them and other things that happened out here. We warned people before they were even hired that there was weird shit going on. I guess the Forest Service was tired of having such a massive turnover rate, and they wanted people to know what they were getting into. So they started having people sign these agreements that they wouldn't go to the media about what they were going to see. The Forest Service didn't want to scare people away, so the last thing they needed were spooked rookies running off to the media with stories of ghosts and haunted stairs. But eventually, they found that the agreements weren't necessary. People not only didn't want to talk about what they saw, they wouldn't. A few times, media tried to talk to people when kids or hikers would disappear, and no one would say a word. I can't really explain it. I guess we just don't really want to admit anything is wrong. This is our job, to be out in the woods every single day. We don't need to be spooked, and the best way to avoid that is to pretend like everything's okay. So I'll tell you everything I can think of, and after that, I'm done talking about it for good. And I expect you not to bring it up around me, ever. The stairs have been out here as long as the parks have existed. We have records going back decades describing them. Sometimes people go up to them and nothing happens. Other times, look, I really don't like talking about this, but sometimes really bad shit happens. I saw one guy get his hand sliced clean off when he got to the top step. He reached out and touched a tree branch, and it happened so fast. 1 second his hand was there, and the next it was gone. Completely clean wound. We didn't find his hand, and the guy almost died. Another time, a woman touched one of the stairs, and a blood vessel in her brain exploded. Literally exploded, like a water balloon. She sort of stumbled down and came over to me, and all she got out was, "I think something is wrong with me." She dropped like a sack of flour, dead before she hit the ground. I'll never forget the way the blood leaked into the inside of her eye. Before she died, I watched it turn red. I watched it happen, and there wasn't a single thing I could do to help. Warn people not to go anywhere near them, but there's always at least one idiot who does. And even if nothing happens to them, something bad always happens. Kids go missing as we're on their trail. Someone dies the next day, cut in half in a completely safe part of the park. I don't know why, but something bad always happens. I don't know exactly why they're out here, but it doesn't matter. They're here, and if we were smart, we'd tell our new officers exactly what they're capable of. We were both quiet for a little while. I was afraid to talk because I wasn't sure if PB was done. He looked like he wanted to say something else. Finally, he spoke up again. "Have you ever noticed how you can't find the same ones twice?" I nodded, expecting him to continue, but he just stayed quiet, walking alongside me, and eventually he started a story about the biggest deer he'd ever seen in the park. I didn't bring up the subject again, and I didn't press him for any more stories. He dropped out of the op the next day. Apparently he left before the sun came up. He said he was sick. None of us have heard from him since he left. A firefighter who was helping us at the training op told me about a call he'd gone on, supposedly to rescue a kid from an absolutely massive tree. He said they didn't give him details, just that they needed him to come out and help because they lacked the proper equipment. He'd been called out specifically because this thing was so huge that the search and rescue didn't feel safe trying to climb it. He'd been a tree trimmer before joining the VFD, so it was easy enough for him to grab his old equipment and come help out. He was led out about 2 miles, and the team stopped at one of the biggest trees in the area and pointed up. He laughed and asked the op captain how the kid had gotten up there, made some joke about the old cat in a tree thing, but the captain just shook his head and told him to get up there and get the kid down. He said he knew something was up, but he didn't push it. He said that as he climbed this tree, he started wondering if they were playing a prank on him. There was no way this kid should have been able to climb this fucking thing. It was massive at the base, but about halfway up, it started tapering, and I almost had to turn back a few times because I really didn't think it was going to hold me. But he said he kept going, and when he was just at the top, he saw a flash of blue in the branches. I saw the kid's shirt sort of caught in a branch, and I called out to him and told him to come near me if he could, but he didn't say anything. I kept moving, calling the kid's name and telling him not to be scared, that I was there to help him. By the time I got to him, I knew he wasn't going to answer me. I found him, or what was left of him, cradled in the fork of a branch, and the fact that he was up there was sheer luck. If he'd fallen any other way, he could have come crashing down. It wouldn't have mattered though, because this kid was dead long before he ended up in that tree. I don't know who put him there, or how, or why, but it was fucking sick. The kid's intestines had popped out of his mouth, and they were hanging in the branches. It was like some sick fucking Christmas tree, the way they were draped all over everything. His eyes were gone. I assumed shoved out from whatever force caused him to pop like a stress ball. You ever seen a body that's been floating in water for a long time, how their tongues kind of swell up and stick out? His was like that. I remember because there were flies crawling all over it. I think I must have gone into shock because, man, I just pushed that kid down with a stick I broke off of a branch. Just kind of poked him until he fell. I don't know why I did that. I almost lost my job because of that. But man, the thought of hauling that kid down over my shoulder the whole way, gathering his guts up and coiling them around me like rope so they wouldn't get snagged, I couldn't do it. I've seen a lot of dead kids, more than I'd ever admit. I've seen a kid who hid in a full bathroom during a house fire, boiled him alive, turned him into literal soup. But this, I don't know what did this, but the thought of touching that kid's body made me feel like I was going to lose my mind. I heard him hit the ground, and I figured everyone would freak out, but they knew he was dead when they sent me up there. They didn't say anything, but they didn't shout or freak out or anything. I got to the bottom, and I started to get up in the captain's face, asking him who he thought he was sending me up there when they knew damn well the kid was dead. But he just told me that it was none of my concern, and he thanked me for getting the evidence down. I remember he said that. I remember it specifically because it was so weird to hear phrased that way. The evidence, like he wasn't even a person. Like he'd never been that little kid who got lost and had something fucking unspeakable happen to him. The captain had a crew lead me back out of the woods, but he and 2 others stayed behind, and I thought that was weird. Why wouldn't they have me help get the kid out? I tried asking, but the guys leading me just told me that they couldn't discuss an open case. I asked him what he thought had happened to the kid, and he got really pensive and thought about it for a bit. I would have said a crush injury based on how his guts came out like that, but with those injuries, you see massive contusions under the skin, obvious trauma. This wasn't like that. It was almost like that kid got caught in a big vacuum and had his guts sucked out. But even then, there was no trauma. None at all. It bothers me, man. It bothers the hell out of me. One of the vets at the training op reads no sleep, and he recognized my stories. He knows me pretty well, and we've swapped stories before. He asked if he could share something he's noticed about the stairs, and some thoughts that he's had. I'm really glad you decided to share these. I think it's important that people be aware of what's out there, especially since the Forest Service is doing such a good job at covering it all up, the vet said. I asked him what he meant. What do you mean, what do I mean? The lack of any kind of media attention. No coverage of missing kids or bodies found miles from where they got lost in the first place. David Paulides hit this right on the head. This Forest Service is doing everything they can to keep people coming here, even if it isn't safe. I mean, to be fair, it's not like these things happen every day, but the numbers add up, and it's worth looking into, especially the stairs. I was surprised you didn't mention the flipped ones, he said. I didn't know what he was talking about. I couldn't ever remember him talking about something like that. He seemed somewhat incredulous. He went on to say, Dude, I can't believe you've been on this long without seeing them. No one told you about them. I shrugged and asked him to elaborate. Well, there's the normal stairs, the ones that pop up when we're a ways out. I know you know about them, but sometimes I've run across ones that are flipped upside down. I guess it would be like if you had a dollhouse and the stairs were a separate piece. Now take that, flip it upside down so the step is stuck in the dirt, and put it out in the woods. They're like that. I don't see them as often, but they're odd, to say the least. It makes me think of footage taken after a tornado, when houses are blown apart and random things are left standing, like chimneys and garden walls. Those ones freak me out more than the normal ones, because I can't really write those off as easily. I don't scare very easily, like most of us who work out here, but that idea stuck with me, and it bothers me. I'm going to try and find out more about them. He also mentioned how many people were bothered by the guy with no face. He got really excited and told me he'd seen something similar. I was out on a training exercise a few years ago. I was camped out in my tent, and I heard someone walking around outside of camp. We're told not to wander far, which you know, so I wondered if maybe it was a rookie who'd gotten up to pee and couldn't find his way back. Remember that guy in our group a few years back who'd almost fell off the damn mountain? Well, I'm paranoid about that happening again, so I got up to see what was going on. I went to the edge of camp, and I called out to whoever it was, and I told them that camp was this way, but they kept going back out into the woods, so I went after them. I know it was stupid, but I was half asleep, and I just really didn't want to deal with some idiot getting hurt. I followed this thing on a dead-end straight course for about a mile, and then it stopped on the edge of a little river. I could see the outline of it because the water reflected the moon, and it looked just like an ordinary guy. He had a pack on, and it looked like he was facing me. I asked if he was okay, if he needed help, and he cocked his head like he didn't understand me. I always have my pocket knife on me, and it's got a little thumb light attached to it, so I turned that on and lit up his chest so I wouldn't blind him. He was breathing slow and deep, so I wondered if he was sleepwalking. I went closer and asked him if he was okay. I moved the light up, and something did not seem right, so I stopped. He kept breathing in real slow, deep breaths, and I sort of figured out gradually that that's what was bothering me. It was like he was pretending to breathe, but not actually doing it. His breaths were too even and deep, and all his movements were exaggerated, like his shoulders going up and his chest moving. I told him to identify himself, and he made this muffled noise. I moved the light up, and I shit you not, this guy had no face. just smooth skin. I freaked out and I sort of fumbled my light, but I saw him move toward me. But he didn't actually move. I don't know how to explain it, but 1 second he was at the edge of the river, and the next he was 5 feet from me. I never looked away or blinked. It was like he moved so fast, my brain couldn't keep up. I tripped and fell on my ass, and I could see this line open up on his throat. It stretched up to his ears, and his head tilted back, and he smiled at me with his throat. There wasn't any blood, just this gaping dark hole. And I swear he smiled at me with this gash in his throat. I got up, and I ran as fast as I could back to camp. I couldn't hear him following me, but I felt like he was always right behind me, even though when I looked back, I couldn't see him. I calmed down when I got back to camp. The fire was still going, and I guess the pack mentality of being with other people made me stop and breathe a bit. I waited by the fire to see if he'd follow me there, but I didn't hear anything else for a few hours. So I went back to bed. I know it sounds weird, but the whole thing was just so surreal that it was almost like I immediately wrote it off as my imagination. We were telling ghost stories one night before bed just to scare each other and poke fun at whoever got creeped out. Most of the time it's the rookies, but one woman told a story that actually managed to get under my skin a bit. And I know the same was true for others. She said it was true, but then again, every ghost story told around a campfire is true. Somehow, though, I don't think she was making it up. It had that ring of truth that only really traumatizing events have. She said that when she was a kid, she and her friend used to go out in the woods behind her house a lot. She lived in northern Maine, where there's a lot of dense, unpopulated national forest. She said the woods up there aren't like they are here. They're so thick in places that the trees block out the sun almost completely. She and her friend grew up there, so they weren't scared of being out there alone, but they did always maintain a sense of caution in certain areas. She said it was never really talked about, but they always knew not to go more than a mile or two beyond their homes. The adults never said why, but it was an unspoken rule that no one ventured out that far. She and her friend made up stories about bears as big as houses that lived out there, and they used to scare each other by hiding and making growling noises while the others searched for them. She said that one summer, there was a series of awful storms that blew down a lot of trees and set one part of the forest a few miles behind her house on fire. Fire crews got it under control, but she said some of them came back, not quite the same. It was like they'd been to war. You could tell who'd really gotten scared because they had the same look on their faces. I think it's called shell shock. My friend and I said they were like walking dead people. They didn't smile or anything if you went up to them, and most of them left town as soon as everything was over. I asked my parents about it, but they said they didn't know what I was talking about. Once everyone was told the woods were safe again, my friend and I decided to try and hike out to where the fire had been. We didn't tell our parents where we were going, and it was pretty exciting to think that we were disobeying them like that. We hiked out about 2 miles or so, and we started seeing burnt trees and stuff. I remember my friend got really upset because we found the skeleton of a deer curled up under a tree, and I practically had to drag her away. She wanted to bury it, but I did not want her touching it because its antlers were weird. I can't remember why. I just remember thinking that there was something wrong with them, and I didn't want either of us to go near it. The further we went, the more burnt everything got. Eventually, there were no standing trees, and it was like being on another planet. Almost nothing green, just brown and black everywhere. We were standing there looking at it all, and we both heard someone shouting in the distance. I panicked because I thought it was my dad, and that he was going to tell me I was grounded. My friend broke off and went to hide behind a big rock because she didn't want to get caught out here. Her parents had forbidden her to come out in the woods at all. and she lied and told them we were going to a movie. I followed her, and we kept listening. I could hear this voice getting closer, and I realized they were calling for help. I thought maybe it was some hiker who'd gotten lost and needed directions back to town. That used to happen all the time, so I was used to helping people out. I heard him following my voice, so I kept calling out until I saw him running in the distance. He got closer, and I could see that his face was all red. I told my friend to give me her pack because she had a first aid kit in it. She made this noise like she was grossed out, and she asked if I saw his face. I told her to shut up, and I jogged up to meet him. I stopped about halfway, and when he stopped in front of me, I could see that his nose and lips and part of his forehead were all gone. It was like they'd been sliced clean off. He was bleeding bad, and I saw that the knees of his pants were red too. I took a step back, but I was too scared to move much, and he grabbed my shoulders. It felt like I got a shock, and he jerked back. He started babbling, and I couldn't tell what he was saying, except that he kept asking how long he'd been gone. He asked me where his unit was, but I just shook my head. He looked me over, and he saw my Walkman and screamed. He just kept babbling and touching his face, and I realized he wasn't wearing the right clothing. He had some kind of weird gray cloth jacket and almost formal pants on, and the jacket had these weird buttons and red borders on it. I kept shaking my head, and I told him I couldn't understand what he was saying. I went to open the first aid kit, but he just screamed again and said the only thing I could really understand: "Don't touch me, you'll make me go back there." After that, he ran off, and I could hear him screaming the whole time. When I couldn't hear him anymore, I turned around, and my friend was crying. I just turned around and started walking back toward town. My friend asked me over and over again what had happened and who that was, but I didn't say anything. When we got home, I told her I did not want to play in the woods with her anymore. We're still friends, but we don't talk about that guy. Not ever. When I had started out as a rookie, no one had told me a lot about the job in terms of weird things that could happen. I'm assuming this was largely to prevent me from freaking out and abandoning the park. But a few months into my service, when I was still a rookie, a friend and I were drunk at a party, and he opened up a bit. Yeah, it can get a little crazy out there, I guess. I think the worst are the ones where people die when they just shouldn't, you know? Or when they find them dead like 10 minutes after someone says they saw them last. They were fine when I passed them on the switchback, I swear. That sort of shit. Like take this guy who I found one spring out on a really popular trail. Someone comes into the VC freaking about some guy who's lying in the middle of the path in this giant pool of blood. So we run out there and we find this guy dead as a doornail, which he absolutely should be because the back of his head is like mashed potatoes. The skull is decimated, brains are leaking out like custard filling, and the guy's so old you figure, yeah, he probably fell and hit his head. Old people fall all the time, it's no big deal. Except that this area where he fell doesn't have any big rocks. There's not even any stumps or big branches, and on top of that, there's no blood trail, so he clearly died where he dropped. Now that's when you turn to murder, but there were people just out of line of sight with the guy. If someone came up behind him and murdered him, there's no way someone wouldn't have heard. And again, even if someone had, there'd be a blood trail, spatter all over the place. But everyone on the scene said it looked exactly like he'd fallen and smashed his head on a rock. So what the fuck did he hit his head on? And then there was this lady I found in a different park about 5 years ago, back when I was upstate. We found her in the middle of a stand of big junipers curled around the trunk, kinda like she was hugging it. We pick her up to move her, and a fucking waterfall comes out of her mouth, splashes all over my shoes. Her clothes are dry, and her hair is dry, but the amount of water in her lungs and stomach was phenomenal. Unreal, man. Oh, and the coroner's report. It says the cause of death was drowning. Her lungs were completely full of water. This, even though we're in the middle of the high desert and there isn't a body of water for miles. No puddles, no nothing. No signs of anything else being out there. I mean, yeah, it's possible they were murdered, but why go out of the way to do it like that? Why not just stab him and be done with it? I don't know, it just sits weird with me. And with that he ended. Now of course that freaked me out a bit, but we were wasted, and I guess I sort of wrote it off as a fluke. I also assumed there was exaggeration there, since, you know, we were wasted. Now, I don't like talking about the next case very much. It was an awful one that I've done my best to forget about. But of course, that's easier said than done. This happened about 6 months after the conversation with my friend at the bar, and up until that point, I hadn't had a lot of really weird shit go down. A few things here and there, and of course the stares, but it's amazingly easy to get used to stuff like that when it's treated as if it's normal. This case was a little different. A guy with Down syndrome in his 20s went missing after his family lost sight of him on a major path. That was odd in and of itself, because this guy never left his mom's side. She was absolutely convinced he'd been kidnapped, and unfortunately, a ranger who isn't with the park anymore insinuated that no one was going to kidnap someone, well, with that kind of disability. He wasn't very tactful, to say the least. We wasted a lot of time trying to calm her down enough to get information about him. And then we put out an official missing persons call. Because of the urgency of the situation, him being mostly unable to function alone, we had local police come in and help us. We didn't find him the first night, which was heartbreaking. None of us wanted to think of him being alone out there. We assumed he just kept wandering and was staying ahead of us. We brought out helis the next day, and they spotted him in a little canyon. I helped bring him back up, but he was in bad shape, and I think we all knew he wasn't going to make it. He'd fallen and broken his spine, and couldn't feel his lower half. He'd also broken both his legs, one at the femur, and he'd lost a lot of blood. He was confused and scared while he was alone, so he probably exacerbated the injuries by dragging himself a little ways. I know it sounds awful, but when I was riding in the copter with him, I asked him why he'd wandered off. I just wanted something to tell his mother, to let her know it wasn't her fault, because he was fading fast, and I didn't think she'd get to ask him herself. He was crying, and he said something about how the little sad boy had wanted him to come play. He said the little boy wanted to trade so he could go home. Then he closed his eyes, and when he woke up again, he was in the canyon. I'm not sure that's exactly what he said, but it was what I thought the gist of it was. He kept crying, asking where his mommy was, and I held his hand and tried my best to keep him calm. And he kept saying that it was cold out there. My legs were frozen. It was cold out there. It's cold in me. He was getting even weaker, so he eventually stopped talking, and he closed his eyes for a while. Then, when we were about 5 minutes from the hospital, he looked right at me with these big tears running down his face, and he said, "Mama won't see me no more. Love Mama. I wish she was here." And he closed his eyes, and he just never woke up. It was horrible, and I don't like talking about it. That case was one of the first ones that really rattled me badly. Because of how badly it affected me, I reached out to a senior ranger who ended up helping me through it. As time went on and we got to know each other better, he ended up sharing one of his own stories with me. It was disturbing, but it helped to know that I wasn't the only person affected by the things going on out there. The senior ranger told me, "I think this must have been before you got here, because I think it didn't end up in the news for some reason. but I think most people who've been here long enough know about it. The park sold off a portion of land to a logging company, and it was a really controversial thing, but it wasn't that large or old of a plot, and it was right after the recession, so we needed cash bad. Anyway, they were felling this plot of land, and we get a call that we need to get our supervisors out right away. I don't know why, but they ended up sending me and a few other guys along with the heads, I guess for power in numbers, to see what was up. We got there, and all these guys are crowded around a tree that they've just cut down. They're all pissed off and freaking out, and the foreman comes over and says he wants to know what we think we're up to. What the hell y'all think this is? Some kind of sick joke? You've got a lot of fucking nerve pulling this shit. We've bought this land fair and square, the foreman said. Well, we don't know what the hell he's talking about, so he brings us over to this felled tree and points at it and tells us that when they cut it down, it was just like this, and they'll be damned if they put it there. The inside of the tree was all rotted out and hollow in one spot, and when they'd cut it down, it had exposed that chamber, and inside it is a hand, like a perfectly severed hand, and it looks like it's actually fused with the inside of the tree. Well, now we think they're pulling a joke, so we tell them that we don't like being fucked with, and we start to leave. But they tell us they've already called the cops, and that they'll go right to the media if we don't stick around. Well, that gets the heads' attention, so they stick around and talk to the police about it. Everyone is denying they put the hand in there, and besides, how would anyone have even done it? It's clearly a real hand, but it's not mummified or skeletal. It's brand new, probably not even a day old, and it's definitely fused with the wood. You can see that it's coming right out of it. The loggers, they insist that they didn't put it there. Somehow, this fresh human hand ended up fused to the inside of this living tree. The cops have them cut up that section of the tree into a movable chunk. They take the hand away, and the area is closed off. There was a pretty big investigation, but I know they didn't get any answers. Now it's becoming this legend, and as far as I know, we haven't sold any more property for logging. And that was the end of the senior ranger's story. As you all know, I went to a training seminar recently and heard some amazing and horrible things out there. One of the guys I talked to while I was there told me a story when we were all around the campfire one night. We were both pretty drunk, you'll see a pattern here, and we were swapping stories. He told me this one. Another guy and I were out on a field search because some campers reported screaming noises at night, so we headed out there to look for whatever fucking mountain lion has wandered into the area, and I'm pissed. We've had 3 of them show up in the camping areas that year alone, and I'm getting tired as hell of constantly having to deal with them. Plus, I just don't like them anyway. They're a pain in the ass, and they're loud, and they scare the shit out of me. Fucking cats. Pieces of shit. I'm groaning about it to the guy I'm with, and he thinks it's a real fucking riot. So we're seeing all these broken branches and what look like dens, and we're pretty sure we know where this thing is. I call in, and they tell me to confirm if possible, which, you know, just means that they want you to step in a big pile of shit and use that as proof. I'm not seeing any though, so basically I just tell them to shove it. I'm done. We know the damn thing's out here somewhere, even if I'm not stepping in its shit or inside its mouth or whatever. The guy I'm with wanders off to take a piss or whatever, and I stay behind watching this little burrow under a tree to see if maybe a fox or something is living under it, because I love foxes, man. They're cute as hell. But anyway, I'm watching this tree, and I start hearing branches crackling, and it's coming from the direction my partner went opposite of. Now I've got my pistol, but you and I both know that's not gonna do shit against a cat. I cock it and holler for my partner to get his dumb ass back, but he's too far and he can't hear me. I stand up and get my sights on where this thing is approaching, and I shit you not, man, I just about pissed myself. This guy is coming toward me, and he's backflipping through the fucking woods. Like, instead of walking, He's doing these crazy fucking backflips, and I swear to God, he cleared every log and bush in his path. It was like he knew right where he was going. I yell at the guy to stop where he is, that I'm pointing a gun right at him, but he keeps coming, and I just kinda lost it. I shot at the ground in front of him, and it was a dumb fucking thing to do, but man, I didn't want this guy anywhere near me. When I fired, he was about 50 yards from me, and as soon as the gun goes off, he whirls around and goes off, backflipping back into the woods. My partner hears my gun go off and runs back and asks what's up. I tell him there's some weirdo out here hopped up on God knows what, and that we need to get the hell out of Dodge. I let the cops know what happened, and I didn't get into any trouble for firing. But man, I don't know what that guy was on, but I've never seen anything like that before. That shit was absolutely crazy. And that was the end of his story. I think we can agree that there's stuff going on out here in the woods, and while I'm not going to spout off about what it could be or offer any theories, what I want people to take away from all of this is that it is so damn important to be safe when you're out there. I know a lot of you think you're invincible, but the fact is that you can die out there, or be hurt, or go missing. It's easier than you'd ever imagine. One of the topics that I get asked about a lot here and in real life involve things like the rake, the Wendigo, and other related legends. I can't honestly say that I know a lot about any of them, but based on some light reading I did, I can say that I've heard stories that seem to be loosely related to them. You've heard the old adage that legends like that come from somewhere, and I'm sure that's true, but as you all know, I do try to take things with a grain of salt. You have to out here. It's sort of like working in a hospital, I'd imagine. You could spend all day thinking about how many people have died there, and how there are probably ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, all over the place, but it doesn't do you any good. It just makes it harder to do your job. I think a lot of us feel that way, and that's why we just try to go about our work like everything is fine. Once you get paranoid, there's not really any going back, and a lot of cadets quit because of it. My park especially seems to have a high turnover rate because the cadets graduate and get so freaked out about everything, and they can't seem to let it go. You have to learn to internalize things and shut off. I've talked to KD a bit about her experience because I wanted to know what she thought about the Wendigo. She didn't really have anything in particular to say about it, aside from that she didn't want to think about it that much. But she told me a friend of hers had had something similar happen. I contacted this person, H, over Skype, and they agreed to talk to me a bit. They're aware of my work here, and they're fine with me posting the story exactly as they wrote it. Here's what they said. I grew up in Central Oregon, and there's a reservation called Warm Springs about 2 or so hours from where I lived. I only mention that because a lot of people in my area have friends there, and a lot of the land in that area belongs to that tribe. When I was a kid, we used to go camping there, not on the reservation, of course, but in that area, and I met a lot of kids who grew up there. I got to know one kid really well. His name was Nolan, and we ended up hanging out a lot when our families were in the area. Our folks got to know each other, so we'd all get in touch and camp out around the same time. We'd camp for about 2 weeks, so we were out there for a long time. I asked him if he camped in an RV. Yeah, my dad had one, so I guess it wasn't really camping. But we'd take our tents and stuff and set them up out away from camp most nights. I didn't like sleeping in there because I like being outside. H and I talked for a bit about camping and then continued. So anyway, sorry, 1 year Nolan and I were out there. I think we must have been like 12 or so. We wanted to go out and camp near the river because we wanted to try night fishing. I think we must have been about 1/3 of a mile from the main camp, far enough away that we couldn't hear or see anyone else, I remember that. We were messing around most of the day. I don't really remember much about it, but we ended up building a fire at some point, and I was really impressed because he had this flint or something that he used to start it. I'd never seen anyone do that before, so I thought it was pretty cool. I got him to teach me how to do it, and we lit some stuff on fire, which looking back was really stupid because it was the middle of the fucking summer, and if I remember right, the fire warning was either at yellow or orange. But thankfully, we didn't start anything major, and when it got dark, we sat around and talked about whatever it is 12-year-olds talk about. I don't quite remember. What I do remember is that at some point, he looked over my shoulder at the river and asked me if I could see something. The way our camp was set up, we were about 10 feet from the river, and we were at the widest point, so it was probably about 20 feet to the other bank. It gets hot up there in the summer, but the water's still cold, which is important. I look over my shoulder, and I could see something wading into the river on the other side. From where we were, it looked like a deer, but we couldn't really tell because of the fire. I got up to look closer and saw a pair of antlers, so I figured it was a buck, but I thought it was weird that it was wading into the water, and it was definitely heading for us. I asked Nolan what he thought we should do. He's looking at the fire with this weird expression, and he tells me to sit down and shut up. So I do, because I'd never seen him act that way before. He's whispering at me to ignore it, and to just keep talking like we were, but I couldn't think of anything to say. He was saying something about an episode of some show, but I could hear the deer coming through the water, so I really wasn't paying any attention to him, and I kept trying to see over his shoulder, but every time I did, he'd sort of hit me on the arm and make me look at him. I wasn't really scared, I remember that. I was just sort of confused. But then I hear the deer come out of the water, and I could kind of make out what it looked like, and I realized it wasn't a deer, because whatever it was walking on 2 legs. I started to get up. I was really freaked out, but Nolan just yanked me back down and talked louder about the television show. I could tell he was just as scared as I was, probably even more. He leaned in and poked the fire with a stick, and he whispered that whatever I do, I can't speak to it. I could see it come closer, and it stood right behind Nolan's back. I was about ready to pee my pants, and I think I'd probably have run if I'd been alone, but I didn't want to leave Nolan. So I kept sitting really still and sneaking glances at it. It wasn't that tall, but the way it carried itself was just wrong, like its center of balance was screwed up. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of like it kept shifting too far forward. It just stood there behind Nolan for a long time, and eventually Nolan ran out of things to say, and we just kind of sat there for a second. The fire was making noise, but I thought I could hear this thing talking in a really low voice. I couldn't hear what it was saying, and I leaned forward a tiny bit, and I actually did pee my pants when it leaned forward too. I couldn't see its face, but I saw its eyes. They were cloudy and milky, and if you want to know what they looked like, find that scene from The Lord of the Rings where Frodo falls into that lake, and all the dead people are floating toward him. That's what its eyes looked like. So all I saw were these 2 white eyes floating above Nolan's head, and the really vague shape of the antlers coming out of its head. I don't know what my face looked like, but at exactly the same time, Nolan and I fucking booked it out of there, and we ran non-stop until we got back to the main camp. My pants were soaked with pee, so I took them off as we were running and threw them in the bushes. We both stopped once we were in front of my dad's RV, and we couldn't see anything chasing us, so we stood there and caught our breath. I asked him what that thing was, but he said he didn't know. He said his grandpa had only warned him that if anything ever came up to him when he was out in the desert, he was never, ever supposed to talk to it or listen to anything it had to say. I wanted to know if he'd heard it talking too, and he said that the only thing he'd been able to understand was, "Help you." I think we ended up sleeping in the RV with my parents, and the next night we went back out and didn't see anything. And that's the end of H's story. That does remind me, in a lot of ways, of the Wendigo legend. There's a phrase used to describe it that I think fits perfectly, which is that the Wendigo is the spirit of the lonely places. I know sometimes when I'm out in the woods, where I know there's no one around me for miles and miles, I get this weird kind of craving that I can't really explain. I don't know if it happens to anyone else, but it's the desire to consume. It's not like I crave anything in particular, but more of this weird, distracting hunger that comes from every part of my gut. I also wanted to find out about the faceless man if I was able, and found a few similar things. I asked around my circle of friends, and one of them said when he was doing repairs at a park in his area, he saw something kind of like that. We were having dinner in town, 5 of us including myself. This guy, he was repainting an information booth and heard a man ask him for directions to the nearest campsite. He didn't turn around because he was up on a ladder, but he informed the man that there weren't any campsites nearby, but that if he headed down the road about 4 miles, he'd find one at another park. He asked if he could be of any other help, but the man said no and thanked him. My friend said he kept painting, but he was listening and never heard the man leave. My friend said the second he came up and talked to me, the hairs on my neck stood up, but I wasn't sure why. I just had this really uneasy feeling about the whole thing, and I wanted to finish painting and get out of there. I figured maybe part of it was that I couldn't turn around to look at him, but something just felt off. There was also this weird smell floating around even before the guy talked to me, kind of like old blood. I had looked around to see what was causing it, but I didn't find anything. So I waited for the guy to walk away, but I didn't hear him leave, which made me think he was just standing there and watching me. So I asked again if I could do anything for him, and he didn't answer. I knew he was there though, because I hadn't heard him leave. So I did this awkward turn on the ladder to look down and see what he was doing. Now, I admit it could have just been my brain fucking up, but I swear to you, Russ, for a split second when I turned around, that fucker didn't have a face. Like he had no face. It was almost concave and totally smooth, and I just about had a heart attack because I couldn't even wrap my brain around what I was seeing. I think I started to say something, but there was this kind of pop inside my head, and suddenly he was just a normal-looking guy. I must have looked weird because he asked me if I was okay, and I was just like, yeah, I'm fine. He asks about the campground again, and I point to where he has to go, and he says, I'm not from round here. Can you help me get there? Now this is when I know something is really up, because there's no way this guy got out here and didn't know where he was. And for that matter, there's no car around, so how'd he get here in the first place? I said I was sorry, but that I couldn't take him anywhere in a company vehicle, and he replies, please, I really don't know where I am. Can you come with me and help me get there? So now I'm seriously weirded out, and I start wondering if this is some kind of ambush or whatever. I told him I could call a taxi to come out here and take him to wherever he wants to go. I pull out my phone, and he just says, no, and walks away really quickly. But he doesn't walk out of the park. He walks back into the trees, and I get right in my truck and start to get out of there. Fuck the paint or whatever. I looked in my mirror to see where he was as I was leaving, and he was standing right at the tree line again. I don't know how he got there so fast, but this time I know he didn't have a face. He was just watching me leave, and right before I turned the corner, he took a big step back into the trees and kind of dissolved, I guess. Maybe it was just dark, so he blended in, but it felt more like he just melted away. Interestingly, right after this guy finished his story, someone else piped up with another one, but with a slightly different twist. Actually, I heard something sort of weird like that happen a while back. I was out doing some trail scouting, and I was out in the middle of nowhere, figuring out where we were going to have this trail run through. I hadn't seen anyone else for probably a good 2 hours, so I wasn't paying attention to where I was going. I was just looking at the ground for the most part. Then, out of nowhere, I crested this little hill and almost ran into this guy. He was older, probably in his 60s, and I started to apologize to him for running into him. And then I noticed his face, and I probably looked like a complete douchebag because I stopped and just stared at him. It took me a second to figure out what was wrong, but this guy's face was huge. I know that sounds weird, but that's the only way I can describe it. His head wasn't big or anything, it was normal, but the amount of space his face took up was just way too much, like if you took someone's face and enlarged it all by about 2 times. He doesn't say anything, he just looks at me, and I backed up and was kind of stuttering and saying I was sorry. I went around him and got out of there and did what I needed to do. The whole time, I kept looking behind me because I was so freaked out that he'd pop up behind me or something. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I swear to you, it was one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. And that's where the story ended. I switched the topic to the stairs a little later, and there was a definite shift in enthusiasm. No one spoke up at first. There's a real stigma around discussing them, even when we're away from work. But I broke the ice with a story of my own, and the guy who told the story about the faceless man told this one, albeit very quietly. A couple of years ago, I was camping with my girlfriend, and we were about 2 miles from the road at this site I know. We went to bed that night, but we couldn't sleep because, and someone interjected with a funny comment, and we were dangerously close to going off on another subject, but I got us back on track. So he continues his story. Yeah, really funny, you fucker. No, it was because we kept hearing that grinding noise. My brother used to grind his teeth in his sleep, and it kind of reminds me of that. My girlfriend was freaking out, but I just kept telling her to ignore it, because I've heard it before, and you just have to ignore it. It goes away eventually. You guys know what I mean. We all knew what he meant. So eventually, I got her to sleep, but I woke up probably 2 hours later because something was just off. I rolled over, and she wasn't there. I kind of freaked out because he thought for a second and then took a very long drink. Anyway, I ran out of the tent calling her name, but I didn't have to go far. She was standing at the edge of the camp, looking at something in the trees, and I could see she was really pale. The fire was low, but bright enough to see her. Anyway, so I ran up to her to see what was going on, and she was dead asleep, but her eyes were open. She had this real spaced out look, so I put my arm around her to lead her back, but she wouldn't move. She just said really quietly something like, "I have to go now, Eddie. I have to go. It's here." I was like, "You're just sleepwalking. Come back to bed." But she wouldn't budge. She just kept standing there and saying that she had to go. I looked where she was looking, and there was a fucking staircase right there, about 15 yards away. A gray one, concrete. She started to walk toward it, but I yanked her back, and that woke her up. She looked at me like I was out of my fucking mind, and she asked what the fuck she was doing out of the tent. I didn't tell her anything. I just told her she was sleepwalking. The grinding noise was gone, so she just went back to the tent with me and fell asleep again. I don't know. I don't like thinking about it, We all knew. You guys remember that kid with, I can't remember what it was, some kind of disability. Not Down syndrome, but something like it. Someone else brought up. Well, I got to read the report he gave when they found him a week after he went missing. and it was fucked up beyond belief. I mean, you have to take it with a grain of salt, but some of this stuff, I don't think he could have made up. Like what? Someone asks. Well, first of all, he talked about the stairs. He said he'd been watching his dad build a fire, and the stairs came up to him, and he had to go up them or something bad would happen. The cops couldn't really understand what he was talking about after that, because he just kept saying, like the campfire, over and over. And he kept mentioning sounds, but he couldn't say what sounds, just that it was loud and he covered his ears so he couldn't hear them. But the thing I remember most is that they asked him where exactly he'd gone, and he just said he was right there. He kept pointing at himself, and they said they thought that meant that he thought he'd never left. He said he wasn't scared because the stairs were there, and he said they talked to him, but not like people talk. Like I said, it was really convoluted and hard to understand, and I have a feeling the cops didn't take most of it down. They ended up saying that the kid had some kind of amnesia or fugue, and that they didn't think foul play was involved. It doesn't really explain why he came back a week later perfectly fine without a speck of dirt on him and well fed. But hey, what the cops say goes. People ask me about the stairs. It happens every day, but when it does happen, I never really know what to say. My bosses know someone is talking about them, and I'm sure that if they know, the higher-ups know. And I can tell you that they aren't happy about it. I've been formally told that I am not to speak a word about them to anyone anymore, which is part of the reason that this has to be my final update. I can't risk my job for this. As much as it's been wonderful to get a lot of these things off of my mind, I still do love my work, and I need to be out here. If anything, my being aware of what's really going on is enough reason to stick it out. I may not be able to tell people that they're out there, but if I see them, I can direct traffic away to somewhere safer. Because of the amount of attention the stories have gotten, I've heard a lot of stories being swapped back and forth. I've heard so many, I can't even remember most of them. The ones I do remember are the ones I wish I could forget. One story that's made the rounds here was about a young woman who disappeared upstate. Initially, everyone assumed she was a runaway. She didn't come from a great home life, and so it really wasn't any kind of surprise that she chose to cut and run. But people started coming forward saying that they'd seen her around the park shortly before she vanished. So some of the rangers in the area were sent to make sure she hadn't hung herself or something on any of the back trails. It took them a while, but they did find her. Well, not all of her, just half of her tongue and a quarter of her lower jaw. Very clean cuts from what I heard. They've never found the rest of her. So many stories about children. So many of them going missing and turning up in caves, wedged in between impossibly tight spaces. So many of them found on mountain peaks or at the bottom of sheer gullies, missing shoes, missing socks, or found with both in perfect condition, despite them being miles and miles away from where they vanished. So many stories of black-eyed people wandering around the woods and calling out in the night, mimicking the sound of running water or a bobcat screaming. One man in particular goes to every news station he thinks will listen to him and tells them the same story. He was deer hunting, had camped out in a very remote area, and woke up because something was scraping against his tent. He thought it was a raccoon or a fox until the thing pressed its face against the door of the tent, at which point he could very clearly make out a human nose and mouth. He kicked at it, but it leapt back and was gone by the time he opened the tent flap, gun at his side. He fired 2 warning shots, and when the sound had faded, he heard a snap behind him. A man was standing at the edge of the campsite. This man was not wearing any clothing, but he also didn't possess any kind of human flesh. As this hunter described it, the man was made of some kind of amalgamation of raw meat and hair, as if someone had scooped up roadkill and molded it into the vague shape of a man. The face was lumpy and only a rough approximation of a human face. The thing opened its lopsided mouth, and from it came the sound of the gun the hunter had fired. It did this twice before mimicking the sound of the zipper and fleeing into the night. A young couple out for a hike in the rocky areas of my park reported to me yesterday that they'd seen something strange out on a peak I'm very familiar with. They were taking turns looking through a pair of binoculars when the man noticed a hiker climbing up a very steep part of the cliff face. He watched the man scale the slope, and it didn't occur to him until the incident was over that this person had no climbing gear. When the climber reached the top of the peak, which was about 5 miles away, they turned and faced the climber, waved in an exaggerated manner before snapping in half at the waist, sideways, and leaping off the peak. The young man didn't see where the climber landed. I sent them on their way with assurances that I'd check it out. I lied. I won't be turning in a report because there are 10 others exactly like it. The climber is well known in that area. I don't question it anymore. There are so many things I won't ever be able to understand about my job, and it would take me many years to relate all of the things I've heard in the last few months. When I feel like my job isn't in jeopardy, I will come back. It may be in a different format, but I will come back. Thank you all for sticking by my side and enjoying the things I've talked about. If you go out into the woods, I encourage you to be safe. Bring water, food, survival equipment. Let people know where you're going and when you'll be back. Don't go on uncharted paths unless you know exactly what you're doing. And above all, don't touch them. Don't look at them. Don't go up them. This sure isn't as creepy as most stories, but just something I think about from time to time. For a bit of background, I grew up in a very emotionally and physically abusive home. I've never had anything but negativity spoken to me, and as a child, I believed it. My self-esteem was rock bottom, and I believed that I was no good, and that everyone hated me, as I was being told. I became a very shy, withdrawn person who really made little effort with friendships. I held everyone at arm's length, but was desperate for any small scraps of positive attention. I found this positivity in a wonderful young couple who came into our church to be youth leaders. I was bullied terribly by the kids at my church and hated going until this couple came there. They were young, sweet, and kind, and they went out of their way to be especially nice to me. They arranged a picnic and hike at a close-by state park for one Saturday. I was around 11 at this point, and ordinarily, I wouldn't participate in these outings, but since they'd both be there, I was excited to go. We met at the church and all got on the bus. I heard a few whispered comments about, "Why is she here?" and about my clothes. I ignored them and sat by myself in the back of the bus. We got there, and I mostly hung out with the couple, Sean and Claire. We had a big cookout near the lake, and afterwards we went for a hike. There were quite a few kids there, so Sean and Claire had their hands full on the hike, keeping everyone on the trail. I, of course, was in the rear of the line. The kids I was behind started making fun of me and telling me I was too lazy to make the hike, and no one wanted me there anyway. They ran ahead laughing. I slowed down till they got out of sight. I then sat on a rock and started crying. In a minute or two, I heard someone speak to me. I looked up, wiping my eyes, and there was a man standing by me. I hadn't heard anyone walk up the trail. I stood, and he asked if I was okay. I nodded yes. He then told me I looked sad and asked me to talk to him. I opened up to him, told him why I was there, and that the other kids didn't like me or want me there. He asked my name, where I was from, how old I was, and me, being a dumb 11-year-old kid, told him. He was probably in his mid-20s with blonde hair and was cute. I was thrilled he was being nice to me. He gave me a hug and said that he and I could hang out and that he'd take me back to my group once they came back down off the hike. He took my hand and told me we'd go hiking a trail he knew. I agreed. All of a sudden, I hear Sean yell my name and tell me to stop and to get away from that man. He came running up and got in between me and that guy, and he started asking him what he thinks he's doing. The guy just shrugged and started walking away through the trees, not on the trail. Sean asked me if I was okay or if the guy hurt me. I could tell Sean was very angry, so I teared up again because I thought I was in trouble. Sean squatted down in front of me and told me I wasn't in trouble, that I'd done nothing wrong. I told him we just talked a bit and he was going to show me another trail to hike. Sean nodded and told me we'd just catch up to the others. He pulled Claire to the side once we caught up and they talked quietly. She then motioned for me to come over to her. She put her arm around me and we sat on a rock, talked and laughed. She had me walk beside her on the way back down and sit with her on the bus. The two of them made the rest of the day nice for me. It took me years to realize what could have happened to me that day and why Sean was so angry. Obviously, once Sean and Claire got to the stopping point on the trail, which was a stream with a sliding rock, they realized I was missing, and Sean came back down the trail looking for me. If he'd been a few seconds later, I would have gone with that man, and God only knows what his plan was once he got me out of sight. My poor guardian angel did her job that day. I have no clue if they reported this encounter to the rangers or not. I hope they did. This is actually the first time I've told this story ever. I didn't tell anyone when I got home because I knew that either no one would care or, more likely, I'd get yelled at and berated for being stupid and accused of trying to sneak off with him. Starting at the age of about 9 to 10, I was being accused of fooling around with boys in my neighborhood, which I wasn't. But if I got caught riding bikes, playing on the school playground, or just sitting and talking with a boy, I was berated for hours as being a slut. So I was terrified for a while that someone would tell my parents that this happened. Anyway, thanks for all the sweet and kind comments. You folks are awesome. Well, you really screwed up this time, didn't you? You found a gnarly deal on a beautiful home that almost seemed too good to be true, and you jumped at it. And now that you're all moved in, you've started to notice some anomalies. You know the type, the spooky anomalies of the supernatural persuasion. Bumps in the night, doors opening and closing by themselves, auditory hallucinations of voices and whispers. It's more common than you may think, but not everyone realizes the danger. These signs could be proof that some forsaken lost souls inhabit your property. Maybe the previous grandmother self-immolated in the attic. Maybe dear old dad went suddenly insane and repainted the house with the blood of his children. Or mom tried seducing demons in the basement. If this sounds even vaguely familiar to you, and you are looking to the good old internet for help, then you've come to the right place. You see, I have this friend, had this friend named Nathan. A couple months back, Nathan found a house for sale in southern Georgia. It was nestled along a remote stretch of woods just outside of Waycross. It was a historical area, an old colonial-style home just under 5,000 square feet, 6-bed and 6-bath, with white picket fences and a dozen acres. The quintessential American dream house by all accounts. The price was unbelievably low, But after Nathan contacted the real estate agent, he found that the price that he had seen listed was indeed the price that was being asked. For most people, I imagine this would have raised some pretty big red flags. But Nathan was an idiot. The confident type of idiot that believed machismo is substantial for conquering all of life's obstacles. I know it's not kind to speak ill of the dead like that. Spoiler alert. But I'm just trying to give an accurate portrayal of the kind of person Nathan was. You know, the alpha male who hits on your girlfriend, lives at the gym, and probably finds too much pleasure to his own selfies. For people like Nathan, friend is really just another word for ego reinforcer. He was cocky and often let pride get the better of him. His wife, Janelle, was actually my ex-girlfriend from a while back. Bit of a skank, but practically a supermodel. They had 2 kids, Natalie and Mason, who were both spoiled brats. Again, I'm just trying to give an honest perspective of them in hopes that we may all learn something from what happened. You see, what happened to Nathan, which I'll get into later, was something which I believe could have been easily avoided if only he had followed a few simple instructions. After the funeral, I got to pondering on the matter and realized that what we all really need is a set of rules to follow if you believe your house is haunted. Let's begin. Rule number 1. When looking to purchase or rent a house, always ask for the history. Odds are, if a house is being offered at way below market value, then there is a very good reason for it being that way. Nathan didn't do this and thought that the undermarket price was simply the universe handing him something he didn't really earn, as it often seemed to do. Nathan jumped at the offer, and within a few weeks, he and his family were approved to begin moving in. I volunteered to help them move in, and I'll be honest, the house was absolutely gorgeous. Things were great for them at first, but Nathan soon started noticing some odd occurrences. It started with this knocking sound that seemed to reverberate all over the home at odd hours. He said he could never seem to pinpoint where it was coming from, and it never seemed to originate from the same place twice. Eventually, he just chalked it up to the house settling. But that was just the beginning. Rule number 2. Trust your gut. Your home is the last place you should feel uncomfortable. If you get that inkling of discomfort in the back of your mind that never seems to fully dissipate, pay attention to it. It's probably your subconscious trying to warn you. Nathan tried ignoring these sounds, told his wife that it was just normal or the wind, and comforted his children when they felt scared. He had 2 dogs, Rusty and Sailor, both of them black labs, and both seemed to become very anxious after moving in. Nathan did his best to get medication to help the dogs relax, but it didn't seem to help much. That brings us to rule number 3. Along with your gut, you should also trust your pets. Animals have instincts far greater than humans. It's been said that man is the only creature who will sense danger and still wander into it. Animals have a sense for the supernatural, dogs and cats in particular. If you find them growling at what appears to be nothing, or constantly staring into specific areas of the house, then pay attention to that. Odds are, they can see something you can't. Nathan told me that Rusty, the older of the 2 dogs, would pace the hall each night for hours. He said it was like he was standing guard over something. On more than one occasion, Rusty suddenly blurted into a ferocious bout of barking and snarling. Nathan would come out into the hall, but never found anything. He grew concerned for Rusty and took him to the vet, but the vet confirmed he was in good health. Meanwhile, Sailor, the younger dog, slept at the side of Mason's bed each and every night. The poor boy soon developed crippling nightmares that would torment him relentlessly, and Sailor seemed to sense it. Each time Mason would wake up screaming, Sailor would be there to try and comfort him, and that segues perfectly into our next rule. Rule number 4. Beware the nightmares. Young children are similar to animals in the way that they seem more perceptive to things that adults are not. This one can be difficult because there are many root causes of nightmares, with things like anxiety, depression, and other mental illnesses. The telltale sign is whether your child suddenly develops them soon after entering the home. Poor Mason had absolutely horrific dreams, and night after night, he would be tormented by them. He often spoke of the blurry man that came to him while he slept and whispered terrible things. He even said that sometimes he would see the blurry man while he was awake, but never more than a quick glimpse, and always in the shadows or outside in the woods. Nathan and his wife worried that perhaps Mason was schizophrenic, but multiple doctors confirmed this was not the case. They tried giving Mason sleeping pills, various supplements, and burned incense to help him sleep more peacefully. It worked for a while, until Natalie started having them too. Rule number 5. Try to determine what kind of spirit you're dealing with. If you see flashes of a small child running through the halls at night, or orbs spiraling in the air, then odds are your ethereal neighbor is rather benign. Some people even discover they rather enjoy life with a spectral roommate and find their antics to be rather interesting. Most believe that spirits who pass away before completing what their soul desired will become stuck in a sort of purgatory. Many are scared, confused, and angry, but some, primarily young children, seem to be almost jubilant at times. Most of these are unnerving, but altogether harmless. But then there's the other spirits. Rule number 6. If you or any member of your family develop inexplicable bruises, cuts, or lesions, then do not take them lightly. This should be a massive red flag and is a very bad sign. If you feel as though you're being attacked as you sleep and wake up with unexplained scratches or wounds, then just get the hell out of the house, honestly. A malevolent spirit capable of inflicting physical wounds is not something to be trifled with. Odds are it's a demon, and honestly, that is the best case scenario. There are other non-Abrahamic related entities that could be responsible as well. They are very rare, but if encountered, well, I'm afraid even my handy set of rules won't be enough to stop them. Natalie and Mason suffered multiple scratch marks, wounds, and even a few bruises that almost looked like bite marks. Nathan's wife Janelle was also subjected to these attacks. The children's teacher at school began to notice and became quite worried for their safety. Obviously, their first thought was not paranormal, but rather that the children were being abused at home. Only when social services threatened to remove the children from his custody did Nathan finally agree to move them out of the house. Janelle and the kids moved in with her mother a couple hours away, and Nathan was left all alone with the dogs. Rule number 7. Let people know what is going on. Yes, I know the thought of admitting to a close friend that you believe your house is haunted may be a daunting one, but it's usually better than the alternatives. The modern world rarely takes these claims seriously. We put ghosts in movies and video games, but when someone actually claims to see one, we aren't so quick to believe them. Technology and science have led us to believe we are safe. That is our folly, but it's also a topic for a different day. This is yet another rule that Nathan did not abide. The worse that things got for him and his family, the more secluded he became. On numerous occasions, he phoned the police saying that he believed someone had broken in, but they never found evidence of it. Eventually, they even put him on a blacklist and warned him that any further contact would result in legal trouble. Rather than tell his parents or brother or any of his friends what was going on, he retreated into himself. He became fidgety and paranoid, at times refusing to return phone calls and texts from his loved ones. He just broke contact, and things only got worse. Rule 8 and 9 sort of belong in the same category, although one is a little more extreme than the other. Rule number 8. If you suspect something is up, it doesn't hurt to perform a cleansing. Like I said earlier, the modern world has little time to entertain the notion of ghosts and the supernatural, but that shouldn't ward you off. If you're unsure about whether your home is haunted or not, then a routine cleansing can do wonders for you. I'm willing to bet there are mediums and priests in your town that can get the job done. Even if you can't find anyone local, you can always just go online and find instructions for yourself. It's not as effective that way, but it's better than nothing. Rule number 9. If you're really feeling as though you're in danger, get someone to perform an exorcism. It's the step that no one wants to take, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Priests and spiritual leaders are your go-to for these kinds of things. Even if you yourself are not religious, these people honestly do know how to help. There's some evidence that Nathan was attempting to do this, but it's unknown why exactly it didn't work out. Maybe he second-guessed himself and thought he could handle it, or maybe his ego took control once again. Nathan had been collecting evidence for a while and had amassed quite a stash of clues. He had audio recordings which relate banging on the walls and footsteps in the attic. He took multiple videos, but none of them really showed anything, except for the last one. But by that point, it was too late. In his journal, he also wrote that he experienced items in the house levitating on several occasions. But sadly, he had no recorded proof of this. Rule number 10, the big one. Whatever you do, don't try to antagonize this spirit. This should really go without saying, but angrily challenging the spirit or daring it to manifest itself is a really bad idea. But as you may have guessed, Nathan and his unlimited stream of testosterone decided to do just that. He got really drunk one night and began ruminating on all that had been happening. Nathan was always a skeptic, but even he couldn't ignore the psychological impact on his family, whether it was imagined or not. He realized his relationship with his children and wife were being heavily strained, and his new house had become a place of hostility. This made Nathan very angry. So Nathan stood up and shouted at his empty house for the spirit to come forth and face him. He was met with only silence, and so he shouted again. Never once did the spirits answer his call. After a few more verbose challenges, he broke into a bout of laughter, probably believing himself to look ridiculous. Apparently not everyone who was watching felt the same though. Nathan managed to stumble into bed not long after, and was out cold within a couple of minutes. Nathan had kept a security camera in his room in hopes of capturing proof, and that night he found something. At around 2:13 a.m., Nathan is seen beginning to stir in his sleep in the security video. He grunts and speaks briefly, but the words were unintelligible. Suddenly his eyes sprung wide open in the bed and began glancing around the room. Nathan appeared to be struggling, but his body didn't move. It was believed he was suffering an episode of sleep paralysis, which left him temporarily paralyzed. His eyes continued to dart rapidly around the room. Then something happened that no one who saw the video could explain. The bedroom door slowly rolled open, but the darkness of the hallway was all-consuming. Nathan's chest began frantically pumping up and down, and his eyes stretched wide open. Something was then seen moving in the hall. It could have been chalked up to a trick of the light at first, but then a hand was seen reaching through. It was gnarled and spindly, like the wretched, malformed appendage from some abyssal denizen. The figure slowly sauntered through the doorway, its tall, dark silhouette nearly grazing the top of the doorframe. It had no definite features, appearing only as a hooded, humanoid individual. No eyes or face, just a shadow corporealized from Nathan's deepest nightmares. Poor Nathan was heard mumbling and whimpering frantically, but in his paralyzed state, he was unable to fight back or flee. He could do nothing but watch in absolute horror as the thing approached him. It stopped at the foot of his bed and just stared at him for about a minute. Nathan continued to hyperventilate and didn't appear to blink once during the entire ordeal. The thing then finally moved closer. It then leaned down only a couple inches away from his face and appeared to whisper something. It was too quiet for the mic on the camera to pick up, but needless to say, it did not make Nathan feel any better about the situation. Suddenly, the thing lashed out with its twisted hands, constricting like pythons around Nathan's throat. In his paralyzed state, he couldn't even struggle against his shrouded attacker. Within a minute, Nathan's chest stopped moving, and his eyes fell still. The entity retracted its hand and just stared at him for about a minute. Then, as if taunting those who see the footage, it looked directly into the camera. It whispered something again, but again, it was too quiet to discern what it was. Then, as quickly as it had happened, it waltzed out of the room and vanished back into the darkness. Nathan was found by his wife Janelle a few days later, and she called the police. After an autopsy, Nathan was determined to have died via strangulation, much as what was shown in the video. Cops scoured the premises and found footsteps from the intruder. However, the footprints were soon matched to a pair of Nathan's own boots. The police, of course, were not so quick to believe that Nathan was simply killed by supernatural forces. They conducted interviews with neighbors, friends, and family members, but none of them seemed capable or motivated enough to have done it. There were no signs of breaking and entering, and nothing had been stolen from the home. They came to me and conducted an interview as well, but of course, that was a futile effort. I mean, sure, the fact that Janelle was my ex-girlfriend was reason to suspect me, but I quickly dissuaded their actions. Nathan was my friend, despite him not really being a good friend. What kind of friend bones your girlfriend behind your back anyways? I'm not bitter about it though, at least, not as far as the police are concerned. My alibis were solid, and that's good enough reason for them. This brings us to my final rule. Rule number 11. Make sure you exhaust all other options before coming to the conclusion that your house is in fact haunted. If only Nathan had taken a little more time to investigate his home and himself more thoroughly, then maybe he'd still be alive today. Maybe he would have found the mini wireless speakers hidden in his attic to play the sounds of knocking. Maybe he would have found the patches in his air ducts that leaked mild doses of hallucinogenic drugs into his home. Maybe he would have detected the dog whistle alarm that caused his dogs to react so strangely. If he bothered to check himself, he may have found trace amounts of succinylcholine, a paralyzing toxin that once ingested will leave the person immobile yet conscious to all pain. It would have been difficult to find, as even coroners do not normally test for the substance unless specifically requested. No matter how you really slice it, this entire ordeal really comes back to Nathan himself. If only he'd been a better person and not constantly demeaned his peers at every turn. If only he hadn't been so stubborn and proud. If only he hadn't gone behind my back and boned my ex-girlfriend, thus ruining our future and sending me into the spiraling depths of crippling depression, then maybe I would have helped him. So, you may be wondering, is this my confession? No, of course not. This is only my list of suggestions and rules for how things may have turned out differently for Nathan and his family. These are all hypothetical explanations, and are in no way to be considered incriminating evidence to be used in court against me, or anyone else for that matter. Besides, if this really was a confession, then that would make anyone who reads it an accessory to murder, and we certainly wouldn't want that. I hope you can understand that, and I do hope that we can trust each other in this regard. After all, I have really good software for tracing IPs, and Reddit makes it incredibly easy to access them. We wouldn't want your house to suddenly become haunted now, would we? I've been a national park ranger for close to 2 decades. Protocols have changed a lot in that time. I write this just to try to keep people safe for the next time you venture to the big outdoors. Let me tell you about the last park I worked. I can't be too specific about the location for my job's sake. Anyway, we had clusters of campsites that we rotated annually. The idea was to prevent one group from getting overused and worn down. Let nature regrow a bit. The winter had just passed, and our big summer season was a few months away. I'm sent out to check the suitability of the campsites to decide which ones need time to recover and which ones we can open up. Winters here are cold. Not too many people camp during the winter, aside from rugged masochists and Boy Scout troops led by people who believe they are rugged masochists. I didn't expect to find much out of the ordinary. The first site was clear and ready to go. As I'm trekking to the next site, I see what looks like some debris and junk down a ways in a river valley. Looks like some jackass set up an unauthorized camp down there. Usually, when that happens, they leave garbage and smoldering fires. This is going to be a pain to clear up. I approach, seeing the telltale wreckage of what must have been one hell of a party. Shit scattered everywhere. The skeletons of tents still raised up, and blood. I stop, and time stops with me. Pools of blood are spread out along the ground, next to signs of something heavy being dragged into the brush. I pull my radio off my belt and pause. I then pull my Glock 22 out of my holster and rack one round. I'm a certified law enforcement officer, but I haven't had to use my gun in a long time. I quickly look around for any movement, then get on my radio and call in for backup. While I wait, I listen. Silence. Silence in nature isn't good. Prey get quiet when they sense a predator. I hope all the birds are being still on my account. I edge forward slowly, looking for anyone or anything. A shredded plastic cooler, a tent that has been annihilated, with more blood splashed on the walls and inside. People died here. I know it. You can't lose that much blood and just walk off. But no people. Shreds of clothes and a little viscera drawing all the damn flies here. But no people. I've seen bears rummage through camps and destroy anything that looked edible. There are wild hogs here that cut trails through the deep brush and are even more dangerous than the bears. But this isn't either of them. The devastation here, it's just too much. Some scourge of God came through here and just ripped everything to pieces. Finally, backup arrives, and I'm sent to report to HQ. They even brought medics out here. I don't know why. There's no one here to save. One of the new recruits vomits at the scene. I'm glad to get the hell out of here. I get back, and HQ is abuzz. Only 4 people work here, but calls are ringing, printers printing, and the air feels electrified. The manager sees me and signals me to his office. He's pale, ashen-looking, with bloodshot eyes. I sit down by his desk, and he goes to the door and locks it. I've never seen him lock that door. He asks me what I saw. I tell him, uninterrupted. He looks even paler afterward, and his hands tremble a bit. There's a very long pause, and I expect more questions. He doesn't ask any. I leave, then hear the door lock behind me. After a few minutes, I hear him call someone up, and a long, low conversation ensues. I never see him again. Word comes down from on high. We're assigned a new manager, one who excels at what he calls crises. His first order of business, a controlled burn of the unauthorized camp and the sites closest to it. I'm not arguing. I watch the smoke rise in the distance and pray that's the end of it. New orders. Relocate the existing campsites closer to HQ. Before we do that, we take out a few trail cameras at the new locations, just to make sure it's not in the middle of a nesting ground. We put up a few cameras pointed at the hog trails through the brush for good measure. A couple days pass, and we go out to collect the footage. The new manager takes it all and starts studying it in his office. A couple hours into reviewing, he freaks out, starts screaming and yelling. He gets on the phone, calling up the line, spitting more obscenities. He spends the rest of the day and that night in the office, calling up specialists and planners. The next morning I show up for a meeting. The manager doesn't look like he slept. Massive changes afoot. He lays out new plans, including massively bright lampposts circling the park border, as well as floodlights around the ranger station. Campsites need to be moved even closer in. Clear lines of sight from the light, if possible. I butt in, telling him that defeats the point of going camping if you're just going on a short walk through the grass, then setting up so close you can see the parking lot. He tells me to shut up, that it's just the start. The park now closes at sundown, sharp. Also, we're now required to have a long gun on our person at all times. Now, it isn't uncommon for rangers to carry an AR-15 or a Remington 870 shotgun going out in the deep woods. There are wild and rabid animals out there. The real concern are massive pot growers. These aren't your chill neighbor who hides a few plants behind the tomatoes. They run the spectrum from large-scale suppliers who like their privacy and dislike law enforcement to anti-government crazies who think we have no right over them. The true patriots. Both groups have a few common points. They tend to be well armed, they do not like lawmen, and they won't shy away from taking a pot shot at some dumb poor ranger who finds himself in their fields. Keep in mind, Elliot Ness, Mr. I fought Al Capone in one, got scared off busting up Appalachian moonshiners because they constantly sniped at him in the foothills. They shoot to kill. Those are the reasons we keep the big guns around, not routine patrols. I drew the short straw and got the overnight shift. The manager tells me more changes to protocol will be listed when I return. Overnights used to be easy. Monitor the radio, bust up the parties if needed, check for poachers if they're operating nearby, make sure the forest doesn't burn down. I clock in and, per instructions, go to the gun cage. Things have changed. Our shotguns have new rifled barrels so they can handle the solid slugs we've been issued. That's the kind of firepower you want to take down a charging bear. God forbid you ever need it. The AR-15s have been stepped up too. The old 15-round magazines have been replaced by 30-round ones. Someone even snuck us in hollow point rounds. It makes no damn sense. Shooting in the woods, you need full metal jacket ammo so the rounds don't go wild when they touch a twig. Hollow points just exist to do more tissue damage. This is ridiculous. This is overkill. We're not a war zone. We don't need this firepower. Next to the radio, there are new instructions. Now we're not allowed to directly respond to emergency calls. We can reply, figure out what the issue is, then we report to a new phone number I don't recognize. Time passes slowly tonight. I'm not even allowed to leave the building until sunup. A few uneventful nights pass. The new floodlights and lampposts are frying my eyes. It's so bright out there, a blind man could see. A week later, some kids roll into the lot. They grab their backpacks and start hiking up the ridge. I know what they're up to. No one has booked a campsite that night. cheap young ones going on a camp that will be a raging party. I wait for the sun to go down, confirming they're not out for a day hike. I call my manager to report. He instructs me to call the new number. I report up to them now. A curt voice answers the phone. He asks my park, then pauses. He asks the issue. Bunch of kids on an unauthorized site. Do I go break it up? I can see their campfire out on the ridge right now. I say, no, do not leave the building. Do not attempt communication. That is all. Report if there are any developments. Right after daybreak, the manager writes up. It's real early. Have you seen them? Did they leave? He asks. No, the car's still there. Let 'em rest. They're probably all hungover, I reply. He curses, non-stop. He then goes inside to make a call. I'm outside looking up the ridge when he exits the station. One AR in his hand, another one strapped across his back, Glock on his hip. He marches single-handedly towards his car. I try to ask him what in God's name he's doing, but he isn't listening or responding. He takes a jerry can of gasoline from his car and marches up the ridge. I yell after him, to no reply. I consider following him, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. I go back inside and call the number. The same curt voice, the same direct questions. Yeah, the manager went up to that campsite, armed to the teeth and carrying gasoline. What the fuck do I do? Stay there. Do not interfere. Backup is inbound. Report if there are any developments. About the same time, I start to see smoke wafting off the ridge. 2 vans ride into the lot at screaming speed. A dozen men, heavily armed and armored, exit quickly. I go out to check. Who are you guys? What's going on? I ask. The men are all lined up with that impeccable military precision. One of them, a commander I assume, exits the vehicle last. He says, "Which direction did he go?" I mean, he's up there. I point at the increasing smoke. The men fan out and start jogging up the ridge. I hear rifles cocking as they leave. I try to shout after them, but no response. I look at the vans they came in. Large, nondescript. They just say DOI response team on the side. Half an hour later, they return, dragging the manager with them. He's bound in zip ties. He screams, "I did what needed to be done. Trust me. It's worse than they thought. We can't stop this. Burn it all." They throw him in the back and sedate him. The commander approaches me. My neck hairs bristle in cold fear. I need to see the office. All computers and anything with a hard drive is coming with me. He mentioned videotapes. I need those too. I unlock the doors and they ransack the place. Everything gets taken. Printed reports from the last few years disappear into those vans. The videotapes get bagged up and held by the commander himself. He studies the gun cage. "Cute. You're out of your league," he scoffs. Finally, they found everything they looked for. The commander tells me, "Call the number. Tell them it's contained. You need a new supervisor. Also, don't talk about this to anyone." They leave, and just on cue, the fire brigade and a few news vans show up. The fire is contained, and the news reports say, rumors of missing campers are unsubstantiated at this time. Still, the rumors alone are enough to scare off this season's campers. The quick change-up of managers is chalked up to bureaucracy. The press dies down after a week or two. The new manager is very good at dealing with them. Thankfully, with no new campers and our now even shorter open hours, we can get more work done around here. Rebuilding the station took some time, and we just set up the new campsites. They're practically spitting distance from the station. Nothing dramatic happens for a few days. Then, on a whim, the manager tells us to set up some cameras around the station and the campsites. There's usually so much human activity around here, all you see are some raccoons, maybe the rare hungry bear, but we humor him and set them all around. A couple days pass, we collect the footage. I play poker with one of the rookies while the manager watches hours of footage of an empty but brilliantly illuminated parking lot. Then he gets to the footage around the station. Screams come from the office. We barge in, and he's stabbing on the camera hard drives, gibbering things I can't understand, along the lines of, told me it was clean, safe, no recent activity. Bullshit here. I'm not gonna do it. He barks at us to leave. Later, he makes a call. The rookie goes up to the door and listens in. The rookie comes back reporting, yeah, he's demanding a transfer. Says they lied to him. Something about they didn't do their jobs properly. He's not prepared or equipped here. Then I just heard the phone click and some sobbing. Hours later, my manager exits the office. His shoulders are slumped, defeated. We cut our hours even further, practically open on weekends only. We'll have a full staff ready those days, but a skeleton crew the rest of the time. Campers are required to check in to one of the closest sites. No campsite, and they're told to leave. We're not authorized to leave the station after dark under any circumstances. In an emergency, do not call 911. Call the number and do exactly what they say. We draw straws for who gets overnight shifts. Why we need to stay overnight if we can't do anything is beyond me. I asked the manager about it, and he just said that standard protocol is to have someone on hand to report any irregularities overnight. I have to work my overnight shift. I keep my phone close, the number dialed in, ready if I need to call. It's a bad night. I just wind up pacing around with my shotgun, glancing into the bright floodlights, trying to see what's past them. I hear crickets, and it relaxes me. Prey is quiet when predators are around. It's a long night. The next night, my manager draws the short straw. He seems resigned. In the end, we all have to take a turn. He brings the brightest damn tactical flashlight I've ever seen. He says he brought it just because he's afraid of the dark. He isn't really. He's afraid of the things in the dark. I get a phone call at 3 a.m. It's him. Get over here now and bring guns, he demands. What? You have a damn arsenal, I responded. Now. I swear to God, I fucked up. Oh man, I think they're attracted to the light. I called that number, and all they said was backup would be here in the morning. Oh fuck, my manager says. I hear the piercing staccato of gunshots. A pause. More gunshots. Screaming. Scuffling. The line goes dead. I call the number. A new terse voice answers. Look, I work at Jefferson Park. I just got off the phone with Bennett. I say, I just spoke with Bennett. What can you report? The voice replies. Something bad. It's serious. I heard gunshots, I told him. We will have backup there as soon as possible. Did he say anything else? He asked me. Yeah, he said he thought they were attracted to the light. It doesn't make sense to me, I told him. Interesting. Thank you for your report. The park is now closed. You will be reassigned. Goodbye. Click. Officially, the park was closed to be scheduled for a controlled burn. Let the old trees die and make room for new ones. There was nothing in the official report about what happened to the manager on duty. The public understanding was bureaucracies need to be shaken up on occasion. No one asked any more questions. I get transferred to a new park, halfway across the country. A change of scenery and beautiful. They've got some odd rules here too. Don't go far after dark. And don't carry a flashlight. I'm concerned about why. Why can't you use a flashlight at night when you need one? They won't tell me. Be safe everyone. This all went down during the spring break of my junior year of high school. My school was in a pretty small Iowa town with a district spanning several smaller hamlets. During the summer of 2014, a few friends of mine put together a film club that would make short films and compete in national film festivals against other schools. We were a pretty small group and found it kind of difficult to get together for any actual filming until spring break of 2015, when we made plans for a little excursion. 4 of us ended up going on the trip, myself and 3 members of the club, Jake, Bill, and Kyle. We ended up choosing to go camping out at Mossy Glen Hollow, a supposedly haunted state park up in northeastern Iowa. Since the 1850s, there have been several murders and suicides out at Mossy Glen, including a few decapitations and a hired hitman in the 1930s. Being the edgy teens that we were, we jumped at the chance to go hiking and camping somewhere like that. It was within 15 minutes of a small town as well, so stocking up on food wouldn't be that big of an issue either. So, all lights green, we loaded up 2 of our sedans, programmed the GPS, and off we were for a spring break, camping in some haunted woods. After the first hour and a half on the road, a few red flags began to fly. After the last large town before getting way out in the boondocks, my phone's data signal cut out, and the GPS randomly changed directions on us. Since none of us had any idea where the hell we were, or where Mossy Glen was supposed to be, we didn't have much choice but to blindly follow the new route. To save on continuity, I'm going to throw this section in the end. It's not really important to the story, but it can give a bit of perspective on how places like Mossy Glen Hollow end up in the legal state that this place was in. Once we were firmly in the middle of nowhere, our GPS took us off the paved highways and onto gravel roads. At this point, you typically would see the usual brown Iowa DNR signs designating that you were near a state park, but there were none. There weren't even any tree clumps to indicate that you were near some sort of forest. Red flag number 2. About another 10 minutes or so into the drive, and the gravel road soon turns to a dirt road, then a low-maintenance road, then a Class B minimum maintenance road. With Iowa's dedication to road preservation, this basically means that somebody probably came by and took a peek in the 90s and then promptly forgot about its existence. As we come around the last hilly bend that the GPS shows on our route, we see a farmhouse with a large machine shed with no lights or activity around either, and no cars in the driveway. A bit weirded out that a house would be right next to a state park, we slow down and keep rolling. To our dismay, however, the road dissolves into a mess of washed tractor tire gouges from last fall's harvest. We stop the cars as far down as we can pass without getting hung up on a frozen rut and unpack some of our equipment. The road gradually narrows, snakes down the middle of a field, and turns down into the small but very thick clump of woods at the bottom of a wide ravine. We get out and hike down the gradually steepening slope and take in the scenery. At first, everything looks like a pretty damn cool set to film at. There are several limestone outcrops hanging off the hillside, a footpath with some picturesque tree overhang, and even a few birds out that made an unseasonal return from wintering down south. We can all hear some water running, but can't identify a source from the trail. Looking off in any direction, all we could see was a seemingly endless sea of trees. At the bottom of the hill was a small pond, in the middle of a grassy clearing with a fence. As we approached the fence, we notice a sign, "Private property, keep out." Bill checks his watch and realizes that it's almost time for dinner, so we trek back to our vehicles and hook up the GPS. The nearest town over was a little place called Edgewood that had several diners and a gas station to load up on supplies for the week. We brought some canned food, but not much beyond that. As we got to town, we realized that Edgewood was a lot smaller than we had expected. Less than 900 people it would turn out. Everyone knows everyone in these small towns, so we got several weird looks when 4 strangers rolled up with plates from the other side of the state. Kyle thought to ask the cashier and a few people at the gas station about Mossy Glen Hollow, and why the only route in was through some guy's field on a busted-out dirt road. To our surprise, nobody had even heard of a place called Mossy Glen, nor could they figure out why the hell 4 high schoolers suddenly rolled into town looking for the place. Red flag number 3. We shrug it off as just a few crazy locals and take off back down the dirt trail. As we round the corner back near the farmhouse, we notice that all the lights are still off and nobody seems to be home. I suggest that we leave some sort of note on the house door that we're going to be parking on the side of the road near their place, just to be safe. It is starting to get late in the day, and being this far out in the country, it wouldn't be unheard of to come face to face with a shotgun when the homeowners find our cars. Since the road is impassable from that point on anyway, parking there wouldn't realistically block anybody off of the road and would still technically be on public land. We hike back down the wooded trail and start scouting for a place to set up camp for the night. Making sure to be on the public side of the fence pond area, we discover that the sea of trees that we saw earlier was actually quite a bit thinner when seen from below. In fact, the dirt path led to a decently sized clearing with a creek and small waterfall cutting through the limestone deposits. None of us could believe that we had missed such a thing a few hours earlier. When Bill comes to a realization, he disappears around the corner back into the trees and emerges at the top of the trail a few minutes later. Though we could plainly see him, the trees lined up just right so that he could not see anything beyond the rocks below the path ledge. Continuing further up the creek, we notice there are conveniently placed rocks about the perfect distance apart to step without disturbing the water or surrounding rocks. One could walk almost silently up and down the creek while the sound of the water masked the steps. Not thinking much of it, we take some pictures of the large moss-covered boulders all around and get some pretty nice scenic shots. We find a place to make camp and everything is going great until we approach the waterfall. Just before the waterfall sat a clearing without any large boulders or rocks and an odd arrangement of logs. One sat horizontal, supported at each end by 2 piles of rocks. In front sat a crude stone circle with a pile of burnt logs inside, a fire pit with a bench. Though a bit surprised at first, we shrug it off as some weekend project that the people of the house put together. After all, with such a cool place just a short walk from home, why not? I have a similar fire pit set up at home, so I'm not too concerned. "Hey, what the hell is this?" Kyle yells from a boulder a few yards ahead. On it sat a blaze orange hoodie, a single gardening glove, an empty can of beer, and a stick of deodorant that had seen some serious wear. Looking closer at the beer can, we realize that it must have been opened fairly recently. Foam is still fresh in the bottom of the can, and it still had a funny smell. Bewildered by what the hell we just found, Jake starts looking around the other side of the boulders upstream of the items. "Holy shit, there's a cave over here," he shouts back to us. Later, he told us that the cave was large enough to comfortably fit a person inside, and that, more disturbingly, he saw some red fabric inside as well. Before he can get a good look around, Kyle calls the 3 of us back over to him with a sense of urgency. He speaks very quietly to us and indicates that we shouldn't shout back. "Shampoo, fucking shampoo," he whispers, pointing urgently down at his feet. Sure enough, in the mud and leaves, there's a bottle of Suave shampoo right next to the creek. At this point, we're all adequately freaked the fuck out and ready to call our little soiree quits. Bill remains pretty sure that this is just junk left behind by the people up at the house after a weekend of few too many bush lights. But things just didn't add up to me. There's one detail that I've been leaving out up to this point. The day before, this part of Iowa got some heavy rain, which contributed to the mud situation on the road and on the trail. With the combination of wind and rain, the items on the rocks would have shown some signs of being wet, if not been displaced entirely. Also, the air was pretty cold, as it is every year around this time, not getting above the mid-40s for the whole week. Then everything starts to click for me. Whoever drank the beer and left the shampoo, hat, glove, and deodorant there must have done so sometime this morning. The fire pit also had some fresh char marks on the rocks, and the wood had not been wet for a while, meaning that it must have been lit last night at the earliest. The small cave would have provided enough shelter from the rain to stay dry. With the freezing temperatures all throughout the day, whoever was using the shampoo out here must have had little other choice to do so. If it was the homeowners, they would have had to be serious masochists to bathe in the shallow, freezing, rocky creek rather than at home. If it wasn't them, then we likely weren't alone right now. Whoever left these things out left in a hurry. And if they were here 4 hours ago, they would have been able to see us on the trail cliff long before we even knew they were down here. Remembering the arrangements of rocks on the stream, they could have even been leaving their camp just as we were coming down the dirt trail. As I processed this, I started to look around at my surroundings and realized that the small area was bordered by the thick trees on the trail side, several sets of huge boulders on the pond side, and limestone cliffs everywhere else. Due to the tree, rock, and hill cover, you could light a fire in the pit at night, and nobody around would ever know. The illusion of being able to see up the dirt trail from the camp, but not down, played in reverse from the cliffs. If you were wearing brown or green, you could easily see down from the rocks on top to the camp below while blending in with the trees above. Coming to these realizations, I noticed something else, something more sinister. The birds and small animals that we previously heard are now quiet. Aside from the soft babble of the creek, the entire place is completely silent. As I start to explain this to the rest of the group, I see the wheels turning in their heads as well. Jake starts to head back to the small cave when a rustling up on the limestone ridge line catches our attention. Something large was shifting around up there. Something that apparently didn't want Jake to see what was in that cave. We all look up, and whatever or whoever made that noise starts shuffling down the ridge toward the makeshift camp. Because of the high cliff, the only way back down to us would be by going all the way back down to the pond, and then double back up the stream. Realizing this, and almost shitting ourselves at how open we were, we book it back up the stream, up the dirt path, across the field, and back to our cars. On the drive back to Edgewood, we all try and process what the fuck just happened back there. I take a look at a satellite map, and the only really accessible way to the cliff where we heard the noise would be to walk up there from the pond. It was too craggy to approach from the adjacent field to the east. Whatever made that noise would had to have been large too, and a deer getting up there wouldn't necessarily be out of the question. It would have had some incredible timing to have started moving around just as Jake started looking at the cave and whatever red fabric was inside. Kyle found a report of an escaped convict from a local prison a few weeks ago and was convinced that it was his camp that we found, though we were all doubtful at best of this idea. To satisfy his concerns, we agreed to report the strange things we found to the police anonymously, since we all wanted to really get home at this point. None of us followed up on them though, and I doubt anything came out of it. A small, close-knit town police department gets a report of strange sightings from some stranger the same day that 4 high schoolers roll up and park outside a farmer's house for a few hours and then book it out doesn't exactly spell high-threat criminal activity to me. Still, things just don't seem to add up. Whoever came running down that cliff, if it indeed was a who, wanted to keep whatever was inside that cave hidden, but not enough to actually fight 4 decently tall and able teenagers. We figured he just wanted to scare us off, since the noises seemed to stop once we reached the dirt path. I thought it odd that someone living out in the woods with something seemingly to hide would set up shop in a state park. That is, until I checked my GPS again. That little reroute that it took us on was an old entrance to the park that had been cut off by the purchase of the lake area, sometime between the map records used for Google's navigation being updated and that day. The current entrance to the park is about 2 miles north of where the GPS sent us, thinking it found a faster route. The place we were at was still public land for sure, but not quite what we pictured. So, guy in Mossy Glen Hollow, let's not meet. I have always been an avid mountain person. When people say they go to the beach for vacation, I respect it, but I prefer the mountains 100%. Something about these old giants has always fascinated me, as if I just cannot avoid but to be drawn towards them and be in awe when hiking on them. Over my short life, a 21-year-old student, I consider that I've seen a fair amount of mountain ranges in Europe, from the Alps in Switzerland to the Pyrenees in Spain, and from the Italian Dolomites to the Czech Stoloway Mountains. I have always hiked and camped outdoors a lot, with family and friends, but also by myself. Now, I went to the United States for college, and I have always been tempted to do a part of the Appalachian Trail. From the pictures I saw on the internet, I always wanted to see them in person, and I'm not gonna lie, I must say that the great amount of scary stories of these mountains always attracted me a little as well. I'm definitely not a person who likes scary movies or anything, but I enjoy reading fellow mountaineer experiences, and to be honest, I mostly just read stories about the Appalachian Trail to know how to prep myself for when I was going to do it. The scary stories just got my attention every now and then. That being said, I decided to go this year and do a small part of the Appalachian Trail. I went to do a small part between the borders of Tennessee and North Carolina, with Clingman's Dome being the icing on the cake. I was a little bit hesitant to go by myself, since I'm not very familiar with both the geography as well as the wildlife in this part of the States. I wanted to go with a friend or my girlfriend who's from North Carolina herself, but both my friend and my girlfriend declined because they had to go to work. This was during spring break. So, I decided I just had to go by myself, since I'm graduating this year and will return to Europe. I started at this place called Bryson City and walked along the Tuckasegee River until I reached the Nolan Creek trailhead. From there on, I just followed the trail until I would reach Clingman's Dome, and from Clingman's Dome, I would follow the Appalachian Trail for about a week. I had prepared well for this trip. I carried bear spray and pepper spray. I read some freaky stories about people in the Appalachian Trail, and I also brought this hunting knife and an axe for wood. I had some canned food and lots of water, plus a water filter, and for the rest, just my tent and sleeping bag. So, when I started walking from Bryson City, and I saw the beautiful aura this mountain range had, I couldn't be happier. I had been wanting to do this since I had arrived here in the US, and I was finally doing it. I encountered some people on the Nolan Creek trailhead who were friendly, but I'd made up my mind I would be better off alone than with strangers. I reached Clingman's Dome the same day and went a little further before I would set up camp. It was beautiful. At night, I slept a bit off the trail with a small campfire while I had dinner, and which I put out before I went to sleep. The first night went really well. as I was so exhausted from the hike to Klingman's Dome. The next 2 days were just as beautiful, and I saw lots of breathtaking views. The people on the Appalachian Trail I encountered were really polite as well. Then, on the third night, I feel like everything took a strange turn. I'd set up my camp just as usual, around 160 feet from the trail. No one was camping close to me, or at least not that I was aware of. While getting dinner, I just had this really weird gut feeling that I was not alone there. I felt as if someone was looking at me from behind a tree or something. I tried to convince myself that I was having an amazing time, that I was safe, and that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I went to sleep and put the fire out as usual. Then, before it was daylight again, I woke up. I woke up with this same gut feeling that, even though I was in my tent, that someone was watching my tent from a distance. I did not hear a single bird, which was weird because right before daylight is when they start chirping again. I only heard the wind and the leaves. It made me feel uncomfortable, a bit scared even. I didn't fall asleep again, and the first thing in the morning, after having breakfast in my tent, I broke up camp and decided to continue my hike. During my hike, I encountered a few people, and again they were very nice, but I stick to myself. While walking on this part of the trail by myself alone, I felt as if I was being watched again. I even had the feeling as if someone or something was following me. So every now and then, I would stop dead in my tracks in order to hear if it was real. Now, obviously, my mind could be playing tricks, but I would swear that I would hear the steps stop a second after I'd stopped. So, according to me at that moment, someone was following me. I looked around the whole time, and I never saw anyone or anything, which made it even more weird. After the long day of hiking, I made camp, this time closer to the trail than usual. But for some reason, I thought it would be more safe. I again had this gut feeling of being watched while having dinner outside my tent. So I decided to finish my food in my tent and went to the bathroom in a bottle because I did not want to go outside now. I tried to sleep by closing my eyes, but my mind focused on hearing the whole time. And that is when I heard it for the first time. A knock, as if a branch was hitting a tree or a small rock was getting thrown at a tree. Silence followed for what seemed like an eternity, but was probably more like 10 minutes. Then it happened again, this time more clear. I was scared now, and I had no idea where to go since it was dark already. I put on my flashlight in the tent and made myself look as big as I could so that my shadow outside the tent would look bigger because of the light. I don't know why this was my reasoning at the time. I just thought of bears. I held my hunting knife in my hand. Silence followed the second knock, but now I shouted to pierce the silence in the dark. First I shouted that whoever was joking around, I was armed, and I was not wanting to be pranked. I thought this would scare them off. It did not. It was almost as if this person found it even more funny knowing I was pissed at them. I heard another knock, and immediately after a knock on what I assumed to be the opposite side of my tent. So now I was guessing it was 2 people instead of 1, and that they liked to pull a prank on an innocent passerby. I tried to stay up as long as I could, but around 4 a.m., my eyes just gave up, and I drifted off. I woke up at around 8 a.m. again, with the light of the sun being my savior. I first tried to hear if whoever was pranking me was still knocking. I didn't hear anything. I shouted again, stating that I was now going to exit my tent with my knife in my hand, and that whoever had been joking around should make themselves known. I walked out of my tent, and I didn't see anyone. I looked for tracks around my camp, but I could not immediately make something out of it. I decided to get the hell out of there. The next part of my week basically continued being the same. At night, I'd hear some knocks from different directions, and occasionally, I heard what I would guess was a little bit of humming. as if a person was just humming a tune. Now, I never saw anyone except from the occasional hikers on the Appalachian Trail, so I cannot say I saw something weird, but I could never get rid of this weird gut feeling that I was being watched and followed during the rest of my hike on the Appalachian Trail. I'm now back, and I told this to my girlfriend. She said it was probably just my mind playing tricks on me, and I am inclined to believe her because I never saw anything. But I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking that I'm in that tent in the middle of nowhere, and someone is watching me and knocking on a tree. And every time I wake up like this, the thought alone scares me. We've gone to visit my wife Sarah's family every summer since we got married 4 years ago. They live in a small town way up in the mountains. Her parents own a lot of land, so we would spend our time riding ATVs and hiking trails. A while back, I took a week off of work, and we drove up to spend the time with Sarah's parents and siblings. It was a good time, and the week passed way too quick. Sunday rolled around, and we loaded up our shitty old sedan for the drive home. We left her parents' place in the afternoon, and had started winding our way down the mountain towards the highway when Sarah sighed. "Great, check it out." She handed me her phone. It showed that the highway was red with traffic for something like 25 miles on the highway. "Must have been an accident. I guess we'll be sitting in traffic for a while," Sarah said. I pulled to the side of the road and pulled out my own phone. I saw that there was a long winding road that cut through the mountains for nearly 50 miles, finally rejoining the highway after the traffic ended. I figured that going slow on an old windy road was better than sitting in stop-and-go traffic for 5 hours. Sarah was very against the decision. When I asked her why, she just told me she had a bad feeling about it. Still, somehow I convinced her that we'd be fine. So, instead of turning right and heading down towards the highway, we turned left and headed deeper into the mountains. The road turned to dirt pretty quick. Sarah jumped into the back seat so she could stretch out, and she recorded some of what we saw out the window. I was shocked at how deserted it was. We only passed one house over the entire hour, and not a single car. Sarah recorded some video of the drive. We'd been on the road for a little over an hour when we came around a hill. Up ahead, there was a single crashed car just off the road. I pulled off to the side of the road and got out to take a closer look. I grabbed my phone to call 911, but realized I had no signal, not even roaming. I proceeded to take a picture. I came around to the driver's side of the car and saw that the driver's window was shattered, with no sign of the driver anywhere. Sarah walked to the front of the car and put her hand on the hood. "The engine's cold. That means it's been at least a couple hours since the crash, right? Are we the first ones on this road to drive by?" she asked. I told her I didn't know, but that it could be with how few people we'd seen. Sarah pointed to the broken glass from the window. "It seems like a lot of glass inside the car. If the driver busted it to get out, wouldn't it make sense that it would be out on the ground beside the car?" she said. She was right. The inside of the car was littered with safety glass from the window. I looked closer and saw flecks of blood covering some surfaces too. Where is the driver, though? I didn't like that. I told Sarah it was time to go and that we'd call somebody once we had cell signal. She agreed, and we hopped back into my car. I turned the key in the ignition and heard the rapid clicking noise that meant my battery was dead. I popped my hood and saw that there was a bunch of corrosion built up on my battery terminal. I swore under my breath. "What does that mean?" Sarah asked. I told her that it meant that there wasn't a good connection between the battery and the motor, and that the battery was probably dead. We could fix the corrosion, but we'd need a jump to get the car started again. I talked the problem over with Sarah. We were already dozens of miles from her parents' place, and we had no signal. Based on the car wreck, it was likely we wouldn't see any more traffic for hours at best, and days at worst. On top of all that, the sun was starting to get low in the sky. We needed to find someone with jumper cables. I remembered that we passed a house a few miles back on the road. I figured it'd be best if Sarah stayed with our car on the side of the road, so I started walking back up the road by myself. It took me a little more than an hour of walking before I saw the house again. The house had a strange architecture, with part of the top floor hanging over the lower floor. I saw there was a small garage in the woods behind the house. I walked up to the door and knocked, calling out as I did. There was no answer. I walked to a window next to the door and looked through. The inside was abandoned, but I saw that there was a message scrawled on the wall. I looked closer and could just barely make out the words. It said, "They can't see you if you don't make noise." I read it over and over. They can't see you if you don't make noise. What did they mean? I checked my phone again, but still had no signal. I yelled out for help, but heard nothing. Judging by the state of the place, I figured it must have been abandoned. On top of everything else, the sky was starting to get dark. I made my way towards the garage behind the house and kicked in a door. The inside was in fairly good condition still. There was an old cabinet against the wall. I opened it up and saw some rusted jumper cables and a flashlight sitting on a shelf. I figured the battery in the crashed car might still have enough charge to jump my car, so I grabbed both of them. At this point, it was completely dark outside. I started walking back toward my car and was happy to see that the flashlight still worked. I was alternating walking fast and running. Something about the house and message had given me a bad feeling, and I was eager to get back. I was walking alongside the road when I heard a scuffling sound out in the woods behind me. I stopped and looked back for a long moment. That's when I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned my flashlight forwards and saw a creature standing behind a tree. It moved its head in an erratic motion, constantly twitching. It looked like a gigantic spider with a human head. Its eyes reflected the light of my flashlight like headlights. I heard more motion in the woods behind it. I locked my muscles in place. I gripped my phone hard and accidentally pulled the volume button, which I have set to take a picture on my phone's camera. My phone made the clicking camera noise. At that sound, the creature snapped its head in my direction and began moving around the tree. I pulled my arm back and threw my flashlight as hard as I could behind me on the road. The creature looked back behind me and with its spindle legs started walking towards the flashlight. I noted that it moved pretty slow. The moments it took to walk by me were an eternity. When I saw it was a dozen meters away, I started running down the road and did not look back. After an eternity, I reached my car, completely out of breath and full of adrenaline. Sarah opened her door and got out. "Hey, you find any help?" she asked. I yelled for her to stay in the car and ran up to the crashed one. I reached my hand into the broken window and popped its hood, then ran around and pulled its battery out. I attached the cables I brought to both batteries, and Sarah turned over our car's engine. I ripped the cables off of our battery and slammed the hood shut. I then jumped into the driver's seat and sped down the road. Once we made it home, I told Sarah about what happened. She started bawling and told me that she'd heard stories while growing up about the valley that we'd been in, and that it was the reason she was hesitant earlier. She never imagined that there was anything to them. I don't know what to think now. If I find anything else out, I will update you. This happened to my mom. A few months ago in rural Montana, my mom took her dog outside to potty in the middle of the night. She has a big yard, and her dog would go out off-leash. While she waited for her dog, my mom said that she heard a strange whistling. She would have thought it was a human, except whatever it was didn't seem to need to breathe. The sounds were continuous. She described it as a combination of every dog whistle you could imagine all at once. She was convinced that some creature was attempting to lure away her dog into the wilderness. Luckily, the dog didn't seem to react to the sound and returned to her after doing its business. A few days prior, my mom and stepdad had been rockhounding near their home, and they saw what looked like 2-footed dog tracks going across the road that had an 8-foot stride. She thinks that this might have all been the work of a dogman, the cryptid dog that walks upright on 2 feet. As a child, she had a Bigfoot encounter. She's terrified of and believes in the existence of cryptids because of this. When I came to visit her this summer, she would not let me take the dog out after dark, and she would not do it either. She very frantically and emphatically made me promise not to go out after sundown. There were several strange occurrences at her home over the summer that I saw for myself. She is still seeking out other stories and experiences like hers to shed light on what might have happened, and so far has been unable to find any stories like hers. If you or someone you know have experienced whistling like that, please share. I have a story. It isn't mine, but it happened to my uncle. He used to tell me this story when we went camping, and it scared the lights out of me every time I heard it. We live in Utah, and my uncle, Mark, went on a mission at 19. They sent him to a reservation in Arizona. They paired him up with a companion named Carl. When they first got there was a huge rift with the locals on the reservation with them being there. They didn't want my uncle and Carl staying on the reservation grounds. Eventually, they came to a compromise that they would stay on the outskirts in a trailer. This reservation wasn't very big, and it was located next to a heavily wooded area. The first night, they were trying to sleep, when all of a sudden, their trailer started to shake violently back and forth. Startled and not sure what was happening, they climbed under their table for cover. Mark could distinctively hear someone pushing it from both sides of the trailer, kind of like a group of people. After about 5 minutes, it stopped. The next day, they made rounds on the reservation and were talking to the locals. Carl made a comment to one of the families that their trailer was shaking the night before. The family got very quiet and then told them they had to leave. They thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it. The next night, it happened again. They awoke to their trailer shaking back and forth. Again, they climbed under the table until it stopped. This went on for 2 more nights. Anytime they tried to talk to anyone about it, they got quiet and told them to leave. Mark started thinking that, due to the tension of their arrival, the locals were doing this to scare them off the reservation. They then go into a convenience store, and they were talking together about how frustrated they were with the situation. The clerk overheard and said, "They can't talk about it. It's forbidden." Confused, they ask him, "Can't talk about what?" The guy continues to tell them about the skinwalkers. He says they are evil demons that were once Native American witches. If they talk about it, the skinwalkers will come for their souls. They just walked out of there baffled. They thought it was another scare tactic. So that night, When the shaking started again, my uncle decided to be brave and confront them. He went to the trailer door, threw it open, and yelled, "Hey!" When he did that, he saw these 3 animals run off. 2 were a wolf and 1 was a bear, but they looked strange, almost with human features. As he watched them run towards the trees, all 3 stood up on 2 legs and walked slowly towards the trees, making a human cackling laugh. It scared him so bad that they called their mission president the next morning, and they asked to be moved. They were relocated that day. For a year, nothing happened. One day, they announced that Carl was being relocated to another city, and Mark was getting a new companion, Jimmy. They had to drive for about an hour to pick Jimmy up from the airport. The road they traveled went through the boundaries of the reservation. They arrived at about 8 p.m. and met Jimmy, and they go to leave. The mission president tells Jimmy, "We are driving through a dangerous area at night, so we can't make any stops. If you need to use the restroom, you need to go now." Jimmy says, "I'm fine." The mission president gets serious enough to even freak out Mark. "I'm not kidding. Go do your business." Jimmy was insistent he was fine, so they hit the road. As they were about 30 minutes into the drive, they were going through the area of the reservation boundaries. Jimmy starts complaining that he needed to pee badly. The mission president says, "We can't stop here. You'll have to hold it." Jimmy keeps going on. "I really can't hold it." So the mission president stops the car and says, "Okay, but you will do your business next to the door. And if I say get into the car, you better get into the car fast." With a look of confusion, Jimmy says, "All right." He opens the door and starts to do his business. About 5 seconds later, the mission president says nothing and just yanks Jimmy into the car and floors it. Jimmy and Mark start freaking out. What's going on? The mission president says nothing and just increases his speed. All of a sudden, Mark sees something next to the car on his right. A giant wolf-looking man was running on 2 feet next to the car. Mark looked at the speedometer. They were going over 60 miles an hour and still increasing. The wolf creature kept right next to the car for 10 minutes until it finally took off into the trees. Shaking, Jimmy gets out of the car when they arrive. There was not a word spoken through the whole ordeal. And Jimmy says, "What did I just see?" The mission president says, "Next time I tell you to take care of your business, you take care of your business." Thanks to Horror Writer for letting me share their original stories. I've linked their details below. I hope you're ready for this. I'm from a small Midwestern town I'm sure you've never heard of, and you never will. It wasn't even a dot on the map, just 761 people on their own in the middle of nowhere. That's why I'm telling this story, so that someone knows what happened here. I remember as a kid, we used to play in the cornfield all the time. We lived on a farm just outside of town. The sidewalk literally began 1 block away from our house. It wasn't much, a single main street with a general store, drugstore, and hardware store. The grocery store and diner were around the corner just off the main street. The only reason we had a post office is because the nearest town was 20 miles away. It was the kind of place even Norman Rockwell would miss if he drove through. My brother, sister, and I didn't have a lot of toys or games, so we played hide-and-seek almost non-stop with a few of the other neighborhood kids. We tried playing around the house, but with there usually being 6 or 7 of us, it was just too easy. The best time was during the summer after the corn got above our heads. Nobody wanted to be the seeker then because it was literally impossible to find anyone. Games would go on for hours with no one found. Our mom would have to come out and yell for us to come in for meals. The best part of hiding was when the seeker walked right past you. The excitement and sheer terror as you held your breath and tried to stay as still as possible was incomparable. I'd nearly pee my pants if the seeker stopped right beside me. There was that moment when you didn't know if they had no clue where you were, or if they knew and they were just toying with you. There were a couple of times when the seeker was toying with me, and they would stop right beside where I was hiding, then take a step or two and lunge back and grab me. I screamed both times, not the "oh, you got me" squeal that kids do. I mean serious, blood-curdling, someone is trying to murder me scream. My mother came running to make sure I was okay, and I got into trouble for scaring her so bad. I usually had to sit out the next turn as punishment, watching the corn stalks sway and bend as the pursuers hunted down their prey. The fun suddenly changed when the strangers came to town. I remember there were a lot of strangers around during that time in my life. By strangers, I don't mean people who act odd. They acted much more than odd. Remember when you were a kid and you dressed up as a superhero? You acted like the superhero you were dressed like. You would talk like him, walk like him, pretend you had the powers he had. You just did everything you could to fool anyone into thinking you were that superhero. This was the same. Only these people seemed to be dressed up, pretending to be people. It was weird. We would go to town, and some of them would just be standing around, pretending to be nonchalant. They were staring at nothing, not the 1,000-mile stare some people have, but literally staring at the strangest things. An old man in a rocking chair in front of the general store would sit staring at an unlit streetlight in the middle of the day. A man leaning against a doorframe was staring at his hand as though he had never seen it before. Odd things like that became more commonplace, and the people who lived in the town their entire lives noticed as well. The strangers were approached and asked who they were and where they were from. They would answer without taking their eyes off the object they were focused on. They said they were from a ways off and were traveling to their homeland. That seemed to appease people. For a while. Weeks later, when they were still hanging around, people started to get anxious. My parents told us kids that the strangers were down on their luck and hadn't done anything wrong. That's what they said to our faces, but behind closed doors, I got the feeling they weren't so optimistic. I went to the bathroom one night and had to pass by my parents' bedroom to get there. I overheard them talking about the strangers, and my dad saying he would keep the gun loaded in case they ever came around. It seemed odd that these strangers had never done anything wrong, and yet were the subject of such hushed tones conversations spoken in fear. I remember when our neighbor, Mr. Hutchins, went missing. He was a nice older man in his 60s or 70s, I think. He always gave out full-sized candy bars on Halloween. He used to be out early every morning, tending his animals. We'd see him when we were on our way to school, and he'd always wave to us. One morning, he just wasn't there. We didn't think much of it at the time. We thought maybe he was sick or something. In the evening, he wasn't there either. We told our mother about it, but she just said he was probably in town getting groceries or farm supplies. The next morning, when we went to school, there was still no Mr. Hutchins. When we told our mother after school, she decided to go visit to see if he'd fallen. When there was no answer at the door, and the animals were out roaming, my mother decided to call the sheriff. My mother tried to shoo us inside when the sheriff's car showed up, but we just went upstairs to Bobby's room and watched out the window. The sheriff knocked and called for Mr. Hutchins, then went inside. He was in there for a long time. We started to think one of Mr. Hutchins' dogs had chewed him up or something when the sheriff finally came back out. He got into his car and used the radio. The next thing we know, 3 more sheriff's cars show up, and they start going in and out of the house and barn like a swarm of angry bees. We asked our mother about it at supper, and she wasn't too pleased that we had been snooping. My dad was out of town doing his deliveries, but he would have told us to mind our own business and stay out of others' affairs. My mother told us the sheriff didn't know where Mr. Hutchins had gone to, but his truck was still there, so he couldn't have gotten far. They said he might have had a spell and wandered off. They looked for him for 2 days. Then suddenly he showed up at his house as if nothing had happened. We were happy he was back, but curious where he'd gotten to. After he came home, he just sat on his porch and stared at the tree in his front yard. We went over to visit him and asked him where he'd been. He kept staring at the tree like we weren't there. "Mr. Hutchins," I said. "Yes," he replied, staring at the tree. "How are you, sir?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. His stare never wavered. Finally, he said, "Good." "We were wondering where you'd gone, sir," Bobby asked. I was. He seemed to struggle with the right word. "Away." "Well, we're glad you're back, sir," Candace said. "Do you need any help with your animals?" "Animals?" he said, as if the word was unfamiliar to him. "Yes, sir, taking care of your animals like we've done before," she said. He didn't reply, just stared at the tree. I looked at Bobby and Catherine. They both seemed as shocked as I was that he was ignoring us. We'd always been on good terms with Mr. Hutchins. There were times we would help out around his farm and with his animals. He would reward us with some money or some treats, but he was always grateful for the help. I waved my hand in front of his eyes, and he didn't blink. We shook our heads and walked away. When we got home, we told my mom how he was acting. We told her we thought something was wrong with him, like he was sick. My mom told us to leave him alone, that he'd had a hard time and we shouldn't be pestering him, but we soon had more to worry about. We played hide and seek all weekend when we weren't doing our chores. It was the last fun weekend of my childhood. We went to school on Monday and got a nasty shock. One of my classmates and buddies that I hung out with was Mike. When I got to class, Mike was already in his seat, staring at the blackboard. "Morning, Mike," I said. He didn't move or speak. "What's up with you?" I said. "You stay up too late last night." "No," he said, still staring. "So what's with the zombie routine?" I asked. "Are you practicing for Halloween?" "No," he replied, not blinking. "Okay, so you're playing a joke on me." "Ha ha, very funny," I said. "You can return to Earth now, Zombie Mike." He didn't move and stopped talking. "Whatever, man," I said, and let him play his game. All through class, he didn't say a word, even when the teacher called on him. He just sat there and stared at the board. She chided him for ignoring her, but then when she came over to his desk and waved her hand in front of his eyes, he didn't blink. "Mike," she said. He didn't answer. "I haven't seen him move in over an hour," I said to the teacher. She took him to the nurse, mumbling that maybe he'd had a stroke. When the teacher returned, she was alone and very rattled. She made us read for the rest of the period while we heard her out in the hallway discussing Mike's odd behavior with another teacher. Mike never came back to class that day. When class ended, I approached her. "How's Mike?" I asked. She seemed nervous. "I'm not sure," she replied. "Is he okay?" I followed up. "I don't know," she said, getting up and walking to the door. "If you want to know any more about him, you'll have to ask his parents." She held the door open as I walked through it, then shut it and went back to her desk. I saw her pick up her phone. She didn't look very happy as she talked. I went home, confused and concerned for my friend. I asked my mom if I could go over to Mike's house to check on him. She told me to go over and come back in an hour for supper. As I walked down the street towards Mike's, I saw more people standing around staring at nothing. It was like they just paused in the middle of whatever they were doing and found something extremely interesting. It was creepy. When I knocked on Mike's door, his mom answered. "Oh, hey Billy," she said. "Mike isn't feeling well right now." "I know. I saw him at school today and he was acting weird. I just wanted to check and see if he was okay," I responded. She glanced inside the house. I don't know if you would call it okay or not," she told me. "Is he still acting like a zombie?" I said, expecting her to laugh. She shot me a horrified look. "Maybe you should come in and see for yourself." I stepped inside, and she led me back to his room. He was standing there in the middle of the floor, looking up at the light fixture. It wasn't even turned on. "Hey, buddy. I just came by to see how you're doing," I said. "Good," he said, still staring. "I was a little worried about the way you were acting at school today," I said. He stood silent. "Okay, Mike. Whatever game you're playing, you win. Now it's time to snap out of it and be normal again." His gaze slowly slid down from the light and landed on me. "Normal," he said slowly. "Yeah, normal. You know, like everyone else." He didn't answer, but his stare freaked me out. It was like he was looking at me, but not looking at me at the same time. "You know what, Mike? I've had it with this stupid game. If you don't quit it, we're not friends anymore." "Friends?" he said, staring through me. "Yes, friends," I said. "You and I have been friends for years, and you know that." He stood silent and unmoving. "Okay, I'm done," I said, walking out of the room. His mom followed me out. "Are you really not going to be friends with him anymore?" she asked. "I was just trying to get him to quit playing," I said, peeking around the corner to see Mike staring at the spot where I had been standing. "Did the nurse say anything about what could have happened?" I asked. "She said it might have been a stroke, but his vital signs say everything's fine." "This is too weird," I said. "He's acting just like..." "Like who?" she asked as I rushed out the door. "Like who?" she called after me. I ran to Mr. Hutchins' house and found him sitting on the front porch. He was staring at the tree like the day we came to talk to him. "Mr. Hutchins," I said, "what happened when you disappeared?" He didn't respond. "Mr. Hutchins," I called, grabbing him and giving him a bit of a shake. "I need to know." His head slumped forward. I jumped back. "Mr. Hutchins," I said while slowly approaching him again. I reached for his neck to feel for a pulse. I waited a long time before realizing that there was none. As I pulled my hand away, he grabbed it. I jumped, trying to get away, but his grip was too strong. He stared into my eyes. "Normal," he said in a raspy voice that I didn't recognize. Then he slumped over again. When he released me, I ran home. "Mom, Mom," I shouted as I burst through the door. "Billy, what is it?" she asked. "It's Mr. Hutchins," I told her. "Has he gone missing again?" she asked. "No, I think he's dead," I replied. She stopped making supper and turned slowly toward me. "Dead?" she asked. "Yes," I told her. "How do you know?" she asked. I explained what happened with Mike and how I went to Mr. Hutchins' house after. I told her what happened there, and she got this far-off look. "Stay here," she said, walking out the door. I watched her walk over to Mr. Hutchins' house. I saw her look at the body, then I saw her cover her mouth and run home. When she burst through the door, she went straight for the phone and called 911. Within 15 minutes, there were just as many flashing lights at his house as the day he went missing. The sheriff asked me some questions about it. I don't think he believed me about the grabbing and talking part. He said Mr. Hutchins had been dead for hours. When he was done, we finally had supper. None of us talked much, except for asking to pass the food. After supper, I went to my room and laid down on my bed, staring at the ceiling and wondering what was going on. Before I knew it, I had fallen asleep. When I woke, I was surprised that I was still in my clothes from the day before and had slept on top of my blanket. Usually, if I fall asleep like this, my mom comes in and covers me up. She must have been tired last night from all the excitement, I thought. I got up and went to the kitchen. There was no one there and nothing cooking. That in itself was odd. My mom was always the first one up in the morning cooking breakfast. Even if we just had cereal, she was up making coffee for her and my dad. It was eerie walking into a dark kitchen and getting my own cereal. I expected her to show up at any moment, but she never did. Bobby and Catherine stumbled into the room and got their breakfast too. "Is Mom sick or something?" Catherine asked. "I don't know. Maybe she's just upset from the whole Mr. Hutchins thing," I replied. Bobby just sat and munched on his cereal, half awake. We finished breakfast and got ready for school. Still no Mom. I went to my parents' bedroom and peeked inside. My mom and dad were both laying in bed, so I let them sleep. That school day was completely surreal. Half the kids were out sick. I'd never seen anything like it, except on the first day of deer season. Even a couple of the teachers just sat there staring like Mike had. They didn't talk to us all day. We just sat there, reading or talking quietly to each other, hoping that no one would be loud enough to break the teacher out of her stupor. I knew something was wrong. The strangers had done something to make these people into these weird zombies. I wish I had another word for it, because I hadn't seen anyone trying to attack or bite anyone else. Yet, they just hung around like zombies would before they attack. I just hoped the attack would never come. When we got home from school that day, my mom and dad were still in bed. I went into their room and stood beside the bed. My mom's eyes were open, staring at the wall. "Mom," I said, "are you okay?" "Yes," she replied without blinking. "Is Dad okay?" I continued. "Yes," she said. "Have you been in bed all day?" I asked. She didn't answer. "Are you gonna cook supper?" Again, she didn't answer. I waved my hand in front of her face, and she didn't blink. "Please, Mom," I said. "Please snap out of it. We need you." For the slightest moment, her eyes met mine, and a single teardrop fell from her eye. Then she went back to staring at the wall. I left the room and told Bobby and Catherine that they were still in bed, and I didn't think they would be coming out anytime soon. "Should we call someone?" Catherine asked. "Like who?" Bobby replied. "I don't know. Maybe the doctor," she said. "Okay," I said, pulling out the phone book and looking up the number for the doctor. I dialed it and waited as it rang and rang. "No one's answering," I said. "Who else can we call?" Catherine asked. "We used to ask Mr. Hutchins for help when we needed it," Bobby replied. A horrible thought suddenly struck me. "You don't think Mom and Dad will end up?" I said, unable to finish the sentence. "Like Mr. Hutchins?" Catherine asked. I nodded. Bobby started to cry. "We don't know that'll happen. Mr. Hutchins was old, much older than Mom and Dad," Catherine said. Bobby sniffed a few times and stopped crying. "So what do we do now?" he asked. "Let's make some sandwiches for us and for Mom and Dad," I said. "We can take them in and see if they're hungry." We did exactly that, but neither of them responded. They just remained in bed, staring at the walls. The three of us ate our sandwiches and put ourselves to bed. We agreed to call the doctor again in the morning, and if he didn't answer, we'd call the sheriff. None of us went straight to sleep that night. We were too worried about Mom and Dad. I was also worried about Mike. This whole thing seemed like it was out of a late-night movie. I couldn't imagine it being real. I kept trying to pinch myself to wake up from this bad dream. Before I knew it, I could hear my brother and sister's breathing settling into the rhythm of sleep. I smiled for the first time in a while, listening to them in a peaceful slumber. As I listened, I heard another sound, floorboards creaking. I froze at the thought of a burglar breaking in, and Dad not being able to do anything about it. The steps came closer. I huddled under my blanket for protection. The door creaked open. I snuck a glance and felt immediate relief. It was Mom. She was still dressed in her nightgown. She moved slowly to Catherine's bed and lifted her up. She turned and carried her out of the room. Then my dad came in and carried Bobby out. I got up and followed. "Mom, Dad," I said, "where are you taking them?" My mom had the door open and was walking outside. My dad stopped and looked at me. "Don't worry," he said. "We'll come back for you." Then they walked out into the cool night. My blood froze. I didn't know where they were going, but I knew I didn't want to go there. I threw my shoes on and stepped outside. As I flew down the stairs, I saw a strange light at the end of our driveway. There were two silhouettes in it, and they were heading back toward the house. I squinted against the light, trying to see if it was my parents, or whatever those things were that looked like my parents. As the figures grew closer, I could see they were empty-handed. I stood in the middle of our yard, frozen with fear. I didn't know what to do. If I went back inside, they would find me and take me to be turned into a zombie too. I couldn't run to Mr. Hutchins' house. Running to town would leave me wide open to be chased down. I turned round and round in a panic, looking for options. The barn was an option, but not a good one. There weren't many hiding places there. Then it hit me. Hiding places. Where was my best hiding place? I ran into the cornfield. It was nearly harvest time, and the corn was as tall as it was going to get. It was dark, and would be even darker in the rows of corn. The only light came from the house, and whatever was at the end of our driveway. I threw myself into the forest of green stalks and ran. Partway in, I stopped and realized what I'd done. I had run in a straight line, making myself an easy target. I refocused on my usual hide-and-seek strategy. I started from where I was, counted a certain number of rows up and a certain number over. I was careful to move slowly and disturb the corn stalks as little as possible. I duck-walked, staying as low to the ground as possible and moving as quietly as I could. I was near where I wanted to hide when something in my head told me to stop where I was. It was almost totally dark. The lights from the house and that thing cast strange shadows at the base of the corn. I could barely see a few feet in front of me. I resisted the urge to sit down and instead stayed in my crouched position on my toes so I could be ready to bolt at a moment's notice. I settled into my spot and focused on slowing my breathing. My adrenaline fought against me, telling me to run and never stop running. I pushed those thoughts aside and tried to be as silent as possible. The air was still. There was no wind and nothing moved. I became hypersensitive to the sounds I was making. Each time I inhaled and exhaled, it sounded like a steam engine chugging to get up a hill. Any movement I made, I heard the creak of the sole of my sneakers. I could even hear my neck muscles as I turned slowly, searching for any pursuers. It was like my body was conspiring against me, bound and determined to get caught. Somehow, over all the racket I was making, I heard a sound. I closed my eyes and focused on listening. For a long moment, there was nothing. I mean nothing. Not even the nightly crickets were singing. And then I heard it. Someone was in the cornfield. They were moving slowly. I tried to tell if it was one or many. At first, I couldn't, but then I heard another sound coming from behind me. They were still a little ways off. I thought they had just entered the cornfield. I painted a mental picture of how close they were. My mental map showed me one coming from the direction of the house and one from the driveway. As I heard them getting closer, I had to fight to stay still. My mind was screaming at me to run. I knew from so many hide-and-seek sessions that that was the worst thing to do. I kept my eyes closed and waited for them to pass me by. Then I would sneak out in the other direction. That plan seemed to appease my nerves enough to stop yelling. I heard one of them approaching. They were coming right at me. I could see the stalks beside me moving, but I stayed still. 2 rows before one of my pursuers would have literally run me over, they stopped. It seemed like there was a moment of indecision, and then they started off again in a different direction. I wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, but the other one was still approaching. They were slowly walking up the road beside the one I was in. They walked right beside me and stopped. I recognized my dad's boots. I just didn't know what was wearing them now. He turned towards me. I knew I was done. There was nowhere I could run that he wouldn't catch me. I kept my eyes closed, refusing to move, even to look up at the man I called father, or what he had become. He stood there, unmoving for what seemed like an eternity. Self-preservation was all that kept me from surrendering. I had seen these empty shells of people I used to love, and I wanted to survive to pass on the memories of who they were before. He turned and took a step away from me, then another. I wanted to jump for joy. I wanted to run as I'd never run before, but mostly I wanted to be careful. I remembered the times playing hide-and-seek when the seeker pretended to walk away, only to turn around and lunge at me. I held my breath as his footsteps continued away from me. I counted to 100 before I would allow myself to move. As I started to sneak away, I saw an ear of corn lying on the ground. I picked it up and threw it as hard as I could in the opposite direction of my escape route. When it landed, I heard both of my pursuers converge on it. I ran quickly and quietly away from them. Before I knew it, I was at the edge of the cornfield near the road. I peeked out and saw the light at the end of my driveway. It didn't look like headlights from a vehicle. It was just a bright light hovering a few feet off the ground. It was so bright, I couldn't tell what it was attached to, or if it was attached to anything. At this point, I didn't know what I believed anymore. I just knew someone or something had taken the people I love and turned them into zombies. No, zombies wasn't right. It was more like robots. They would just stare at whatever until needed. Then they would be called into action, like my mom and dad. I turned away from the light and ran. It wasn't long until I heard a strange sound. It was like a mechanical scream. It chilled my bones to hear it. It seemed to be coming from behind me. The light was getting brighter too. I knew it was following me. My dad dashed out of the cornfield and tried to grab me, but I was already out of his reach. I could hear him running behind me when my mom came around the corner and I nearly ran into her. I have no idea how I avoided her open arms. Maybe somewhere along the line there was some football player genes in me, but I did a stiff arm spin move that would make any running back proud. I ran like my life depended on it, which it did. My legs were burning, my lungs were on fire, I had a stitch in my side, and yet I kept running. My parents and the light chasing right behind me, just waiting for me to trip or make some mistake. I was almost in town when a light shone in front of me. It also hovered just off the ground. I was trapped, with nowhere left to go. I stopped. It wasn't more than a heartbeat until my dad got a hold of me. My mom was right behind him. They each grabbed an arm and turned me around to head back towards the driveway light. At least they were walking, and I could take a breather before being turned into a zombie robot. The light behind us got brighter, and I heard a strange sound from that direction. They sounded somewhat familiar, though. As the light got closer, suddenly my dad started convulsing. He fell to the ground, followed shortly by my mom. Someone ran up and grabbed me. "Come on, kid," a large man said. "Let's get you out of here." I turned from my now unconscious parents to the man. He was in a soldier's uniform and holding a taser. He dropped it and ran with me halfway over his shoulder toward the other light. The closer we got, I turned to see it was a helicopter. It touched down just long enough for us to get on. Then it took off again. I watched as we flew over my parents laying there, looking very dead. Could the shock bring them out of it? I said hopefully. "Sorry, kid, it doesn't work that way," he said. "Once they've been turned, there's no going back." A tear slid down my cheek as I watched my parents disappear into the distance. I looked back at the house I'd lived my entire life, and hopelessness overwhelmed me. For a fleeting moment, I felt like I would have been better off with them. At least we would all be together as a family. My eyes caught a long line of lights driving into town. "What's that?" I said, pointing at the lights. "Containment," he said. "What does that mean?" "It means we can't let anyone escape who's been infected." "Infected?" I questioned. He shrugged. "I don't have a better word for it." I thought for a moment. "Am I infected?" I asked. He looked at me. "Are you talking?" he asked. "Yes," I replied. "Are you staring mindlessly at inanimate objects?" he asked. "No," I answered. "You're not infected," he told me. I slumped back in the seat and closed my eyes, happy to be alive, but incredibly sad for those I'd lost. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I woke, we were on a military base. Soldiers were hustling around like ants on an anthill. A man in a suit came over to the helicopter and took me inside. What happened next is a long story that I might tell someday. Suffice it to say for now that after a long time, I was taken to a foster family who raised me as their own. The town I used to live in ceased to exist. I never saw a single soul from there ever again. I was told I was the only one that was rescued that night before. I don't want to get into that right now. I've tried going back, but it's surrounded by a fence with "No trespassing, government property" signs posted every 20 feet. It surrounds the entire town. I can see my old house from the fence, but no matter what I do, they won't let me back in. I have to wonder if they don't have the people in there standing around, staring at nothing, waiting to die. I've searched the internet for any traces of the town. There aren't any. It's like every piece of history, every shred of proof that the town ever existed, has been erased. I've talked to others who've heard of similar experiences. The words paranormal, possession, and alien come up the most for possible explanations, but I wonder if it isn't something deeper than that. If it isn't something so sinister that explanations could be dangerous. Maybe it's for the best. Maybe I should just drop the whole thing and move on with my life. I just can't help but wonder what really went on. It's a mystery I need to unravel for Mom, Dad, Bobby, Catherine, Mike, Mr. Hutchins, and everyone else whose life was erased first by whoever or whatever did this to them, and then by those who want to cover it up. I posted this to let everyone know about the people who used to be my friends, family, and neighbors. I don't want their memories to be in vain, but mostly I don't want to allow others to fall into the same trap. If you see someone staring at nothing in particular and they refuse to speak, get away from them as soon as you can. They aren't as lost and helpless as you may think. How many other tiny towns in the middle of nowhere have suffered the same fate? I wonder. It was one of those nights. The fog hovered in the air like a curtain waiting to rise on a show I would never forget. Being called into work early on 3 hours of sleep was bad enough. Driving through the fog that was so thick you can feel it holding back the car makes for an interesting morning. Maybe listening to Metallica's All Night Long at 3 a.m. wasn't the best choice. It started with the floating legs. As I drove, I saw a pair of blue jeans standing along the side of the road, just the legs. It was like someone had stood half a mannequin beside the road to freak people out. As I came closer, I could see there was a black hoodie on top of them in a vaguely human form. The head turned toward me, but I could see nothing inside the hood. The chill went up my spine as my foot went down on the accelerator. I was so freaked out that I never saw the deer running straight toward me. It wasn't until it was right beside my car that I noticed it. It startled me so badly that I swerved to miss it and ended up on a side road I'd never driven on or even seen before. I hadn't gone far before I calmed down and realized I'd made a wrong turn. I stopped in front of a road sign that mesmerized me. It had once been a standard deer crossing sign, the one with the silhouetted buck leaping into the air. However, this one had been modified by a talented artist. The painted additions made the deer enormous, bigger than a moose. It also had a mouthful of shark-like teeth, a spiked tail, and glowing red eyes. The sight of this fanciful creature should have made me laugh, but after the morning I'd already had, it chilled me to the bone. I immediately did a 3-point turn and floored it. I made it maybe 100 yards. My front tire, which wasn't in the greatest shape, gave into the stress and had a catastrophic blowout. This, plus my speed, sent me careening off the road and into a deep ravine. At least that's where I woke up, in a deep ravine. I willed my blurry eyes to clear and was immediately sorry I had. Every window was shattered. Tree limbs shot this way and that, all through the car's interior. It looked like the love child of an Ent and a Buick. My seatbelt held me fast, and the deflated airbag laid out before me like a miniature blanket of snow. I leaned forward and was twice rewarded. The first by pain. My chest and arms felt like they were on fire. The second was the realization that I wasn't on the ground. The car creaked and groaned when I moved. It stood straight up, resting precariously on a large tree limb. I couldn't see how far it was to the bottom because of the same fog that got me into this predicament. Okay, this is bad. I can't even hope for help. No one would ever see me down here. To keep me calm, I did some physical assessments, starting at the feet. Toes wiggle, that's good. Right leg bends, left leg. Oh my God. I'm gonna call feeling like I've been stabbed by 1,000 knives bad. I leaned forward just enough to see my leg. My pants were covered in blood. I tried to reach the wound, but stopped when the branch made a cracking sound. Okay, we'll come back to that. Moving on. My lower abdomen seems okay. My ribs feel like they're the main course at a barbecue, and my arms shoot daggers every time I try to move them. The most disturbing part of all of this is the lack of blood on my shirt. Okay, end assessment. Possible broken leg, possible broken ribs, possible internal bleeding. Car destroyed, hanging precariously in a tree that could give out and send me falling to my death at any minute. Low possibility of rescue due to the early morning hour, fog, and being out of sight of the road. So essentially, I'm dead. The worst part of all this was being alone with my thoughts, knowing that death was on its way, and there was nothing I could do about it. All these thoughts disappeared as a slight breeze made the hair on my neck stand on end, and I heard a low rumble. I slowly turned to face the noise and wondered if I was hallucinating. I saw 2 huge red orbs coming steadily towards me out of the fog. As they approached, I could see they were attached to a monstrosity. The creature stopped right beside the car. The artist on the sign didn't do it justice. My breathing became rapid and shallow as my heart jackhammered in my chest. A warm liquid ran down my leg that had nothing to do with the car. Its glowing red eyes were the size of basketballs. Its teeth looked like they came straight out of the shark from Jaws. Its claws were as long as hunting knives. I stifled a scream as my injuries were forgotten. The huge red eyes were so close, I could feel the warmth coming off of them. It stared at me. Don't move. Don't breathe. Don't think. It ripped the door off the car and inhaled as it sniffed me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Damn. The roof collapsed from the weight and missed crushing my head by mere inches. I nearly lost consciousness from the agonizing pain as I hung upside from my seatbelt strapped across my broken ribs. The car began to move. Metal protested as it was dragged through the woods. Oh no, it's taking me back to its cave. I tried to reach the seatbelt release, but the pain was too great. I was being dragged helplessly to my death. For what seemed like an eternity, this ride from hell taught me the meaning of pain. Every bump and jostle was a new lesson. The metal screeched in protest as the car finally stopped. The creature sniffed me again. Go ahead, eat me, I screamed. I hope I give you indigestion. The red orb stared at me as if sizing me up to see if it would be enough trouble to rip me out of the car. In desperation, I used the only thing I had available to me. I reached up painfully and pressed the horn. The creature jumped and screamed a horribly loud cry that defied description. The last thing I remember seeing was it running off into the trees as my mind led me into blissful unconsciousness. Beep, beep, beep. All right, I'm up already. I reached for my alarm clock, but it wasn't there. In fact, my bedroom wasn't there either. I woke to incessant beeps pounding my aching head. My eyes settled on the man in uniform, standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. "Good morning," he said. "Good morning," I rasped back. "My name's Sheriff Seacrest. I realize this isn't the best time, but I need to ask you a few questions about your accident." "Okay," I replied. "From the skid marks on the road, I figured you were doing at least 80 when your tire blew. Any reason you were going that fast?" he asked. "Am I under arrest?" I questioned. The sheriff studied me for a moment. "No, you're not under arrest. I'm just trying to figure out what happened." "I was scared," I said, barely above a whisper. "Scared of what?" "Of whatever was in the fog," I continued. "So what was in the fog?" he asked. I laid quiet for a long time. I wrestled with the implications of telling someone else what I saw. I wasn't even sure myself. "My imagination," I told him. The sheriff seemed a bit disappointed. "So how did your car get out of the tree, dragged 100 yards, and set on the side of a road?" "I don't know, Sheriff. I wish I had the answers for you, but I blacked out when I landed in that tree and woke up here," I explained to him. "And that's all you remember?" he questioned. "Yes, sir," I replied. "Was there any wildlife around?" "What do you mean wildlife?" I asked back. "Oh, you know, squirrels, foxes, deer," he said, emphasizing the last word. "Nothing that I saw, as I said. I blacked out." He closed his notebook. "Thank you for your help. I hope you recover soon." "I hope so, too." The sheriff started for the door, stopped, turned back, and looked into my eyes as if he desperately wanted to say something. He then faltered and said, "You're very lucky to be alive," he stated. I told him, "I know." Just after college, my two best girlfriends and I decided to take an epic road trip along Route 66. We always planned to do a road trip when we finished, as we all had job prospects scattered across the country. We figured this route would allow us to see most of the country, and I love driving, always have, so I volunteered to do the majority of it. And I would have control of the radio. We had MP3 players back then, but I couldn't afford a modern car, and the radio was a little outdated. We packed our bags, stocked up on snacks, and set off with the windows down and music blasting, ready for whatever the journey had in store for us. The drive was everything we'd hoped for: stunning desert landscapes, quirky roadside attractions, and the kind of carefree conversations that only with quality time like that, mainly about the future. We laughed, sang along to our favorite songs, reliving memorable college nights, and stopped at scenic overlooks to take pictures and soak in the vast, open beauty of the American Southwest. Our first day on the road was magical. We left Santa Monica behind and watched as the landscape transformed into the rugged beauty of the desert. Cacti dotted the horizon, and the sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink as it set. We spent the first night at a quirky little motel, giggling over the day's adventures and planning the next leg of our trip. The second day, we pulled over at random spots, from abandoned ghost towns to oddball roadside attractions like the Leaning Water Tower of Groom and the giant blue whale of Catoosa. Each stop added to our growing collection of memories and selfies. It was an amazing day, until that evening. As the sky began to dim, we pulled into a gas station in the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma, to refuel and relieve ourselves. We were in high spirits, relishing the sense of freedom that comes with being young and driving down a long, empty road. As I was filling up the tank, I noticed a guy wearing a weathered backpack, sitting by the side of the road with a cardboard sign. My heart went out to him. Here we were, having an amazing time. He was a fellow adventurer after all. He looked tired and in need of a break, and I couldn't help but think of the times I'd relied on the kindness of strangers. He looked around our age, and I figured his spirit of adventure was much the same as ours. Naive, I know. I brought up the idea of giving him a ride to my friends. They were understandably hesitant. Diana, always the cautious one, raised an eyebrow and said, "We don't know him. What if he's dangerous?" But Marie, the more adventurous of the two, shrugged and said, "He looks harmless enough. Maybe he's just another traveler like us." After some discussion, we agreed to at least talk to him and see if he was a fellow traveler in need. The plan was for me to approach him first, verify his story, and then decide whether to let him into the car. Naturally, things didn't go as planned. As soon as I pulled the car over and started to get out, this man sprang into action. He quickly opened the hatchback, tossed his pack inside, and climbed into the back seat next to Diana before I even had a chance to say a word. My friends and I exchanged nervous glances. This was not the plan at all. We had come prepared just in case. Before picking him up, we had distributed pocket knives and pepper spray between us, ready to defend ourselves if necessary. Now, with a stranger in the back seat, we were on high alert. The hitchhiker, in his mid-20s it turned out, seemed friendly enough despite being visibly high. He introduced himself as Dougie and immediately lit up a joint, filling the car with the pungent scent of marijuana. None of us were comfortable with this, but he casually offered to share, which we declined. Dougie didn't have a clear destination in mind other than heading northeast. We still had hours of driving ahead of us, and the thought of spending all that time with a stranger was unsettling. As the driver, I felt a growing sense of urgency to get him out of the car. My friends were texting back and forth, trying to come up with a plan while I kept my eyes on the road and my mind racing with worry. An hour passed with Dougie in the car. My nerves were shot, and I could feel the tension rising among my friends. Although Dougie hadn't done anything overtly threatening, the reality of picking up a stranger at night had finally sunk in. The initial camaraderie I'd felt for a fellow stranger was replaced by a cold, hard realization. We had no idea who this guy really was. He hadn't hesitated to jump into the back seat, and my friends sitting next to him were forced to inhale his secondhand smoke. They looked so uncomfortable, leaning as far to the far sides of the car as possible. Dougie, oblivious to our discomfort, began to chat incessantly. He told us wild stories of his travels, some of which were hard to believe. He claimed to have hitchhiked from coast to coast, met celebrities, and even survived a near-death experience in the Grand Canyon. His stories were entertaining, but there was an unsettling edge to them. Occasionally, his mood would shift abruptly, and he'd become agitated, ranting about government conspiracies and the end of the world. We tried to keep the conversation light and steer it back to safer topics, but Dougie kept veering into darker territory. At one point, he pulled out a harmonica and started playing a tune. It was jarring and out of place, and while he played, his eyes darted around nervously. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly tense. I felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on me. As the driver, I felt it was my responsibility to keep them safe, and I could sense their growing unease. Dougie's erratic behavior and the marijuana smoke were making it difficult to concentrate on the road. I knew we needed to get him out of the car, but I wasn't sure how to do it without escalating the situation. We were in the middle of nowhere, and the sky was growing darker, which was even more frightening. By this point, all sorts of scenarios were playing through my head. What if we ran out of gas in the middle of nowhere at night with this guy? I spotted a sign for an upcoming diner, and an idea hit me. I pulled into the parking lot. "Anyone else need to use the little girl's room?" I asked my friends. I hoped they would pick up on my idea. "Dougie, let's buy you some dinner." We all got out of the car, moving quickly but casually. As soon as we were out, we grabbed Dougie's pack from the hatchback, set it on the ground, and with a pointed glance at my friends, I jumped back into the car. And thank heavens that my friends were on the same page. They piled back into the back seat, slammed the door shut, and we drove off. Dougie stood there, looking confused and probably a bit annoyed, but we didn't care. We just wanted to be away from him and the anxiety he brought. As we sped away, a wave of relief washed over me. I know we got extremely lucky. The situation could have gone wrong in so many ways, and I was grateful it hadn't. But I felt so guilty for suggesting we give him a ride in the first place. I was quiet, and I think my friends sensed how I was feeling because they nervously, trying to shake off the tension, reassured me that we were out of danger. But the lesson was clear. I had been reckless, and it could have cost us all dearly. I've never picked up another hitchhiker since that night, and I never will. The experience left a lasting impression on all of us. What Diana found in the back seat afterward made chills crawl up my spine. My heart was beating in my mouth as I examined what she found in the crease of the seat. A small, crude shiv fashioned out of what looked like a piece of soda can and an old toothbrush. And what's more, the cardboard sign was blank. This led us to question whether he really was trying to flag all those other cars down, or if he saw a vehicle full of girls and saw an opportunity for something sinister. I often think how close we could have come to something much worse, and this experience is a reminder to trust my instincts and prioritize safety over misguided goodwill. That road trip remains one of the most memorable experiences of my life, not just for the stunning scenery and the fun we had, but for the valuable lesson it taught us. Sometimes the open road holds more than just beauty and adventure. My advice to you, don't pick up hitchhikers. In the late 80s, when I was 18, I lived in Omaha, Nebraska, working as an intern at a local radio station. My name is Tracy, and my friend is also named Tracy with an E. She was a fellow intern. Our close friend who completed our trio was Candace. One weekend, we decided to take a trip to Nashville. Candace was driving, and her lead foot got the better of her. We were speeding down the highway, laughing and singing at the top of our lungs, and yes, we were going too fast. Before long, a state trooper pulled up behind us with his lights flashing. Candace immediately pulled over. By the time the officer reached her window, she had her license and registration ready. The officer, a stern-looking man, glanced at her documents, then looked at Tracy and I in the back seat. He said, "I want you to follow me. Don't try to run off, or you'll all be going to jail." With that, he returned to his car. Needless to say, the three of us were puzzled. We whispered amongst ourselves, wondering why he didn't just issue Candace a speeding ticket. Nevertheless, we obeyed his instructions, watching as he pulled out slowly and led us down the highway. After a few miles, he exited onto a smaller road and eventually turned onto a dirt path surrounded by towering corn stalks. My friends and I were very alarmed at this point, but being young and scared and not wanting to question his authority, we continued to follow him. I know we were naive. The years have taught me this, and I'm certain I would handle the situation differently now. The officer drove for what felt like an eternity before pulling into an area with a large, decrepit barn. The officer walked back to our car and ordered Candace to get out and follow him. The terror in her eyes was unmistakable as she complied. She glanced back at us before getting into the officer's car, and I saw the sheer fear on her face. Tracy and I sat stunned in silence, tears streaming down our faces, praying for our safety and Candace's. Minutes felt like hours. We clung to each other, quietly praying that Candace wasn't being harmed, and that we would somehow be allowed to leave. Suddenly, Candace bolted from the officer's car and ran back to us, jumping into the driver's seat, crying hysterically. Our tears intensified as we tried to comprehend what had happened. The officer followed Candace back to our car and approached Tracy's window. "Is it true all of y'all work for the radio station?" he asked. Tracy, through her tears, managed to reply, "Yes, sir." The officer nodded and calmly said, "Get out of here and go back to where y'all came from. I better not see y'all again." Candace didn't wait for another word. She turned on the car, whipped it around, and sped back down the dirt road. She navigated the maze of roads back to the highway, and we drove in stunned silence, broken only by occasional sobs. Once we crossed back into Nebraska, Candace pulled over to the side of the highway and broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Tracy and I hugged her tightly, asking if she was hurt. She shook her head, unable to speak for a moment. After she calmed down, she told us what had happened in the officer's car. When Candace had gotten into the car, she offered her identification and apologized for speeding. The officer took her information and then made an inappropriate proposition, suggesting that if she would do certain favors for him, he might let us go with a warning. Overwhelmed with fear, Candace had a complete meltdown. While she was sobbing, the officer finally noticed her work ID from the radio station and asked if we all worked there. Through her tears, Candace told him that we did. He then ordered her to return to our car. The realization hit us hard. The only thing that saved us was our connection to a reputable organization. We hugged each other and cried until we couldn't cry anymore. We never reported the incident. We were just teenagers, and we didn't think anyone would believe us over a law enforcement officer. We never spoke about it after that day. That incident has haunted me for years. The what-ifs plague my thoughts, but as I've grown older, what haunts me more is the thought that others might not have been as lucky as we were. It was 8:30 p.m. on a Sunday night. I was getting back home from a road trip with my boyfriend. We just reached my home state, and my car was almost out of gas. We were on the freeway, driving through a boring stretch of my state that was mainly cornfields and little neighborhoods, and the occasional store. We Google mapped a gas station that was seemingly right off the freeway. Now, it was pitch black outside. It was kind of stormy all day, but at the time it was only just a bit windy with some sprinkles here and there. We pulled off an exit I'd never seen before. The gas station was farther than it seemed on Google Maps, and I was really close to completely running out of gas. We drove for about 5 minutes on long stretches of road, passing a church, some houses, but mainly empty land. We get into the hub of a small town. I'm not even sure what city we were in. I see a gas station up ahead, but it was not the one we had Google mapped. I had to stop. I had no choice because I would not have made it to the other gas station. This was a small town that had one intersection. We passed some side streets that had a little neighborhood. We did not see a single car or person walking. Pulling up to the town portion, it was creepy. The town had old buildings, 1 or 2 streetlights. We pulled up to the gas station. It was a small gas station with 4 gas pumps. All lights illuminating the pumps were flickering. I immediately got the creeps, but I could not go any further without getting any gas. I stepped out of my car, started putting in my card. It was cold. It was windy. There was a car parked right in front of the gas station, like right where a car could turn in. It was strange. The pump ordered me to go inside to get the attendant to pay for gas. I walk inside, and there was only the attendant and a woman buying a birthday card. She was shuffling at the counter, finishing the transaction. The woman greeted me, but the attendant did not. While waiting, I suddenly hear very loud sirens, like tornado sirens, start going off. I start looking outside. It was a bit windy, but not gale force winds. I tried looking in the sky, but I couldn't see anything. I looked to the street, but I did not see a single person or a single car. I look over to the two other people in the gas station to take direction from them for where to hide or what to do. They had no reactions. The woman said something about how annoying it would be to live near the sirens, and the attendant agreed. She said bye to me for some reason and walked out. I wanted to panic because the sirens were still going off, but I did not know what it was. While finishing the transaction, I asked the attendant what it was for. He looked at me like I had 4 heads and said, "An emergency." Never would have guessed. He was eerily calm, no reaction to the emergency. I walked outside and got my gas, and the sirens were still going off. I kept waiting to hear emergency sirens, like for ambulances or police, but I heard nothing. I didn't see a single car drive by, a single person. It was eerie because the sirens were going off essentially right next door, so I logically should have seen some sort of emergency vehicles, but I didn't. I got in my car. My boyfriend asked what it was. I just said nothing and sped off towards the freeway. I could not place why it was so eerie, but I haven't been able to get the eeriness out of my head. So I guess I found out why people don't pick up hitchhikers now, as I was driving from Texas to Cali. Around an hour after I started my drive, I saw this guy with his dog on Route 66 in the middle of nowhere, at least 3 miles away from even the nearest gas station. It's cold, and I wasn't in a rush, so I decided to ask him if he wanted a ride. Turns out he was trying to go to a city in Arizona that was only 20 miles off my route, so I offered to let him join the trip. He was chill, seemed normal, and looked like he cared for his dog. His original story was that he started walking in Mississippi after some bullshit reason he lost his job, and everything went down the drain, so he walked and hitchhiked to Texas, where he got stuck for 3 months and was trying to get to his mom so she could help him out. I bought him some food after asking if he ate, which he said he hadn't. Okay, them good deed endorphins are hitting just right, and I feel like I'm doing a good thing. After around 200 miles, he tells me he just called his mom while I was refilling my gas, and apparently she went to LA for a vacation, so he would just ride with me until I got to Cali. Okay, kind of weird and sporadic, but I didn't pay it too much mind. We chatted, and again seemed pretty normal, until we got to Arizona. He starts bringing up Trump and how the election was stolen by predators during this timeline. Okay, red flag, but I just ask him to drop it as I don't like to talk about politics. He then asks if I could just drop him off at his, quote, 2 girlfriends at his house, which he got after his mom passed and he inherited in a town in Arizona. He said he called beforehand, and they're expecting him. After 3 months away, mind you. Also, he mentions almost like nothing during an earlier conversation that he has mild schizophrenia. I start putting it all together. Oh shit, I don't think he even has a coherent goal of what he's doing. So when we get to Arizona finally, and we're on the last 10 miles to his now one girlfriend, which he claims he loves, I start to wonder if I'm about to drop a mentally ill man off 2 states away in the middle of nowhere, where it's about to get freezing temperatures tonight. Oh, and plot twist, he apparently didn't even have a phone. As we got to his girlfriend's house, I told him, "Hey, want me to wait here just in case she isn't home?" Thinking I could at least talk him to letting me drop him off at a nearby homeless shelter or something. And exactly what I thought happened. I guess I got the wrong info and she doesn't live there. My other family members live there though. "Yeah, let's just go to Cali to see my mom," he said. As he sat down in the car, which we've been together in for over 9 hours, I told him that maybe he isn't in the best mental state at the moment, and his mental illness could be playing tricks with him. He flipped his shit out of nowhere and said if I bring up his schizophrenia again, he would kill me. He wasn't threatening at all, so I simply said, "Bro, I don't feel comfortable driving you to Cali, but I don't want to leave you and your dog in the about-to-be freezing cold. Do you at least want me to drop you off at a homeless shelter?" "Fuck it, I'll just walk to Cali myself," he said, in the mountain town of Arizona, where it's about to be freezing cold and he has no money, food, or water, with at least 10 miles down a pretty uninhabited road, and I'm pretty sure he didn't have family that lived in the house that he went to. And he just left with his dog. I sat there dumbfounded, and then I left, as there was nothing more that I could have done at this point. I don't know where you are, dude, but I hope you're safe and get the fucking help for you and your dog's sake. A bit of background. I was about 8, and my mother, my little sister, and I were taking a road trip across Wyoming. This wasn't unusual, as we had family living across the state, and my mom loved piling us in the car and driving. My memory of this event is patchy, and I remember it more for the way my mom reacted than for the event itself. I don't remember exactly where this was, or where we were headed, but anyone who has ever driven through Wyoming knows that the roads are mostly deserted. We had been driving several hours behind an old green and white truck. We were approaching a gas station, and I remember my little sister being so excited because she wanted to get those little bottles made of wax that had juice in them. The green and white truck pulls into the gas station, and we follow. We use the restroom, get some snacks. My mom fills up with gas, and we get back into the car and back onto the road. A little time passes, and my mom asks, "Is that truck behind us the same one that we followed into the gas station?" I turn in my seat and confirm that it is the same truck. I sit back down and continue gorging myself on snacks, but I sense that my mom is uneasy. She keeps looking in her rearview mirror and watching the truck. It was a long drive to the next gas station, and along the way, the truck behind us would speed up and get dangerously close to us, and then back away a bit. After a stretch of several miles, we were nearing another gas station. My mom adjusts her mirror so she can see us in the back seat. She says, "I'm gonna pull into this gas station and open my door like I'm getting out. I don't want you two to open your doors. Don't get out. Just sit tight and hang on." My little sister and I look at each other like, "Okay." I thought it was strange, but the look in her eyes scared me a bit. My mom is a calm person, but she has this presence about her that makes you aware that she isn't one to be messed with. All my friends throughout the years have been a little scared of her, which is odd considering she's just over 5 foot tall and about 100 pounds. Anyway, we pull into the station and up to a pump. My mom adjusts her mirror to see behind us and opens her door with the car still running. The green and white truck pulls in and parks just to the side of the turn-in. The driver pops his hood, gets out, comes around to the front of his truck and props his hood up. He starts messing around under the hood with his back to us. From what I remember of him, he was a really big guy, but who isn't to an 8-year-old girl? My mom slams her door and peels out of the gas station. I turn in my seat to watch the man. He turns around like he was startled, looks right at us, quickly closes his hood, even though he's only been looking in there for a few seconds. At this point, my mom is driving so fast that I lose sight of him. I was terrified, and I knew it must be serious for my mom to drive like this. Up ahead, the road bent sharply to the left, and there was a small road to the right with a few buildings. Just before the bend, my mom slams on the brakes, pulls the steering wheel all the way to the right, and, as if it were straight out of an action movie, slides around the corner. She speeds through the small parking lot of one of the buildings and parks behind it. From our vantage point, we were hidden from traffic behind us, but we could see anyone passing. A short time later, we watched the green and white truck speed right past us and around the bend in the road. Obviously, my sister and I were very shaken up. My mom asks if we needed to use the restroom, and I said yes. She said she did too, but we would wait here for a bit, then make our way to the next gas station. I'll never forget what she said next, because it was so out of character for her. She said, "I'd rather piss my pants in this car than be murdered on the side of this road." A little time passes, and we got back on the road, and we continued our trip. We never saw that truck again. Some years ago, my wife and I decided to go on an impromptu road trip to the Catskills in New York for some hiking and sightseeing. With a free Saturday, we thought, why not? Little did we know, our drive home between the North-South Lake State Campground and the Devil's Tombstone Campground would get real weird, real fast. We set off early, pumped about our impromptu adventure. The sun was shining and the roads were clear as we left the city and headed into the beautiful countryside. We packed some snacks and a picnic lunch, ready for a fun-filled day. The drive itself was pretty awesome, winding through charming small towns and rolling hills covered in greenery. As we got deeper into the Catskills, we stopped a bunch of times to take in the views and snap some pictures, really soaking in the spontaneous vibe. Around midday, we hit North-South Lake State Campground and decided to stretch our legs. We found a great spot by the lake for our picnic, relaxed and enjoyed our meal. The peaceful setting and the gentle sound of the water were the perfect break from driving. Feeling refreshed, we continued our exploration. We hiked some popular trails, taking in breathtaking views from the mountain overlooks. We met a few fellow hikers, exchanged tips on the best spots, and everything just felt right. As the afternoon turned into evening, we decided to head back home. We stopped at a local diner for a quick bite before hitting the road again, both of us happy and content. However, it was the stretch of road between North-South Lake State Campground and Devil's Tombstone Campground that turned our perfect day upside down. As darkness set in, we both started feeling uneasy. I said we shouldn't stop for any reason, and she agreed and admitted she felt weird too. Suddenly, the car's headlights flickered off, and I had to stop as visibility was getting incredibly low. I let out a hefty sigh as at this point I thought the bulbs had gone or that there was an electrical failure, but no sooner had I had the thought, the lights flickered and came back on. I quickly started the engine, and this time it roared to life. Without a second thought, I hit the gas as we sped away. That was definitely unusual. Knowing that headlights don't just fail and then come back on, I think we were both feeling uneasy. We drove in silence until we passed Devil's Tombstone Campground. When we finally talked about it, we both admitted how unsettling the whole experience had been. We continued home, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. But the weirdness wasn't over. As we reached a dark, winding part of the road, our car's headlights flickered and went out again, plunging us into darkness. They came back on, but they flickered and died again. Utterly bewildered, I checked the dashboard and saw the battery light was on. This made no sense since we just had the car serviced. My wife was pale-faced. I pulled over and we sat there, unsure of what to do. The woods were eerily quiet and dread started creeping in. After waiting for a while, the headlights came back on by themselves. Relieved, we decided to continue our journey home. But as we drove on, the headlights flickered and went out once more, forcing us to stop again. This time, the car wouldn't start at all. We were stuck in the dark, the road surrounded by the dense forest. I tried calling for help, but there was no signal. The eerie silence pressed in on us, and the sense of dread grew stronger. As we sat there, we noticed another faint, flickering light in the trees to the side of the road, moving slowly like the one before. We exchanged worried glances, and my wife tried the car one more time. Miraculously, the headlights came back on, and we drove forward cautiously. My wife told me that the light in the trees had gone out as soon as we drove away. We finally reached a gas station and took a moment to catch our breath. Inside, we told the attendant what had happened. He listened seriously and said people often reported strange things on that stretch of road. Lights in the woods, weird occurrences. Some said they were spirits of lost travelers. His words sent chills down my spine. As we continued home, we didn't have any problems with the headlights, and not one in the days following. I took the car back to the mechanic to be sure, and he said they were working fine. We couldn't shake the feeling that something otherworldly had been watching us from the tree line. Now, trying to make sense of it all, I can't help but question my sanity. Car troubles happen all the time, right? But I know there was no real scientific explanation for it. I'm searching for answers. Has anyone else experienced something like this in the area? I'd appreciate any insights or reassurances that we are not alone in this bizarre experience. The summer after graduating high school, my two best friends, Emma and Jack, and I decided to embark on an unforgettable road trip. Our destination, a series of reputedly haunted places that we'd read about in various ghost hunting books and websites. We were all deeply fascinated by the idea of the supernatural, though none of us had ever experienced anything that couldn't be logically explained. Our first stop was a small New England town known to be extremely haunted. Eager for a thrill, we packed our bags and hit the road early one sunny morning. We drove through the rolling hills and lush forests. It was truly gorgeous. After a few hours, we reached the quaint town with narrow streets lined with colonial-style houses and towering maple trees. We had read about the haunted history, and our first stop was the old asylum, an abandoned building on the outskirts of town with a frankly stomach-turning past. The asylum stood at the end of a long, overgrown driveway, partially obscured by the thick ivy and dead trees. The imposing structure loomed before us, its broken windows and crumbling facade giving it an air of despair. According to local legend, the asylum had been the site of numerous tragedies, mistreatment of patients, and was now home to restless spirits. We arrived at the asylum in the early afternoon, the sky overcast, and we were all eager to experience something. Whether it was the power of suggestion or something metaphysical, the creaky wooden floors, peeling wallpaper, and antique medical equipment left to rust, the place had a seriously creepy atmosphere. We were immediately captivated by this and spent the afternoon exploring the building, snapping pictures with our new digital cameras, hoping to capture something paranormal. The halls were lined with old photographs and medical records, adding to the building's eerie charm. Every now and then, we would hear a creak or a groan, but we dismissed it as the sounds of an old building settling. That evening, we ventured into town for dinner, indulging in greasy burgers and milkshakes at a local diner. The staff at the diner were friendly, but never seemed that willing to answer questions about the asylum. We brushed it off, attributing it to small-town quirks, and returned to the asylum late, the building taking on a different atmosphere as the sun set. The other visitors who had been exploring like us fairly quickly left, giving us the perfect opportunity to conduct our ghost hunting expedition without interruptions. We crept through the hallways, our excitement mingled with a touch of fear, and began taking photos in the dimly lit rooms. We were all feeling that mix of fear and excitement as we whispered and giggled nervously, trying to spook each other. Suddenly, we heard the doorknob of the front door jiggle and turn. We froze, our laughter abruptly silenced. The sound of the doorknob twisting back and forth sent a shiver down my spine. We stared at the door, expecting someone to walk in, but no one ever did. A mixture of relief and dread washed over me. We knew we weren't really allowed to be there after hours. We were grateful the door was locked and decided not to linger downstairs any longer. We headed back to the main hall, the thrill of the hunt giving way to a more genuine unease. The plan was to camp out in the asylum that night. As you might imagine, none of us got any sleep. We had set up camp in one of the larger rooms, laying out sleeping bags on the dusty floor. Every creak of the old building made us jump, but no spectral visitors appeared. Emma, usually the bravest of us, kept a flashlight on all night. Jack, on the other hand, refused to acknowledge his fear, insisting that the noise had a rational explanation. Around 3 a.m., just as we were starting to drift off, there was a soft, sorrowful humming. It seemed to come from the hallway just outside our room. I knew my friends had heard it too, their expressions frozen in place, and we were all straining to discern what the humming was. It was a haunting lullaby, the kind that a mother might sing to soothe her child. The sound grew louder, and we realized it was moving closer to our door. My heart pounded in my chest as I glanced at Emma and Jack. Their eyes were wide. They must have been as terrified as I was. Suddenly, the humming stopped, and the doorknob began to turn slowly, accompanied by a faint, cold breeze that seeped through the gaps in the old wooden frame. The knob twisted back and forth, but the door remained closed. The air grew heavy, and a distinct chill filled the room. It felt as if we were being watched by unseen eyes. Then, we heard faint footsteps outside our door, pacing back and forth. The floorboards creaked under the weight of an invisible presence. We huddled together on the floor, too scared to investigate. At one point, we heard a soft whisper, barely audible, but it sounded like a woman's voice calling out, "Eliza." The name sent a jolt of recognition through us. Was this the ghost of one of the asylum's patients? We held our breath, straining to hear more, but the whispering ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence. I was trembling. I'd never understood the phrase "my heart was in my mouth" until that point. Then we heard footsteps recede, as if whoever it was had walked away. We all just sat there for a fairly long time, unmoving. We somehow managed to convince ourselves that it was another explorer playing a prank on us. We figured that it was too coincidental that someone was calling for Eliza, the patient that we'd read about. Maybe it was a ghost hunter or self-proclaimed paranormal investigator trying to call out for Eliza. Yes, that made the most sense. After we came to that conclusion, We decided to try and rest until the sun came up, but none of us got any sleep that night. As soon as the sun came up, we groggily prepared to leave for our next destination. As we were about to exit through the front door, Jack stopped short. As it turned out, struck by sudden realization, he reminded us that the heavy wooden door we'd seen the knob turn on the night before was protected by a large iron gate door that creaked loudly when opened and slammed shut with a definitive thud. We hadn't heard that gate at all the previous night. We exchanged bewildered glances, the unspoken question, how could the doorknob have turned without the gate making any noise? The eerie encounter left us spooked, but I suppose none of us were willing to voice it, muttering only a few words about how weird it had been. We drove out of there, trying to shake off the lingering sense of unease. Our next stop was an old abandoned mansion known as the Holloway House, situated deep in the woods. The place had a dark history, with rumors of murder and mysterious disappearances. We arrived just as the sun was setting, casting long shadows over the dilapidated building. Armed with flashlights and our cameras, we explored the decaying hallways and empty rooms. Despite our initial excitement, the rest of our haunted road trip was relatively uneventful. We captured a few orbs in our photos, likely just dust particles reflecting the light, and our overactive imaginations did the rest. We visited a haunted lighthouse, a spooky forest, and a creepy old cemetery, but none of these places compared to the unsettling experience at the asylum. As the trip came to an end, we returned home with mixed feelings. The road trip had been fun and adventurous, but the inexplicable event at the asylum left us questioning what we'd encountered, whether it was a ghost or just another admittedly braver enthusiast seeking an encounter with Eliza. But there really was no explanation for why we hadn't heard the heavy metal door. In the years that followed, we often reminisced about our haunted road trip, particularly that night. Emma and Jack eventually moved away for college, and we drifted apart. But when we would occasionally reconnect, that shared experience always came up. That summer road trip remains one of the most memorable experiences of my life, not just for the fun and adventure, but for the inexplicable event that left us questioning what we had encountered. Some mysteries remain unsolved, and sometimes it's the unanswered questions that make the best stories. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed that. If you have a scary story you'd like me to read on the channel, please send me an email or post it to my subreddit. You can find details of this in the video description. It's the stories that make this, and this is the best way to ensure variety in the stories I share. Thank you all for listening, and a special thanks to my channel members and patrons who now have special access to ad-free videos and other behind-the-scenes content. Grant Broughton, Electric Beauties, Gloria, Isabella Frank, Zero Bite, Jennifer Fuentes, Autumn Moon, Christina Callery, Nix, The Wandering Triathlete, Talara Williams, Moxed, Ro Harper, Pretty in Pink, Johnny C., Kim Thompson, Kristen Collins, Anne Cherie Smith, Felicia Tayshire, Shannon Evans, Amy Chambers, Adam Ernest, Alexander Wilson, Calamity Jade, Maureen Baumgartner, Tyson Allen, Tyler Wilson, Alexandria Bannock, It's Me, Ryan, Trevor Blockley, Cassandra Bricker Wyatt, Patty's niece, Adiara Yasharala L., Deb Foster, Kathleen Greer, Lynn Meese, Ryan, Chris Lawson, Joe Jordan, Lise Mendoza, Brooke, Nikki Bundrant, Thomas Doolittle, The Tijara, Brooke, Nikki Bundrant, Thomas Doolittle, Jennifer Chamberlain, Denise Watson, Zero Bite, Erica Asir, Forgotten Ruins TV, Night Shadow, Healing with Ev, Talisha Kluss, Donna Cox, Holy Crusader, Sheila Grant 44, Julie Hibbins, Stephanie McLaren, Janet Mills Rice, Bob Jeff, Master Dom Howie, Denise Watson, Roz, Cassandra Wyatt, Travis Smith, Zoe D, Kat Philbin, Melissa Friesen, Lorna Clark, Kathy Richmond, Natasha Hensley, Jaleesa Ferguson, Leah McBride, Emily Pearson, Tyler Wilson, Lynn Meese, Kristen Berto, Shaz, Betty Brantley, Candice Lee, Africa Winfield, Becca, Lydia Adams, Girl Veteran, Legends CBZ 69 2012, Katrina King, Hospital Cakewalk, Dirty Diana, Quinta Siegel, Shirley Porch, Taylor Ruiz, Annalisa Petrie, Jasmine Davis, Janelle Jensen, Jasper Roth, Alex, Monica Levalace, James Gargano, Sarah P., Fire 05, Matt is a Felter, Tierra Sanders, Melissa Kingery, Kitty Cat Luna 2, Chelsea Moffat, Ryan, Gabrielle, Jenny, Sarah, Zep Tepe, Sarah C., Sam, Amanda Jane, Vampy Debs, October Gypsy, Rebecca, Erica B., Maribel De Luna, Lloyd Rash, Jennifer Jenkins, Kelly Townsend, Mary Wright, Tara Harris, Elizabeth Knapp, Eddie, Sean Gorman, Sue Gordon, Spider's Web, Kay, Christy, Absinthe Alice, Dina Kingery, Snowball Rathina, Lady Drackard, Brenda, Pretty Girl 215, Amber Davis, Sigma Cube X, Letitia Acklin, Ali O'Neill, Gina Eberhardt, Lily Pad, Ashley Nicole, Sarah Chifalo, May 2nd, 2003, Bella Plays 2006, Skin Crawler, Stephanie McLaren, Borderline Betty, Kuro, Top Off, Kelly Ann Bain, Michael O'Malley, Neil Kavanagh, The Dead Movie Society, Diana Johnston, Taya Atwell, Danielle, Possum Posse, Crafty Kel, Brooke, Scott McKenzie, Megan Abrams, Jane Wiggins, Jasmine Davis, Jack White, Your Pappy's Dilly, Emma Lisa, Tanya Ferguson, Lou Wendy, Ember Hops, Alexia Tuttle, Ram Beltran, Elizabeth Mayers, Unladylike 13, Pegasus Genesis, Sheila Grant 44, Sona, Scout Mom 405, Cheryl Duckworth, Ashley Bray, Angela Reeves, Kim Thompson, Brock Bollard, Nick Bigdowski, Jessica Lasley, Yennefer, Clarice Scott, Timothy Stratton, Melissa Kingery, Shane Stevens, Serge Vargas, Bart in Real Life, April Jordanet, Lisa Prentice, Mason Hayes, Sarah Price, Jasmine Thomas, Angie Lindon, Z. Harris, Kirby Harris, Yolo Sapien, Lavina Cordelia, Misty Racour, Michelle Green, Dixie Busby, Paula Ferreira Nieves, Samantha Place, Donna Cox, Stephen Wheeler, Melissa Moore, Deshaun Edmondson, This Bad Kitty, Gloria, Christina Myway, Connie Sue, Carol Zaffarano, Merciful Humming, Kelsa Rundle, Ashley Juster, Vicky Howell, Joe Tozer, Zoe D, Nicholas Johnson, Kimmy Love. Once again, thank you guys for listening. Have a great night.